since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire, let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Mir and Baron Kimberly's Painful Day, 2. Mir and Baron Kimberly's Painful Day, 2. The time when Baron Kimberly was painfully writing down his report, Maya gathered the guards of the southern villages and arrived at the entrance of the mountain range with a total of 1,000 troops. Stop. Who are you? This is Maya, the garrison commander of the county of Tisudunikana. Here is my identification card and a baton that says I'm acting on behalf of the count. One of the rangers on guard checked Maya's ID and guided him to the ranger captain's office. Haha. It's been a while since I last saw you, Maya. Now that you have achieved success, are you Captain Maya? Huh? William? Is that you? Didn't you say you were retiring too? It clearly said on the unit member list that you were replaced a year ago. KKKK. What is the position of captain? I got fired thanks to saying the wrong thing to Boris, that bastard. But the members of the unit asked me to lead the unit, so I'm in charge of actual command. I want to retire, but if there is someone I can trust, I won't have to beat them up or anything. Maya, I guess you're still being held prisoner by your wife. I heard you received a lot of money in prize money from the last war. I guess you're still doing this. QOO. I told you to stop talking like that. Is that what you're going to say to a friend you haven't seen in a while? When we got married, she boasted about living in the neighborhood, but she lived there very tightly. William and Mia, who were happy to see an old friend, chatted for a while, then opened the map and returned with a serious look on their faces. Let's Adam stop here for now. We're in a hurry, so we don't have time to do this. Damn it. After teasing me so much. So what's the current situation? First, after hearing the report that monsters were coming, I immediately gathered my troops and set off, but I haven't heard anything since. First, the existing traps that were dug as much as possible were effective, greatly reducing the number of small and medium-sized monsters such as goblins, orcs, and kobolds in the first line. Currently, they are blocked in the second line, but some ogres and basilisks have joined. With only 400 rangers, they will soon be breached. I told them to retreat and lure them this way before casualties occur, so they will come by dawn. Basilisk, are you prepared for the petrification curse? If Boris had stayed there, it would have been a big problem, but fortunately, His Royal Highness wrote a letter while passing through here, so we were able to receive supplies from the Kimberly administration through the Kimberly administrator. It's a good thing. I saw that there was a ballista on the way, so we can take out the ogre with that. Our troops will form a square and try to hold out. I think the rangers will have to take charge of the attack. Okay, let's give it a try. I will put my honor as an Akana ranger on the line and make sure that not a single monster crosses this border. Mir gave his troops a rest and stayed up all night discussing strategy with William. Early morning. The rangers who retreated due to the large army of monsters joined the 100 troops at the ranger headquarters, and Mayor and William woke up the resting troops and formed a square. You there? The shield is sticking out. If you don't eat it properly, it will break right through. Old soldiers, check the new soldiers' weapons. Don't forget that if the new soldiers die, it's your turn next. Ranger unit, check the supplies once again. We have to eliminate the basilisk. William and Mir were jumping here and there, yelling. Then, they noticed a cloud of dust forming in the distance and monsters flocking in, coming. There are about 700 orcs and kobolds here. Prepare the trap. Archers, load a volley of arrows. Do as a horde of heavy orcs came running. The sound of the ground shaking was heard, and sweat beaded from tension on the foreheads of the soldiers holding shields. Raise it. With William's signal, the wooden barricade hidden in the dirt went up, and numerous orcs and kobolds began to be impaled on the wooden spears stuck in the barricade. Ki-yike. QE. The orcs and kobolds who were about to be stabbed by the wooden spears screamed, but they were pushed by the monsters that kept coming, and they continued to be skewered by the spears. However, the number of orcs coming over the barricade was greater than the number of deaths, and the rangers' arrows were fired. As soon as William's hand was lowered, easy profit, about 400 arrows flew through the sky and killed the monsters, but the orcs did not stop with just one arrow, and the number of kobolds was too many. And then a group of orcs and kobolds attacked the guards of Tissadonikana territory. Hold on. If this place gets breached, our family will be in danger. Pull up your shield. With Mayor's encouragement, the shield soldiers in the first row firmly raised their shields. Quang. With a sound of cheers that was almost like a scream, the battlefield became quiet, and the monsters' advance finally stopped. Push. Following Mayor's instructions, the shield soldiers pushed their shields to push away the orcs. And at the same time, 2 rows of spearmen pierced their spears between the shields. Queek. Quiik. The orcs swung their crude weapons with much greater strength than the humans, but the shield soldiers, who had succeeded in blocking the charge once, gained confidence and actively blocked the orcs' attacks, and once again the spears pierced the orcs, and they began to fall. It's no big deal. Kill them all. Haha, we are betting on who can kill more people. Isn't it decided that you will live there? Some kobolds tried to resist by throwing stones at the defenders, who began slaughtering the orcs with ease under Mayor's command, but the rangers sniped them and got an arrow stuck in their neck. The defenders, who had finally annihilated the monsters, began clearing the battlefield according to Mayor's instructions. After confirming and killing the monsters stuck in the barricade, they were taken out and used to reinforce the fence in front of the base, and the smelly kobolds' corpses were loaded onto a catapult and thrown over the mountain range, hoping for the monsters to eat them. Haha, it's not a big deal, right, Captain? I think it will end easily at this rate. However, Mayor's expression was completely frozen, and the smiling guards looked at him quizzically. Captain, can't you guys hear that sound? Thud, 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 thump. As the soldiers listened to Mayor's words, their faces turned pale. And at the same time, the ranger who was watching shouted loudly and spread the word about the situation. Emergency. A horde of monsters is approaching. The enemies are 4 ogres, 5 basilisks, 3 cyclops, and about 300 orcs running together. What? There are 12 giant monsters? William, can you stop this? Since William had far greater experience dealing with monsters than he did, Mayor asked William for a solution. Woo, I guess I'll have to bury my bones here. But when even William seemed to have no answer, Mayor felt his body relax. Damn, am I going to die here because of this bastard? Still, if we want to save my wife, we have to reduce the number of monsters as much as possible. Even if we die here, shouldn't we buy the territory's residents as much time as possible? Let's do our best. You're right. Well, you may be saying that you're trying to protect your wife, but you have a point. No, this guy is still. After chatting casually, the 2 commanders regained their courage and moved forward toward the soldiers. Now, monsters called ogres, basilisks, and cyclops are approaching us, and we will probably bury our bones here. But won't we be able to hold out just long enough for our loved ones to escape and for reinforcement to arrive? Yes, I can endure it. Cool, crazy people. Your poor spear skills won't even hurt the ogres and cyclopses, and if you get petrified by the basilisk, you'll just die. Is that okay? Yes. But if there is one silver lining, there will be relief troops from Count Grime heading to Chi's castle. So, we will hold on to them as much as we can. I will take your orders, Captain. As soon as Mayor finished speaking, 2 ogres and 3 basilisks appeared in front of them, making loud footsteps. Fire the ballista. Bang. Bang. As soon as William's command was given, 4 ballistas were fired at the ogre, penetrating its stomach. However, even as the ogres were bleeding, they pulled out the huge wooden spears that pierced their stomachs and rushed at the soldiers, screaming with rage. The soldiers dodged the ogres' feet and stabbed the ogres with their spears. However, as soon as the first victim was found, screams were heard from all over the place. The ogre raised his blood-stained wooden spear and swung it wildly at his soldiers, who were hit by a huge tree, and flung his body here and there. Reload the ballista once again. Rangers, lure the basilisks as much as possible. Don't let them approach soldiers who don't have supplies. William commanded the rangers and directed them to fight as efficiently as possible. However, the basilisks were not easily lured, and the number of regular defenders was petrified, and the rangers also began to be injured little by the basilisk's tails and claws. Holy shit. Are you pissed about this? Meanwhile, a ranger jumped out from the battle line and started taunting the basilisks by shooting arrows into their eyes. McMoran. It's dangerous. Go back to the ranks, young man. This is the only way. If we keep it like this, we'll all die anyway. He hit all the basilisk's eyes with his arrows with a strange skill and ran away towards the plains, and the basilisks roared and chased McMoran, that crazy guy. But thanks to that guy McMoran, I bought some time, Captain. The ballista has been loaded. Fire right away. The target is those two guys running rampant among the defenders. Quang. As instructed by William, the ballista was fired and flew towards the ogres. The two ogres, preoccupied with slaughtering the defenders, were unable to avoid the ballista and were hit in the chest, killing him instantly. Lord. He's dead. Right. Dead. The ogres are dead. The soldiers were happy, but their joy was short-lived. Two more ogres and a cyclops appeared, and despair appeared on their faces. Hold on. Raise your spear. Don't you guys have families behind you? If you survive here, are you going to go home and tell your family that you came here after urinating like cowards? Mayor's provocative encouragement gave courage to the soldiers, and although only about 800 people with various injuries remained, they shouted and fought against the ogre. Die, you monsters. About 30 people surrounded the ogre and entered with spears at once, but the ogre raised the huge club it was carrying as a weapon high in the sky, as if it had not suffered any damage. The soldiers closed their eyes tightly, thinking they were dying, but they did not feel any pain, and carefully opened their eyes to look around. Soldiers, cheer up. We've come running. Reinforcement have arrived. The ogre's club strike was stopped by Cordelia's sword, and behind the scenes, the troops were rapidly throwing spears at the ogre. Reinforcement, the drivers have arrived. When the two knights under Cordelia also started fighting against the ogre and the cyclops respectively, the situation of the war turned around, and the soldiers showed their courage and threw spears at the monsters. Unlike before, the spears were driven into the bodies of the monsters one by one, and hope appeared in the eyes of the soldiers. It dwelled the illustration of Cordelia deflecting the ogre's blow. Chapter 77. The Painful Days of Maya and Baron Kimberly. 3. The Painful Days of Maya and Baron Kimberly. 3. Cordelia and the two knights continued to block the ogre's attacks, and the soldiers attacked with javelins, gradually reducing the ogre's physical strength. However, when the remaining cyclops attacked, Cordelia was forced to block it, and her hands and feet became dizzy, and the battle turned towards the monster again. Ugh. It's possible to stop one ogre alone, but two are too much. However, it's difficult for Hans and Ratched, who are still junior knights, to quickly subdue the ogre. There is some way, but since Cordelia had no special plan in mind, she decided to take a gamble. Mayor, I will take the ogres and cyclops I'm facing and go into the forest. The battlefield will expand, so please mobilize all your forces and quickly catch the two ogres. Mayor's eyes widened at Cordelia's gambling moves. Are you okay? If things continue like this, it will be difficult for me to hold on. Let's take a gamble before I run out of stamina. Fine. But please don't get hurt. I don't want to be nagged later by His Highness the Prince for hurting his knight. Well, the prince won't be sad that I got hurt, but I don't like being worried. I understand. Let's do our best. Hurry up. Cordelia cheered and instantly launched a fierce attack on the ogre and cyclops gradually, slowly. Cordelia's onslaught left significant scars on the faces of her unsuspecting bastards, and as Cordelia ran quickly into her forest, the ogres and cyclops chased her with her oar. Now is the time. Sir Cordelia has succeeded in luring them. We must help her knights kill the two remaining ogres as quickly as possible and save Sir Cordelia. Upon hearing Mayor's words, that Cordelia had sacrificed herself to lure her to giant monsters, fighting spirit burned in the eyes of her soldiers. The weapons thrown at the ogres became increasingly sophisticated, and an increasing proportion of spears pierced the ogres' hides and left scars. The ogres roared and swung their clubs wildly, but as the wounds on their bodies increased, their movements became sluggish, and finally one ogre broke his knee. Concentrate your attack on that guy. He's lowered his height by kneeling. so you'll be able to attack him directly with your spear. The soldiers stabbed spears at the ogre's body. The ogre seemed to have completely lost its strength, allowing all the soldiers' spears that it would normally have bounced away, and finally surrendering its neck to the knight's sword that was blocking its attack point. Meanwhile, the rangers who were dealing with the basilisk were looking at hell. Key. Avoid. The basilisk's petrification attack could be quickly destroyed thanks to the magic tool, but even without that, they were giant, threatening monsters every time the claws on the wings scratched. One or two rangers squirted blood, and when the tail swung, the rangers hit flew through the sky. Don't stop checking with arrows. Bind their legs with chains and block their movement. At William's direction, hundreds of arrows flew towards the basilisk. Their skilled arrows penetrated the basilisk's hard scales and entered its body, causing a scream to come out of its mouth. Next, about a dozen soldiers carrying chains jumped in to block the basilisk's legs, but their counterattack began. Sire, the basilisk's eyes glowed red, and the petrification curse was activated, turning the bodies of the soldiers who were running with chains and the soldiers who were keeping them in check at the front into stone. Their curse was easily broken by bringing a poisonous item to the bodies of the rangers, who had been hardened to stone by their gaze. But at the moment, when the spearman's camp was briefly disturbed, a basilisk came in and swung its claws and tail indiscriminately for the sake of harm. Even though they were allowed to break through for a very brief moment, the lives of about 20 of the rangers who were charging in with chains and the rangers who were forming a formation were lost, and the basilisks gained momentum and began to rampage even more wildly. At that time, a figure picked up a chain that had fallen to the ground and jumped into the rampaging group of basilisks. Following William's instructions, he began to weave the chains between the basilisk's legs, letting go of the chains he was holding little by little. McMorrin, you're reckless alone. Come back. He did not listen to William's orders to retreat, and continued to throw chains between their legs and tie them to a huge wooden pillar at the entrance of the mountain range. Slap it. At McMorrin's shout, the soldiers pulled the chains in the ranger formation, and the thin legs of the basilisks were tied to the chains, completely blocking their movement. McMorrin, if you really survive, you'll fall behind me. But you did well. The basilisks with their legs tied moved around and howled as if they were going to break the chain's simplicity and honesty. Ujajik, a roar rang out from the giant tree to which the chains were tied, and the soldiers on the other side holding the chains were being dragged around and holding on with their bodies in the end. William now has McMorrin blocking his movements. He decided to inflict as much damage as possible and drew his sword. Now is the time. Former ranger. Charge. William came to the front and all the rangers rushed at the basilisks whose movements were blocked. They counterattacked by swinging their tails, but the destructive power of the tails was reduced as the legs were blocked, and as if they could dodge that much, the rangers moved quickly, slashing at the skins of the basilisks and stabbing them with spears in an instant. The basilisk scales were cut off, their skin pierced, and their huge bodies began to fall to the ground. Keep cutting. We need to kill quickly and help the defenders who are dealing with the ogre. Following William's instructions, the rangers continued to cut down the bodies of the basilisks and finally cut off their heads, confident of victory. Kiek. However, while the rangers were caught off guard, a basilisk with its head cut off rose up, screaming, What? Like a basilisk with the characteristics of a snake and a chicken. It moved its body despite only having a neck and no head, and rushed towards McMorrin, screaming from its empty throat, Holy shit. Are you going to kill me? Even if I die soon? McMorrin tried to resist by raising his spear, but when the basilisk's huge body attacked McMorrin, the spear was bent by its overwhelming weight, and his body flew through the sky into the forest. Cluck, cough, crunch. Damn. I'm going to fall down here. McMorrin's arms were turned backwards, and his legs were bent in such a bizarre way that he felt like he was going to die. Thud. Coo. And as the basilisk was coming closer and closer to him, as if it was going to kill him even as it was bleeding behind him, McMorrin instinctively crawled forward. However, his speed was too slow to crawl over his bent body. Moreover, a huge shadow appeared in front of him, and despair appeared in McMorrin's eyes. Kwahia. The identity of the shadow was a huge red troll. The giant troll had a matching axe in its hand, and its loud roar shook the forest. Wait for McMorrin. We'll save. Trolls. William and his men, who rushed to help McMorin, froze at the roar of the troll, and the troll began to move. Everyone closed their eyes, sensing McMorin's death, but the scream they heard in their ears was not McMorin's. Kiek. What the troll's axe cut was not McMorin but a basilisk, and while holding McMorin's body in its hand, the troll ignored William and the rangers, and slaughtered the basilisks writhing on the plains in an instant. Yes. What are you? When William ran up to the troll and pointed his weapon in a trembling voice, the troll lowered the McMorin he was holding in front of him and opened his mouth. You mean you? Do you humans call the benefactor who saved your subordinate's life you? Human language. When unexpected human words came out of the troll's mouth, all the rangers, including William, widened their eyes. My name is Ajin. I have come to help you under the command of the great Miri and her husband, you know. When the unexpected name of the prince came out of the mouth of the troll who identified himself as Ajin, William and the rangers' mouths widened. But ignoring their reactions, Ajin flew her body to where Maya and Cordelia were fighting. As soon as she heard the sound of weapons coming from afar, *ILLUSTRATION of Troll Master Azin who saved McMorin. Chapter 78, The Painful Days of Maya and Baron Kimberly. 4. The Painful Days of Maya and Baron Kimberly. 4. Cordelia was using the terrain of the forest to deal with ogres and cyclops as efficiently as possible. Bang bang bang, the giant ogre swung the huge wooden club he was holding, but she quickly dodged between the trees, interrupted the ogre, and threw a dagger at Cyclops. Of course, Cyclops did not easily allow her to counterattack, and Cordelia had to be satisfied with safely widening the distance. I widened the distance between the two as much as possible and defeat them individually, even though the forest is the only obstacle to their size. 2:1 is impossible. While Cordelia was planning her strategy, the ogre approached her and punched her. Cordelia dodged the attack by throwing away her body point. No matter how much she was a mid-level knight with a view to her superiors, she could not face the power of the ogre head on, so she did her best to dodge attacks, and even counterattacked little by little, using the ogre's hide as her own. The wound increased. Cordelia, who was blocking the ogre's club and her fist, noticed something and turned towards it with her eyes shining and ran away. Then the angry ogre chased after Cordelia, and Cyclops, who was slightly more intelligent than the ogre, walked slowly, perhaps thinking she had something to aim for. Damn, he's incredibly fast for someone so big. But as expected, he only lured the ogre all the way here. What Cordelia discovered was a watchtower on a tree where monster mountain rangers stood guard. Then she quickly climbed the tree, cut the rope connecting her tower, and dropped the tower onto the head of the ogre, who was shaking the tree in an attempt to make her fall. However, the ogre threw her fist at the watchtower that fell towards her with a huge roar and easily crushed it, and Cordelia's attempt seemed to have failed. I knew you would do that. But Cordelia's target was behind her watchtower. Cordelia, who had been hiding her body behind her falling watchtower, emerged through the shattered debris of the watchtower. Cordelia appeared with a long spear in her hand, and with a loud roar, she stabbed with all her might into the ogre's head. Wow. Coo. The ogre narrowly escaped Cordelia's spear, but her spear was deeply embedded in the ogre's shoulder, and the ogre's movement stopped. Then she pulled out her sword and cut a long gash through the ogre's chest, then slipped and passed between the ogre's legs. Suddenly, in an instant, large sword marks were carved into the ogre's chest and groin, and the huge body finally fell to the floor. Woo, did you defeat him? I cut off both of his vital points, so he probably won't survive. Now I just have to deal with Cyclops. If it's one-on-one, I should still be able to deal with him with ease. Cordelia wiped the blood from her sword onto the ogre's hide and retrieved her spear. Crunching soon, Cyclops, who had been following her, revealed her appearance. Then Cordelia focused all her concentration, aiming her spear and sword at the bastard. With Cyclops' roar, Cordelia threw her body away. But contrary to her thoughts, her legs did not move, and Cyclops slowly approached her with his disgusting smile. Deliciously. Really, her legs were caught in the grip of an ogre who was thought to be dead. The ogre seemed to have died as soon as he grabbed her leg, but that split second was a golden opportunity for Cyclops' thump. Cordelia resisted, but she was no match for the giant monster Cyclops with her strength, as long as she was allowed to approach him completely. Cyclops grabbed Cordelia's arms snatched her weapon from her hands, and lifted her legs, slamming her to the ground. Whoa. Kara, as a knight, she had a well-trained body, but when Cyclops struck her with his mighty power, her armor shattered, and she felt as if she would faint. QOO. Is this how I'm going to die? Excellency Lidelmo. No, father. I'm sorry. You sacrificed your life to save me. But here I am. Cordelia felt her consciousness becoming hazy, but an image of someone appeared in her head. No, I can't die here. If a knight who was defeated once and lost his lord were to be defeated again, it would be a disgrace to my father's honor and the honor of the lord who accepted me. That can't be possible. I must live, even for his highness Yuno. For some reason, the image of Yuno came to her mind, and Cordelia once again ignited her will to live. Wow. Cordelia mobilized all her mana and bit off Cyclops' hand that was holding her arm. Quora. Cordelia, who had pursued the life of an exemplary knight more than anyone else, could not be seen as fighting, but she clung to Cyclops' arm with her teeth and intensively bit his thumb, finally cutting off Cyclops' thumb. Quadadadadang, gagging. In response to her immense pain, Cyclops grabbed Cordelia's body with his other hand and threw her away, but her fingers were cut off and her body regained its freedom. However, her internal injuries from Cyclops' attack were still there, and since she had no armor, it was clear that if she allowed the next attack, she would die instantly. Still, Cordelia got her own weapon back thanks to Cyclops throwing her without a second thought. Therefore, she was burning her fighting spirit, looking for her last opportunity to attack. With my current state, I only have one chance. I have to hit that guy's head with one attack. Cyclops and Cordelia glared at each other, looking for an opportunity. However, when the sound of an ogre dying while fighting with the defenders outside the forest was heard, Cyclops, who decided that wasting time would be at a disadvantage, move first. Quang. Cyclops' fists pounded the floor, but even with her battered body, Cordelia moved as efficiently as possible and narrowly avoided the attack. Took at that moment, Cyclops' foot, which was attacking randomly, caught on a tree root, and he lost his balance, and at the same time, Cordelia's spear was shot forward, for the master, easy profit. Cutting through the air quickly, Cordelia's spear flew towards Cyclops' nape. However, her attack hit Cyclops' chest instead of his neck, and perhaps due to her lack of stamina, her spear was unable to pierce his heart. Quora. Suddenly, as Cyclops roared, sensing her victory, Cordelia fell to the floor unconscious, vomiting blood from her mouth. And at the same time, Cyclops' throat was cut by an axe flying from behind her. It was Agen's hatchet that decapitated Cyclops. Excellent, girl. Courage to lure an enemy that would be difficult to defeat on one's own in order not to sacrifice one's subordinates. Fighting spirit that does not give up until the end. Loyalty in fighting for one's master at the risk of one's life. I can truly say that this is Yuno-sama's night. Revealing her appearance, Azin retrieved her axe and then headed to her Maya with Cordelia's armament in her hands. Meanwhile, Maya was distracted by the appearance of a troll who cut off the heads of the ogres that the defenders she was leading were barely able to defeat. Captain, what was that just now? That monstrous troll, did you just see that? We cut off the ogre's head in one fell swoop. No matter how tired they were from fighting us. That as soon as the troll disappeared, the soldiers who were trembling in fear rushed to him and complained, and Maya shouted, I don't know, dude. I'm just going to pray that that troll doesn't attack us. So, quickly, peel off the skin from the ogre corpse and throw it away in the deep forest. That way, the troll won't just eat the corpse. Since Maya's words were correct, the soldiers moved according to his instructions, and from a distance, the ranger unit that was dealing with the basilisk was seen approaching them with his wounded soldiers. William, are you okay? You've already killed all the basilisks. That's amazing. What are you killing? Let's see. I guess that monster troll came and went here too. The ogre's head was cut off. It's spotless, isn't it? So, does that mean you went there too? Yes. But let's take care of the injured first. Shouldn't we wash the corpses well and take them to the castle for a funeral? You're right. It's not the time to be like this. These soldiers fought hard for their hometown. HMM. As Maya trembled and looked in front of her, William also looked back. There, a huge troll was holding Cordelia covered in blood in his hands, and the knights who saw it drew their swords. "You bastard. Did you make Lord Cordelia like that? We won't leave you alone." However, the knight's fighting spirit quickly faded as soon as they saw the swelling that appeared from the axe the troll was holding. Master, Troll, HMPH. Is there any reason why a troll can't become a master? If you're not going to fight, put away your sword. You and I have no reason to fight, do you even say? At Ajin's words, the knights immediately put down their swords. I guess this is your first time seeing that troll speak. I heard His Highness Yuno sent it, that bitch. No, His Highness Yuno sent you. For a moment, Maya almost lost her voice and cleared her throat and corrected her words, but she could not avoid William's strange gaze. "My name is Ajin. I'm the king of the trolls in this mountain range, and I serve Miri and her companion, Yuno, as my lords. Now, my men are subduing other monsters coming this way and sending them back to their territory. There will be no more fighting, so you can rest assured and act as usual." What happened to His Highness Yuno? Why didn't he come in person? Due to circumstances, Yuno-sama will not be able to appear for a while. Perhaps an envoy from the elves will visit and inform us of the details of the situation soon. Yuno-sama said that we can demand food from you in return for our fight. Maya asked Ajin's request. Food? Why food? Lord Yuno said that among humans, there is a system called mercenaries who do the fighting and get paid for it. So we will receive food in return. Anything is fine, as long as it's food, but meat would be better. Maya and William were shocked to see the troll claiming to be a mercenary, but in any case, it was Ajin who saved their lives and that of their men, and both the rangers and defenders suffered quite a few casualties. So while the troops were being recovered, there was a problem with the mountain range security. It was also true. "Okay. How much food do you want?" "I eat about 5 kilograms a day, and there are 20 people in our group, including me, so we need about 100 kilograms of food a day. I would like to be given 3 months worth. That's what I need to survive the dry season without game. There are cubs too. It doesn't matter how much the cubs eat, as long as we hunt." "I understand. Since it is 3 tons per month, I will pay 9 tons. Instead, we need time to prepare, so please give us about a month." "Okay. Then, we will receive 9 tons of food from here in a month." Ajin picked up Cordelia again and took her steps back. "No. Why are you taking Lord Cordelia? If we leave her as is, she will die soon. So, I will take her to Miri in the elf village and ask her to treat her." Maya could not completely trust Ajin, but since they had no means of resisting the troll who slaughtered the ogres and basilisks in an instant, he had no choice but to believe that he was truly a troll who was as loyal to Yuno as he said. "I understand. Please take good care of Lord Cordelia." When Ajin left, William and Maya collected their troops and returned to Chi's castle. "But, is it okay to promise 9 tons of food like that? I mean, 9 tons, that's quite a lot, right?" "I don't know. Can you refuse in that situation? And our capable administrator will do something." "Kahira, I guess you're a great person on a different level from that Boris guy." "Well then, he's a very capable person. He's probably praising me right now for doing a good job. Anyway, I need to rest the troops for 3 months while recruiting new recruits and training them again. After experiencing actual combat, I can see that I'm lacking a lot." "Good idea." I also remembered quite a bit about what our guards need. William and Mia returned home exhausted, and the soldiers evacuated residents, and the bodies of the dead soldiers returned to their families. Meanwhile, at the Lord's official residence, Kiri. "Mayor, you crazy bastard. What? 9 tons of food? Is that your dog's name?" Ugh. Baron Kimberly was screaming. It was already a week ago that the financial crisis caused by Boris' tax evasion was resolved by squeezing in budget funds here and there with his ability, but there was once again a place to spend a large amount of money. Damn it. The soldiers are all testifying that it was His Highness's orders, so I can't believe it. Anyway, Master Troll, what is this? Are you asking me to write such a ridiculous report? The Imperial Palace will hit my head for calling it a false report. Can you see it? Baron Kimberly was a man of great integrity who did not commit tax evasion or false reporting, but he was not upright enough to do something dangerous, so he reasonably raised a report due to the large amount of damage caused by the monster's rampage that had accumulated over the past 10 years. I was able to write point of course, it was natural that he worked without sleep for a week to resolve this situation, and lived with Yuno and Maya's insults for that entire week point, and the soldiers who survived this incident boasted about Ajin's inaction that they saw to their families and friends, and Yuno went on an expedition to subdue the monsters, taking on the master troll as his subordinate. He was regarded as a great lord, and was praised by the local people. Hey, why are my ears so itchy? Yuno seemed to sense that someone was swearing at her, so she put her little finger in her ear and scratched it. I guess the hot spring water got into your ears. Come on, please rest your head on my thigh. I'll make you feel good with my master's exclusive sexual treatment pussy made. Kiramu, yes, please. While William and Maya were training their soldiers and Baron Kimberly was working all night long, their master, Yuno, was lying on Kiramu's thighs, dressed as a maid, and drinking the milk flowing from her breasts. While sucking and digging his ear, he was enjoying the pleasure felt from the cock being sucked by Kiramu's daughter, Miruku, and Kiramu's soft thighs. Kurimu made uniform bathing illustration chapter 79. Kiramu and Miruku's only sexual made employment diary. 1. Kiramu and Miruku's only sexual treatment made employment diary. 1. Yuno, who lost her consciousness every day due to the energy in her head and gradually purified it through an orgy lasting 20 hours, regained consciousness about 30 minutes earlier than usual. Point of course, underneath his body, Yuria was moaning as she received his cock. And behind her, Isabella, Mary, Eliza, Catherine, and Mary were lying down with semen dripping from their pusses. In such a situation, when Yuno stopped shaking her waist for a moment, Yuria, who was supporting her son's cock with her whole body, responded and grabbed Yuno's face and focused her gaze. Huh. My son. You came to your senses a little quickly today. How are you? Do you like your mom's pussy today? As Yuria asked, gently rotating her pussy flesh inside her, Yuno barely held back from almost ejaculating on her, and moved her waist again. Ah. Mom. Of course. Mom's pussy is the best for me, right? Anyway, thanks to her mom, older sister, Mary, and their wives, I think the irritability has been relieved a little. Ah, that's a good thing. Then, now, please hid my son's cum inside my mother's womb. As if the cum I poured earlier wasn't enough, my mother's uterus got into heat and started kissing my son's crown prince. Yuno gave into Uria's shallow temptation and pressed her uterus hard, kissing Uria's uterus tightly around her dick and scratching her vaginal wall. Oh, go away. Oh, her son's cock feels so good. Yuno's cock seems like it was born to make her mother feel good. She's addicted to her son's cock. Uria's legs wrapped around Yuno's waist, who was shaking her waist vigorously, and she begged for her cock to go further inside. No, this feels so good. My son's sincere piston feels so good. Mom, go away again with your son's pleasant cock as your uterus is pressed by the largest cock. Your pussy juice will squirt out. Push it. I'm going. 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 As Yuria, who felt her climax, squirted out a lot of her white love juice and strongly wrapped her arms around her waist. Yuno also gave her mother a deep kiss on the lips and started making her cum. Point boo boot by at view at boo at by boo but watch. Mommy's pussy feels so good. Despite Yuno's voice praising her, Yuria couldn't respond and just shook her body. Point when Yuno, who was filled with her semen inside her mother's womb, saw her voluptuous breasts trembling, her sexual desire rose, and she felt her dick erect again. Ah, Mom, your body is so ugly. I'm going to use your pussy one more time, so get ready, Mom. Hi-3IDAEAE Mom dent throwing housing son's favorite dog's favorite pussy, and I have a pleasant water. Meanwhile, Yuria opened her arms to embrace Yuno, and she lovingly hugged her son who was violating her, and the mother-child incestuous sex between Yuno and Yuria made her stomach swell, as if Yuria was pregnant. and her spirit it ended, only after losing few. It's refreshing, thank you mom. I'll take a shower and come back. There was no way the Stungeria could respond, but Yuno covered her mother's body with a thin blanket, put on only her robe, and headed to the hot springs in her lodgings. After 6, we should relax in the hot springs sigh, but I'm glad that the newly crowned elf queen also let us stay. She let us use this nice accommodation as is, after Kirimu's retirement, so Maluana, the chieftain of the Luana tribe, who was newly appointed queen, recognized Yuno and the others as benefactors of the elves, like Kirimu, and treated them with the utmost hospitality. Point of course, she knew about Yuno's situation, and asked Yuno to refrain from going outside until her symptoms improved, but she always provided the highest quality food and clothing and was considerate of Yuno's group. I asked Ajin to help the territory, so there won't be much damage. I'll have to write a letter to Baron Kimberly and Mayor tomorrow, because I can't return to the territory for the time being, because Yuno lost her mind and raped the women in her territory. Yuno's women agreed to stay here and take care of her until Yuno's symptoms disappeared. Point of course, it also helped that here she could enjoy sex with her beloved Yuno to her heart's content without worrying about what others thought. Point. When Yuno arrived at her hot spring and entered her dressing room to take off her gown, he saw her eyes widen. Miyaruku and Kirimu made uniform illustration. Oh, are you here, master? You seem to be enjoying sex with the ladies satisfactorily, right? Our mother and daughter maids will help her take a bath, so please come this way. There, Kirimu and Miruku were wearing extremely obscene maid outfits, or rather, wearing only aprons and headdresses that could not even be called maid outfits, showing off their big breasts. No, queen, princess, what is this? As the embarrassed Yuno pointed her finger and turned her head, Kirimu and Miruku pushed their voluptuous breasts on either side of Yuno's arms and placed them between their breasts. How many times have I told you that we are no longer queens and princesses? We are now just maids serving our master. So please enjoy our breasts to your heart's content. We all knew that every time the master saw us, he would glance at our mother and daughter's breasts. There was no way Yuno wouldn't be interested in Kirimu and Miruku's huge breasts that could be seen as vulgar. However, Yuno said that her breasts were so big that even her women could be said to be huge, and for some reason, she had the feeling that they were getting bigger little by little these days. So Yuno tried to show no interest in Kirimu and Miruku, who were taking care of them. I've never done that before. By the way, why are Kirimu-sama and Miruku-sama suddenly calling themselves maids? The women did not answer Yuno's question, but smiled and took off Yuno's gown. AWW, you naughty master, are you saying you've never looked at our breasts while erecting your dick this big? From now on, our mother and daughter will serve the master with all sincerity as maids, so if you need assistance, please let us know at any time. After taking off Yuno's gown, Kirimu and Miruku slowly headed towards the hot springs with their arms wrapped around Yuno's arms. Meanwhile, their opposite hands were gently stroking Yuno's huge erect dick. Kirimu-sama? Miruku-sama? Don't be like this. I have to take a bath first, so please cover your chest for a moment. My, you're so embarrassed, but if the master wants it, I should do it. Mom, I'll bring you an apple. Miruku walked to the dressing room with her quick steps and brought out thin small traditional clothes and wore small bikinis that barely covered their nipples. Illustration of Kirimu Miruku's version wearing a nipple only. Then did Yuno regain her peace of mind and entered the hot spring and began to enjoy her bath, feeling the warm water. Master, how about a glass of this plum wine that we made ourselves while enjoying the hot springs, or you can relieve your tired body from enjoying sex with the ladies with her massage. Yuno's eyebrows twitched as the women approached her just a few seconds after entering her hot spring. Why on earth are you doing this? You're not making fun of me, are you? No matter how much they gave up their titles as queen and princess, aren't they still noble people? Why are they asking to be my maid? Yuno was annoyed, but Kirimu and Miruku's smiling expressions did not change. Oh my, aren't the ladies also noble people? The Empress of the Balkan Empire, the second princess, the third princess, and the three princesses of Lyon. Catherine can also become a countess if she wants to. You can receive it as a master. You're a dragon, right? From the looks of it, you almost feel like dragons. You freely wield powers similar to magic. Of course, we had a pitiful fight due to a misunderstanding, but it's okay now. And that's Sama. You solved it. No. What does it have to do with my wives being of noble status and Kirimu-sama and Miruku-sama being maids? Wow. Let out her frustration once again, letting out a moan as Kirimu and Miruku stroked her cock point. I was so curious about the master's cock, that melted such noble people. How good would it feel for the Empress of Balkan to enjoy incestuous sex with her own son? How good would this cock feel? Make her own sister and her own sister captive at Yuno's request. They removed her breasts and brought their large breasts to Yuno's mouth. My mother and daughter must have been exposed to too much of Mira's vagina. Their breasts became such lewd breasts. And the moment I saw the master's cock, I realized it. We were born to serve this cock. This cock was sent by goddess Venus for our lewd mother and daughter. And we decided to dedicate our lives to serve Yuno, who saved our clan, as maids. Breast milk burst out from their breasts and wet Yuno's mouth. When Yuno instinctively tasted the breast milk that entered her mouth, the exquisite sweetness wrapped around Yuno's tongue and stimulated her brain. The taste of Kirimu and Miruku's breast milk, which boasts an incredibly sweet taste, has Yuno frantically devouring their nipples. Kirimu and Miruku happily offer their breast milk to Yuno and continue to stroke Yuno's cock with their hands. I rubbed it. It's delicious. Kirimu. Miruku's milk is delicious. I'm glad the owner likes it. I'll let you drink as much as you want, whenever you want. Kirimu and Miruku shouted at the same time, looking lovingly at Yuno, who was sucking on their breasts without hesitation. So, please accept our mother and daughter as maids. Please allow us to serve as master's exclusive sexual treatment maids. Chapter 80. Sexual processing isn't the maid's contract a secret? The sealers X water asterisk KURIMU and Miruku wide open ILLUSTRATION asterisk. Do you see the sex service maid's contract? The sealers X water. When Kirimu and Miruku asked her to be their maids, Yuno continued to suck her breasts without any response. However, they felt fullness welling up from deep within their chests and continued to spurt thick breast milk from their breasts. Master, I guess Kirimu's milk tastes delicious. Kirimu will now become a milk cow elf just for you, and she will give birth to your baby one day. I want to breastfeed you and your baby together, master. Mother's milk is good, but Miruku's milk is also delicious, right? Please suck Miruku's milk to your heart's content as she has become your master's exclusive sex maid. And please let Miruku give birth to a pretty baby that resembles you. Kirimu and Miruku looked lovingly at Yuno, who was frantically sucking their breasts. AHH. My milk keeps flowing out to Yuno. The milk produced by Mira's vagina. The owner is happily sucking the milk that was so troublesome and difficult to manage. I'm so happy. I never thought being sucked by my master would be such a pleasant and happy thing. I should have asked Yuno to suck it a long time ago. And the elf mother and daughter, soaked in lust, continued to rub Yuno's cock with their hands, while sucking her breasts. Yuno too seemed to have become even more energized by sucking Kirimu and Miruku's breasts, so she continued to jerk her erect dick and let out a huge amount of pre-cum, and the two women were extremely happy to see Yuno's reaction. Master's cock is responding to my hand. My uterus is in heat, because I want to have sex with that cock. How good it will feel when that big dick comes inside me. When I think about being fucked while sucking milk from my master, I get wet again. In the end, Yuno spewed out her semen while receiving Kirimu and Miruku's stepdaughter, and the two lewd elf women looked at Yuno's semen pouring onto the hot spring, swallowing her saliva as if it was a waste, and pouring out love juice with their pussies. I poured it out. Kirimu-sama? Miruku-sama? Why? Why am I in the arms of you two? After she had ejaculated once, Yuno seemed to have come to her senses and lifted her body from the hot spring, removing her mouth from their nipples. Oh my, master. Didn't you say you would accept us as maids? We are also sex processing pussy maids who use our bodies to drain the master's dick every time he gets tired. Yeah? Me? I don't remember anything like that. I finished my bath So I'll be done. Yuno felt like her sanity would disappear if she looked at their bodies any longer, so she tried to run away. Master, there's still a lot we can do for you this time. We will give you a pleasant massage to relieve your fatigue. However, when the two mother and daughter, who had taken off her apron and panties, chased after him and tempted him with their mouths on his ear, Yuno could not resist them, and she was led back to the hot spring by the naked Kirimu and Miruku. Where are you going with your cock so proud? Don't you know what a waste it is to leave such a huge erect cock unused? You're so stupid. When Miruku lightly hit the glands, Yuno's dick became erect even bigger due to the stimulation point. Meanwhile, Kirimu used the water spirit to create a floating water mat on the hot spring and pushed Yuno to lie down there. Miruku then took out her wooden bottle from her own bathing basket and sprinkled the sticky liquid it contained onto Yuno's body. Miruku-sama? What is this? Miruku. Miruku is Master Yuno's maid. Who would label you as a maid? When Yuno opened her mouth wide in astonishment, Kirimu lay down next to her and kissed her on the cheek. That's right, I'm not a queen, and Miruku is not a princess. I'm just a maid for my master now, so please speak low. Understood. In the end, when Yuno nodded her head, Kirimu and Miruku exchanged satisfied smiles. Then, Miruku, who had sprayed all of her sticky liquid, lay down on Yuno's body, and Kirimu lifted Yuno's body slightly and entered her. How do you feel? A sandwich massage for my mother and daughter's breasts. Since you have acknowledged us as maids, Miruku will make your master's dick feel good with my vulgar breasts. Yuno's body melted into sleep as he felt the softness of Kirimu's huge breasts behind his neck, the feel of Miruku's soft breasts surrounding his cock, and the warm lips wrapping around his glands. Yeah, I feel good. Kirimu. Miruku. When Yuno's words finally came out of Yuno's mouth, Kirimu and Miruku's faces were filled with emotion. Wow, master finally thought of us as maids? That's right, Kirimu will only work for the pleasure of master's dick. Kirimu is master's sex plaything maid. Charura up, jjub up, jjub, charura up. That's right. Miruku's vulgar breasts and mouth pussy will all be used only for the master. Ah, this is a magnificent cock that can't even be completely hidden by this vulgar huge-breasted pussy. It's really the best. Kirimu rubbed Yuno's neck and back with her own breasts and reached down her hand to gently stroke Yuno's balls. Milk was still flowing from Kirimu's breasts, mixing with the mucus sprayed by Miruku, giving off a sweet scent. The scent entered Yuno's nose and further heightened his sexual feelings, and Kirimu's tongue tickled Yuno's ears and the back of his neck, bringing him to climax point. While her mother was serving Yuno, her daughter Miruku was also thrusting her own pussy into Yuno's mouth, continuing her service with her tits and mouth on Yuno's cock. Went the breasts, wet with slippery mucus, pressed hard and gently around Yuno's cock, begging for semen. Moreover, the inside of Miruku's mouth enveloped her glands with lava-like heat, and as her slightly scratchy tongue scraped the urethra, Yuno was throbbing her cock in her mouth, preparing to release semen. Master's scent. It's driving me even crazier. I feel even more loving to master. Master. I will dedicate the rest of Kirimu's life to you. The smell of master's cock is the best. I'm glad I became your master's maid. I can't believe I can receive a cock like this for the rest of my life. Master. Please come in Miruku's mouth. Rich and sweet master. Please pour a lot of cum into Miruku's mouth. Buraya 222x 222x 220x 200x 200x 20x 10x 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 145. X444444444. We were to have been okay as if repaying Miruku's feelings. Yuno began making her come. The semen that spurted out with such force filled Miruku's mouth in an instant, and she began to pour all of Yuno's semen that flowed endlessly down her throat. Gulp 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 back. It's delicious. The master's cum is so delicious. Thank you, master. I'm so happy that you gave Miruku's mouth, which is still lacking, such a reward. She swallowed it for a while, but Miruku ended up spitting out her dick due to the endless amount of Yuno's ejaculation, and Yuno's semen spewed out onto Miruku's face, staining her face and breasts white. Oh my daughter spit out the cum you gave me. I'm sorry, master. It's Kirimu's fault for not educating her daughter properly. So please punish Kirimu. As Kirimu said that, she opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue. He looked confused, whether he was asking for her punishment or her reward, but Kirimu asked for her punishment anyway, and Yuno's dick immediately became erect at the sight. Then I guess I'll have to punish Kirimu's mouth, right? Since Miruku didn't use her mouth and pussy properly, Kirimu will have to take responsibility for her cock. _AHH. I will take full responsibility. So, please put the master's magnificent cock in Kirimu's mouth. Please use Kirimu's mouth pussy as the master's cum toilet as Yuno pushed her cock in. Kirimu bit down on Yuno's cock all the way to the root with an ecstatic expression. Of course, Yuno's cock was buried deep in her throat, but she tightened her throat around Yuno's cock, as if it didn't matter, pushing her nose deep into the base of the cock, and inhaling the smell of her Yuno's cock. The smell of master's dick, this ecstatic smell that turns me into a female. You are Kirimu's master after all. Master, how do you like Kirimu's throat pussy? Please squirt your cum at any time and fill Kirimu's insides with your master's cum. Kirimu's cum toilet wants the master's hot and thick cum. Tsuyu up. Tsuyup. Chururup churup. Zuo up. Zuo up. Meanwhile, Miruku watches her mother sucking Yuno's cock with pleasure while making lewd noises. She lazily licks the cum off her breasts and face with her fingers and rubs her pussy. It had to be. Kirimu blinked as she witnessed it out of the corner of her eye, and after receiving Yuno's permission, she beckoned to Miruku, who smiled happily and ran to her mother's side, nestling between the lovely Yuno's legs. I buried my face in her and licked her balls hard. Master, I'm sorry I couldn't drink all of your cum. Still, you can't abandon Miruku. I'll practice harder in the future. Okay, why would I abandon such a cute Miruku? Miruku, just like you said, I will accept you as my maids. So from now on, you will only serve my dick and drink my cum like water. Do you understand? Yuno began her affair by saying that he would accept her as their maid. As expected from Miruku's mother, Kirimu took all of Yuno's semen down her throat, no different from before. As expected, you are the one who received all the energy of the world tree. The vitality is overflowing from the cum. It's so delicious. Master, I love you. I will be your sexual maid forever from now on. Please patronize Kirimu. Master, please give me another chance. This time, I will accept it without spilling a single drop of your cum. As Kirimu and Miruku hugged each other and started making love, Yuno's dick immediately regained its energy and became erect. Oh my. As expected, the master of our mother and daughter, and the successor of the world tree, Lord Yuno, the ruler of all females. Master's cock looks so lovely. I can't stop coming in my pussy. Miruku crossed her legs, as if she was in heat, and Kirimu looked at her daughter lovingly. You seem like such a lewd daughter. Then I guess I should ask the master for a favor, right? Master? If you accepted my mother and daughter as her sex maids, you would have to write a contract for her, right? Contract? Wait a minute. I'll go to the dorm and get some paper and a pen. When Yuno turned around, Kirimu spread her legs wide and grabbed Yuno's hand. Oh my master too. The contract is here, right? Both your mothers and daughters. The place Kirimu pointed to was her and Miruku's pussy, which was spouting out her love juices, as if she was in heat. Now master, please stamp our mother and daughter's maid contract. Please spray the thick, hot cum that comes out of your extremely thick cock on our mother and daughter's wombs and stamp that we are yours *KURIMU made contract ILLUSTRATION *MIRUKU made contract. Illustration chapter 81. Kirimu and Miruku's Yuno only sexual treatment made employment diary. 2. Kirimu and Miruku's Yuno only sex processing made employment diary. 2. Yuno approached the girls, who were spreading their pussies and pouring out love juice, made Kirimu and Miruku stand up for a moment and asked, first, thank you so much. Kirimu and Miruku love me so much. I really want to repay your love. Yuno held Kirimu and Miruku in her arms and continued her words. Kirimu and Miruku are really attractive elves. I think it would be such a waste to devote your whole life to a playboy like me. So before we have sex, let me ask you one thing. Do you both really want to be my maids? Why did you suddenly decide like that? If there was someone forcing you in response to Yuno's question, the two pouted and puffed out their cheeks. Master, what have you heard so far? I'm truly in love with a man called Master. What kind of woman would do this to a man she doesn't even care about? That's right. You don't treat us like cheap bitches who get horny for men who don't have feelings for us, do you? That's absolutely not the case. It's just that there's a reason why you fell in love with me. Or there's a reason why you want to live as my maid and do things like that with me, as Yuno spoke while scratching her head. Kirimu and Miruku smiled and answered him. Master, I have not been able to live a life for myself until now. Before I became queen, I lived a day-by-day training to become stronger as my mother's successor. When I became a master and queen, I took responsibility for the future of our elves. I've lived my life weighed down by the burden of losing. Kirimu, as Yuno looked at her with understanding eyes, she continued her words while holding Yuno's waist. And as I experienced the crisis against the world tree over the past 10 years, I was completely crushed by the enormous burden. In fact, I had no intention of coming back from this battle alive. Mom. When Miruku shouted at Kirimu in surprise, Kirimu smiled back. As the queen of the elves, I felt guilty for not being able to save the world tree, responsibility for not being able to prevent the extinction of the elves, and losing my mana hole to Mira's attack was decisive. But I found hope for my life there. Kirimu raised her body and grabbed Yuno's cheek, pressing her forehead against hers and meeting her gaze. Our hero who saved the world tree and prevented the extinction of the elves. The true king of the elves who inherited the energy of the world tree. And Kirimu lifted her forehead, kissed her once, and lowered her waist. This, the owner of an attractive cock. A vicious cock that can turn any woman into a horny female. The symbol of a true male that makes my uterus tremble every time I look at him or smell him. I fell completely in love with this kind of man. Kirimu rubbed Yuno's glands a few times with her soft hand, spread her pre-cum on her glands, then grabbed the dick and placed it on her pussy. You don't regret it, do you? The moment I put it in your vagina, you are my woman. Even if you want to meet another man later, I will never let you go. I have lived my life as the queen of the elves and serving my race so far. From now on, I will love as I want. And what Kirimu wants most now is the master's huge cock full of male scent. Kirimu is in heat. Please insert your magnificent cock into my sexualized maid's pussy. Please put your master's cock into the virgin pussy of Miruku's mother, the noble virgin pussy. That was the queen of the elves. As soon as he heard Kirimu's cry, Yuno grabbed her squeaking buttocks and pushed her waist forward. Jjikiakma. I finally got it. Master's cock. A thin line of blood flowed from Kirimu's vagina, symbolizing her virginity. However, as if Yuno could not feel the pain of her breakdown in front of her pleasure, her Kirimu vagina continued to wriggle, eagerly welcoming her conqueror inside her. It's amazing. What is this? My master's cock. My beloved Yuno's master's cock. The sight of Kirimu, who had degenerated into just a female, rather than the queen of the elves, struggling with her entire body and the pleasure her own cock gave her, was so beautiful in Yuno's eyes. Therefore, Yuno lowered her head and sucked her nipples, pushing her back harder and turning her cock slightly to scratch the points that Kirimu could feel. Master, this is so strong, but a little more harder. Due to her excessive pleasure, breast milk continued to gush out from Kirimu's breasts, and her love juices also flowed from her vagina. Slurp, tumble, tsk boot. The slippery love juice added more pleasure to their sex, and Yuno's cock was inserted deeper, and Yuno's cock now entered her cervix and began to press against her pouch. Have you ever seen such a pervert maid? Even though she just lost her virginity, she's revealing it like this? Kirimu was unable to respond properly to Yuno's intense bestowing and only let out a series of moans. Ahawang. Master, I love it. Kirimu's pussy out. I love your cock. Master's male cock is amazing. Cock it. Cock. It feels so good. Kirimu's pussy feels good. Okay. As her cervix began to press, Kirimu began spewing out unfiltered words as they came into her head. Then Yuno kissed Kirimu's mouth and inserted her tongue, and a deep kiss followed, and their tongues instinctively tangled together as Yuno enjoyed Kirimu's soft tongue and began thrusting her cock at her own maximum intensity. Kirimu continued to squirt her love juices and breast milk as she felt her womb quiver in orgasm. I was kissed, and my cervix was pressed. Oh, this is dangerous. I'm going to die while having sex with my master apostrophe tsubak clap puck plop plop plop. Yuno slightly lifted Kiramu's hips and then lifted her own body upwards, slamming down on her. Her lustful sounds echoed from Kiramu's pussy and her love juices flowed like a waterfall. Came out her master. I love you. I love your master's extremely thick cock. Master. Kiramu's pussy. The noble former elf queen's perverted pussy. My master's extremely thick cock. Please thrust with all your might. Crush Kiramu's uterus with your dick. You're such a lewd elf maid. I can't do it. I will personally manage a pervert elf like you and educate her with my cock every day. Do you understand? Yes. Please educate me as much as you want. Kiramu's lewd pervert elf pussy. Please educate me with your master's huge cock. The former elf queen's dick that is so good at sex that it's dripping with cum. Please scold me. As Kiramu climaxed and squirted her milk again, Yuno gulped down her milk and lifted Kiramu's huge nipples above her. It hurts, master. But it's good. I've completely gone into pervert. Even though it hurts, I can feel it. PSSHHHHH. Once again, Kiramu's breast milk burst out, and the inside of her vagina, which felt an orgasm, strongly wrapped around Yuno's cock, and her bumpy protrusions continued to kiss Yuno's glands. Kiramu, you will be a sex-only maid and my milk slave. You will have to produce breast milk for me to drink every morning, and put it in my mouth. Thank you. I'm your master. Kiramu will be your female cow slave and maid. Kiramu's sweet milk I will offer it only for you, master. So, please pour that pleasant cum into Kiramu's womb. Kiramu, please fill my uterus with hot cum, so I can squeeze out more milk. Yuno lifted Kiramu above her, firmly holding her waist with both hands, and rocking her up and down. Kiramu felt as if she had become a masturbation tool, but she felt great mental pleasure from having Yuno use her pussy hole like that, and she felt a climax approaching that was bigger than anything she had ever felt before. I feel like I'm going to die, but I can't stop. I love your cock so much. I love you, master. Please scold the lewd Kiramu's naughty pussy hole for revealing her sex more. Haha. Please punish me with pleasant sex. Every time Yuno shook her hips, Kiramu also responded and moved roughly, and the sound of her hips hitting Yuno's thighs echoed throughout the hot springs. Pang pang. Plop, 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 plop. Master. Kiramu is going crazy. I'm going. Heek. I'm going with master's cock. I'll pack it to Kiramu. Please come into Kiramu's womb. Please pour plenty of thick, hot cock juice into the womb of the perverted maid who wants the master's cum. As her sense of ejaculation increased, Kiramu pushed her waist further in response to Yuno's cock rubbing only near the opening of her cervix, pressing her cervix against Yuno's glands, as if she would not miss even a single drop of her semen. Then, Kiramu's uterine bulb strongly sucked Yuno's glands, and the urethra, where her semen would flow out, faced the slightly opened entrance of her uterus, and her uterus opened very slightly and a bit into Yuno's glands, and at the same time, Yuno's dick began to twitch and pour out her semen. It's so hot. The master's baby seed is coming in. The thick and hot pregnancy juice is coming into the womb of Kiramu's uterus is so tight that she can't stop ejaculating. It's amazing. Master, the cum is flowing in endlessly. I love you, master. I love you with all my heart. Kiramu's womb. Please fill up my special cum tank. As Kiramu hugged Yuno's neck and pressed her lips against hers, Yuno kissed her lips deeply and pushed all the semen remaining in her urethra into Kiramu's womb, making Kiramu's womb full. It swelled and sucked up all of Yuno's semen. Phew, I was satisfied. Kiramu I loved it too. I love you, Master. Kiramu will forever have Yuno-sama as her master, so please continue to patronize Kiramu's pussy hole, the dog perverted sex treatment pussy made exclusively for master. As Yuno pulled out her cock, her semen flowed out of Kiramu's pussy, and Kiramu looked very disappointed, but now that she had her daughter waiting for her next contract, she smiled in satisfaction. He looked at the pink uterus tattoo shining on his lower abdomen point a little while ago, when Kirimu was sobbing as she climaxed from the pleasure of Yuno's ejaculation. Miruku was masturbating with a sullen expression, while watching her mother and her master having sex. Harang master Naim. Please take Miruku's pussy to I'll make it, just as tight as her mother's queen pussy are. Please take the noble former elf princess's virginity. Miruku's pussy hole was constantly fluttering open and pouring out her love juices as she was feeling so much just from her masturbation. Illustration of Kirimu's stomach slightly swollen due to Yuno's vaginal discharge. Ver 1 * illustration of Kirimu's stomach slightly swollen due to Yuno's vaginal discharge. Ver 2 if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Kirimu and Miruku's Yuno-only sexual treatment made employment diary. 3. Kirimu and Miruku's Yuno-only sex processing made employment diary. 3. When Yuno signaled Miruku to come to her with her hand, Miruku, who was masturbating her clit and straddling her pussy hole, quickly ran towards her. Yuno. Master, are you finally taking Miruku's maiden? I liked Kirimu's virgin pussy, but can Miruku satisfy me? If you look down on Miruku, you'll be in big trouble. Before giving her virginity to her master, I'll give you a taste of Miruku's soft pussy meat first. Miruku straddled Yuno's thighs and placed her wide open pussy on Yuno's large erect cock, rubbing it up and down her. Then, Miruku's pussy meat, which was soaked with her love juices, clung tightly to the pillar of Yuno's cock and stimulated him. And Miruku felt her uterus become hot, as if on fire, as the vagina gushing from her beloved master's cock was on fire. I felt it. Our master's cock. My pussy is getting hot just by touching it. My pussy is craving a real male cock. Miruku's pussy throbbed, as if she wanted Yuno's cock rubbing in her pussy hole, but since she, who called herself a maid, could not insert a cock without her master's permission, Miruku put her legs down. Even as love juice was dripping from my pussy hole, I had to grit my teeth and suppress the urge that felt like I was going to explode. Master, please allow me now. Please allow Miruku's virgin pussy to swallow your sturdy male cock. Miruku's pussy is hungry and drooling. Well, it doesn't seem that urgent, right? First, I'll have to drink milk from Kirimu's wet pussy. My master is so grumpy. If you taste my daughter's pussy, you will be fully satisfied. But if the master wants the milk from Kirimu's wet pussy so much, Kirimu can't refuse. Kirimu, feeling extremely satisfied that her loving master sought her more than her daughter, showed off her breasts to her. Miruku, supporting Yuno's head with her thighs and sucking on her own breasts. She brought it to Yuno's mouth point. Her Kirimu's nipples flowed out breast milk for her Yuno, and Yuno drank her maid's breast milk, causing her cock to become even bigger. Our master, Miruku is really going crazy. Please, have mercy on Miruku's vulgar pussy hole. This lewd virgin pussy is excited to have sex with master. Please stick that magnificent dick in me. Yuno smiled sinisterly as she watched Miruku begging, rubbing her pussy against his cock. What should I do? I wonder how lewd. Miruku asks POW. When someone hit the back of Yuno's head hard as he continued to attack her, a loud hitting sound was heard, and Yuno covered her head. Ouch. Who is it? But no matter how much she looked around, there was no one but Kirimu, and Kirimu raised both her hands and shook her head, saying it wasn't her. Even when Yuno thought about it, Kirimu, who had become a normal person because her mana scepter was broken, did not think it was enough to hit her head, so Yuno looked for the person who hit her with her mana in her eyes. Brit. Then, a sweet yet sharp voice was heard from the steam in the corner of the hot spring. TSK. What a bad husband you are. When a girl puts down her pride and begs like that, as a male with many wives, I should know how to be merciful in advance. Are you Miri? Oh my. I can't believe you're already up after receiving so much of your master's cum. Are you okay? Miri answered Kirimu's question in a cold voice that completely erased her sweet attitude towards Yuno. HMPH. Her husband showed his love to his wife, So shouldn't her wife repay him even more? She came to at least help you take a bath, so you guys are already making me feel good. Brit Kirimu looked at her cautiously at the sound of her voice. Yuno is also Miri's husband. Can my mother and daughter have sex with the master in front of Miri? You're asking so quickly. You dirty bitches. Ha ha ho. If the master wants to have sex with you, you'll do it. Why are you asking me? On the contrary, it's shameful that bad master won't put his dick in your daughter and is being grumpy. I see it. What do you think I was grumpy about? Ha ha ho. Are you saying that it is not mean to the West to rub a woman's vagina with an insidious stick that turns her into a cock-crazed prostitute? Miri moved to Yuno in an instant and poked Yuno's glands with the tip of her fingernail, sending a sweet voice into his ear. Miri-sama is right. So, master, please gift this delightful cock to my daughter's virgin pussy. Miruku's pussy is struggling so much hearing Kirimu's words. Yuno thought that she was being too grumpy, so she stood up and hugged Miruku. I'm sorry Miruku, was I being too grumpy? I'm sorry if I offended you. As Yuno hugged her and stroked her head, the sad feelings in Miruku's heart disappeared, and Yuno's warm words filled her heart. No, master. Miruku wasn't upset at all. Still, Miruku's pussy really wants to see master's cock. Can you please put it in now? Yuno's heart flutters at Miruku's cuteness as she looks up at herself and begs. She made a sound and jumped, and she plunged her cock, which was very lightly touching Miruku's pussy hole, deep inside. Ugh. My pussy is completely filled. The master's dick is so big. Oh close I came in. The master's cock is so hot and strong. A stream of blood, symbolizing her virginity, also flowed from Miruku's vagina, but it was quickly swept away by her overflowing love juice point as her Yuno's cock reached all the way to her womb. The flesh of Miruku's pussy stuck to her cock like a stick, stimulating the pillar of her Yuno's cock, and her smooth vaginal walls pressed against her glands. She chewed it thoroughly and gave Yuno the ultimate pleasure. My Miruku's pussy feels good too. It feels just as good as Kirimu. How do you like Miruku? Do you like my cock? I'm so glad, master. You said it feels better than your mom's pussy. Your cock is so hot and majestic. I feel so good. Master's cock jar. The inside of Miruku's pussy was filled with Yuno's cock, without even a single millimeter gap. That's why Miruku felt Yuno's cock scraping against every point she could feel, and every time Yuno's cock moved back and forth against her, her whole body was rocked with orgasms that kept coming. Squishy. Even though it was wet with love juice, the girl was a virgin, so Miruku's pussy was quite tight when she first inserted it, but with a continued climax, the love juice that poured out gently enveloped the dick, making Yuno's dick slippery and tight. I continued to pound the cervix while enjoying the pussy tightening. As Miruku's uterus twitched as she felt the pleasure of Yuno's attack on her cervix, Yuno circled her waist and rubbed her cervix point. Clap puck suck. Every time Yuno shook her waist, the lewd liquid created by mixing the Koopa juice and love juice that flowed from the tip of her dick splashed around their joints, and moans melted in pleasure continued to flow from Miruku's mouth. I like it. Master, I love your super thick cock so much. Miruku's uterus is in heat. I want cum. Yuno picked up Miruku, who was spouting obscene language, grabbed her waist, and started lifting her waist up. Master, this is so strong. Miruku, go away. My uterus is pressed against the master's cock and I keep going. Every time Yuno raised her hips, her uterus bearing her own weight could not help but collide with her cock, and Miruku felt that the pleasure she could not handle was flooding her uterus and brain. Feeling this, I let out a cry that was close to her scream. Aguat. I love you, master. Miruku loves you so much. I love your cock so much. Yuno kissed her Miruku's lips and lightly bit her Miruku's nipples, drinking the milk that spurted from her nipples each time she climaxed. You're weak there. Miruku is going crazy as you bite your nipples while being stabbed by a dick. Miruku is going crazy when your uterus is pressed and your nipples are bitten. As Miruku cried out her weakness and begged for more strength, Yuno placed her huge breasts on top of each other and took a bite of a pair of pink nipples at the tip. Miruku, I'm going crazy. I'm a pussy maid who was sexually treated by my master, but I'm going crazy because of my master's dick. Miruku rolled her eyes and bucked her back, spewing out a huge amount of her breast milk and love juice. Miruku's sex-crazed whore-like appearance told Yuno just how much pleasure she was feeling, and seeing Miruku so satisfied made Yuno slowly feel her ejaculation. Ugh, Miruku, I'm going to come now. Please accept it well into my uterus. Miruku. Yuno's cock twitched, clamped her glands tightly against Miruku's cervix, and began to jerk wildly. Please come in my clothes. Pour thick cum into Miruku's womb, which is the master's exclusive cum container. Please pour a lot of thick cum into Miruku's virgin womb, which desperately wants the master's cum. Surely she is her mother and daughter. Miruku's womb also opens little by little like her mother Kurimu and gently wraps around Yuno's glands, determined not to miss a single drop of Yuno's semen. That will make her feel good. Showed point clatter, 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 clack, 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 clatter HMM. It's hot. The master's thick cum is coming in. I'm turning Miruku's womb into a bucket of the master's cum. Haang. It feels good. Miruku felt a tremendous orgasm and lost consciousness as Yuno's semen continued to pour, even after filling her own womb. My uterus is still going. Master's dick is ejaculating endlessly. My uterus won't stop going. When Miruku passed out after receiving Yuno's semen on her, a uterus tattoo with the same pattern as Kurimu was beautifully engraved on her lower abdomen. Seeing that, Yuno sprayed her last semen into Kurimu's womb and pulled her dick out of her vagina. Puck with an obscene sound of air being released. Yuno's cock covered in semen and love juice was revealed, and Kurimu quickly ran over and cleaned Yuno's cock by taking it in her mouth. Once Kurimu finished cleaning her cock, Yuno carefully laid her Miruku down on the floor before she took a short break in the hot springs with Kurimu and Miri. After enjoying the hot spring bath for a while, Miruku also woke up from her faint and entered the hot spring, and Yuno enjoyed the hot spring, massaging her elf mother and daughter's breasts and receiving her goddaughter with Miri's soft hands. Sir, are you happy? You are accepting the elf queen and princess as your wife and maid. You are truly amazing. It's not that I'm great, but our maids are so lewd. Kurimu. Isn't that right? That's right. A lustful mother and daughter couldn't stop their lustful pussies from tingling every time they saw you, so they seduced you first. Our merciful master took pity on us and made us his maids to dispose of our cum. Kurimu's lewd confession made Yuno's cock erect again, and Kurimu and Miruku wet her pussy again as they admired Yuno's cock, which spurted them into heat by spewing out her enormous vagina. Britty, stay healthy. Kurimu, Miruku. You will satisfy the West here. Kurimu and Miruku blinked and thanked Miri for being considerate of them, then went out of the hot spring, spread their legs wide, and spread their pussies with both hands, exposing the pink flesh of their pussies. White cum was still flowing out of their pussy holes, but it looked so lewd that Yuno slowly approached them, thinking about which pussy to fuck first. I love you, master. Please come again in my mother and daughter's pussy. Please pour hot cum into the pussy of Kurimu/Miruku, who promised to spend the rest of their lives as master sexual maid. Kurimu, Miruku. Now that you're officially my sexual maid, I'll have sex with you every day from now on. Is that okay? Yes. Our mother and daughter are cum processing pussy maids that only Master Yuno can use. Our mother and daughter use their oral pussies, milk pussies, and, if you wish, even their arsehole pussies, to please the master's cock. I will take you there, so please let me know whenever you want, anytime, anywhere. With just one command from our master, we will open our pussies. Even if it is in a square in the capital of the empire full of people, we will gladly spread our legs and spread our horny pussies dripping with juice when our master asks us to use them. I guess as soon as Yuno heard the confessions of Kurimu and Miruku, mother and daughter, the pressure rose, and she lost consciousness. Yuno, dominated by sexual desire, filled not only Kurimu and Miruku, but also Miri's vagina with semen, and then came to her senses with her mother. My older sister, younger sister, and even my wife continued to commit sexual assault in the hot spring. Kurimu, who has faintly regained her consciousness as she watches Yuno having sex with Catherine, wakes up her daughter, who is next to her, covered in her semen, rubbing her own cum-filled belly. said, "Ha, I'm so happy. Aren't I? Miruku, yes, Mom. It's clear that Mom and I were born to become master sexual mates. I can feel Goddess Venus being happy. That's right, Miruku. So, I will continue to make my master happy with my mom. And someday, yes, I can carry my master's baby in my womb, right? I'm already looking forward to seeing what a pretty half-elf will be born. Mom, that's how Kuramu and Miruku got a job as Yuno's sex service maids, and were able to enjoy the pleasure of being her sex service maid from the first day by immediately falling on Yuno, who sprayed semen on Catherine Miruku. Come illustration chapter 83, Balkan Civil War 1. Balkan Civil War 1. While Yuno was spending every day in an extremely lustful life with his wife and maids, including his mother, the capital of Balkan, Adria, was embroiled in a political storm called the power struggle between the crown prince and the second emperor Kwang. I, Prince Heinrich, put my position as the prince of the Balkan Empire at risk to impeach brother Prince's position as crown prince. It began when Henry impeached Prince from the position of crown prince at the end of the state council point, wherein all the ministers were embarrassed and murmured, and the crown prince and chancellor, who were presiding over the meeting, also looked at Heinrich with dizzy eyes. Now, wait. For what reason is His Royal Highness impeaching His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Please reveal the reason. When the chancellor, Marquis Mark, asked the reason, Heinrich slyly answered with a relaxed expression, "Reason? Of course there is. But may I tell you the reason here? If you are my brother, you probably know why I'm coming forward with such confidence, right?" As Heinrich looked at him with confident eyes, Prince gritted his teeth as he glared at his younger brother. Backquote you. How dare you come out like this? Heinrich smiled slyly at his older brother, who glared at him, as if he were going to kill him. Haha. If you quietly give up my position as crown prince, I have no intention of spreading your secret. I will consider it, so that you can enjoy the rest of your life in a quiet country like Yuno. Heinrich was delighted that Yuno quietly entered the corner of the monster mountains as he had planned, and that even the empress and princesses followed Yuno. Backquote furthermore, we have received intelligence that Yuno is now leaving for the monster mountains, and will not be able to return to his territory for at least half a year. You can't miss this opportunity. This time, we must unconditionally overthrow my brother. However, Prince did not easily bow to Heinrich's threats. I don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea that I have a secret. If you're going to impeach me, shouldn't you do it in the presence of His Majesty the Emperor? I'll hold the main office, so that His Majesty can appear at the next cabinet meeting. I will give it to you. Backquote first, we need to buy time. I don't know how Heinrich found out, but if my secret became known, haha, whatever. But, brother, you might do whatever it takes to destroy the evidence, so I ask you to protect the third room of the Crown Prince's palace. Then, brother, I'll see you tomorrow at the cabinet meeting. Hearing Heinrich's words, Prince closed his eyes, and Heinrich burst into laughter and left Aegean. Your Majesty the Crown Prince. What on earth is His Highness the Crown Prince talking about? What on earth is in the 3 separate rooms of the Crown Prince's womb? Wouldn't it be possible for us to help you if you spoke to the minor gods? Your Majesty, I'll tell you about that later. I have to go quickly, so please get out of my way for a moment. Prince pushed away his ministers who were flocking to him and asking about this and that, and headed to the third room in his palace. However, the place was already surrounded by bailiffs sent by the head of the judiciary, Count Redberg, so Prince lowered his head. Can't you get out of the way? I'm sorry, Your Highness. Due to procedural reasons, this cannot be helped. We cannot enter here, but we have a duty to control this place. I know. Since the impeachment has come, and Heinrich has requested evidence protection, you will have to fulfill your duties. I'm sorry for asking you a useless favor. Prince lowered his head, turned his back, and returned to his office. Backquote I can't be defeated by Heinrich like this. I need a card to counterattack. Prince, who gathered his subordinates, restarted the investigation of Henry, which had been paused for a while after the victory at Streve, and then plotted a way to minimize the damage suffered at the cabinet meeting tomorrow. Next day, Emperor Carol III, whose health had recently been poor, entered the royal palace and sat on the throne. When Prince Henry and the ministers entered, the cabinet meeting began. Today, we will first proceed with the impeachment trial of His Royal Highness Crown Prince, as claimed by His Highness Heinrich, the Lord of the Magic Tower. Please spread the mouth of truth magic to the entire royal palace, which will allow only the truth to be spoken. At the Prime Minister's request, Imperial Magic Tower Lord Jennifer performed magic, and the impeachment trial for Prince's title as Crown Prince and Heinrich's title as Second Prince began. The Emperor seemed dizzy at the word of the Crown Prince's impeachment, so he held his head and tilted his head back, and the servants brought him cold water and helped him come to his senses. Yes, Heinrich, what is the reason you are impeaching your brother? If it is an unreasonable reason, I will not leave you alone. Since it was an impeachment of the Crown Prince, it was the Emperor who led the meeting, and Charles III asked Henry in a voice full of anger. Despite Charles III's anger, Henry didn't care and opened his mouth proudly. Isn't it the duty of the Emperor, who is supposed to lead the Balkans, to have many children? But look at you, brother. You're so skinny that, even though it's been 7 years since you got married, you still haven't seen any children. Isn't that a reason why His Highness the Crown Prince should be impeached? Your Majesty, do you really think I would impeach you to that extent? Let me ask you this, sister-in-law Hiria. Excuse me, how many times have you and your sister-in-law slept together? No. Have you ever been in your bedroom? When Heinrich suddenly asked her a question, Hira's heart sank. That's a very rude question. I won't answer. She refused to testify because she could not bear to say that Prince had not had sex with her since their first night and that she had never even been in his bedroom. Good. I can't help but say that you won't answer. Let me ask you straight, brother Prince, what is in the 3 separate rooms of the Crown Prince's womb? When Prince did not respond, the Emperor spoke this time. Prince, answer me. What is in that 3rd room that makes Heinrich look like that? Prince, who could not respond to the Emperor's questions in silence, eventually spoke out the truth. I have the clothes I like, and the lover I'm hiding. The Emperor tilted his head at Prince's words. Are you talking about something like that? What can a guy called the Crown Prince of an empire do with a concubine or 2? He's going to become an emperor and have a lot of concubines. Haha, Your Majesty, would you cower like that over something like that? I ask the Minister of Justice to bring the evidence in room 3. When the Marquis of Redberg gave instructions at Henry's request, the bailiffs brought a large box and a delicate looking woman. What on earth was in that box? What kind of evidence is this that makes His Highness Princely like that? She's a good looking girl, right? What's the fault of having a girl as a concubine? Heinrich personally opened the box and turned it over as if he wanted to answer the curiosity of many nobles. Countless dresses poured out of the box Heinrich opened, and Prince's head fell down. Brother Prince, are these the clothes you secretly like to wear? Prince remained silent in response to Heinrich's questions, which meant that what he said was true, so the nobles could not help but be surprised. Oh, no, are you saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wore that? Not that woman, but His Highness the Crown Prince. The Emperor also asked Prince with a surprised face. Prince, is that true? Is it true that you secretly wear that women's dress? Yes, Your Majesty. But that's just to relieve stress. Heinrich blocked Prince, who was trying to be considerate of himself, from continuing. Not only that, this bitch that looks like a bitch is not a bitch. The Emperor and nobles' heads tilted again at Heinrich's incomprehensible voice. What does that mean? She has nice breasts and a pretty face, but she looks like a girl to anyone who sees her. Heinrich approached the owner of the 3rd room, where Prince had hidden her, and tore off the dress she was wearing, down to her underwear. She screamed and tried to cover her body, but Heinrich didn't care, and grabbed her arms, and exposed her body. His Royal Highness, what is this in the sacred hall? No, what is that? The nobles could not hide their surprise as the male and female genitals coexisted on her lower body, and she also had small breasts on her chest. This is the true nature of Brother Prince. You like to dress up as women, and you don't even know if she's a man or a woman. No, you had an affair with an unknown creature that can't even be called a woman. Are you saying you're fit for a crown prince? The royal palace became quiet at this tremendous truth. With these points as evidence, I, Prince Heinrich, request that brother Prince be impeached from the position of Crown Prince. Oh my god, shake it off. Charles III, who had to come to a conclusion, was so shocked by the truth about the Crown Prince he trusted, that he lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Your Majesty, come to your senses. Your Majesty, call the doctor. Tell the healing wizard to come quickly. His Majesty fell, and his head was torn. Carol III was taken to the bed by a royal doctor, and the cabinet meeting was temporarily suspended due to the Emperor's death point. Although there was no conclusion to the impeachment trial against Prince, it completely shook the Balkan Empire, and the political storm plunged the empire into chaos. Chapter 84, Balkan Civil War 2. Balkan Civil War 2. As the emperor fell, and information about the impeachment trial of the crown prince spread, the Balkan capital Adria split into the princely faction and the crown prince faction, and began fighting. The two factions were divided into the princely faction, which argued that Prince was not qualified to be the crown prince due to his sexual orientation, and the crown prince faction, which argued that Prince's sexual orientation was a private matter, and that he had ruled the empire without difficulty as the crown prince so far, so he was qualified to be the next emperor. The position of emperor of an empire is not just based on ability. Don't you know that you also have a duty to bear many children and carry on the royal lineage? What does it matter whether the crown prince loves a woman or a man? What matters is how well you rule this empire. It would be better if the lover I was hiding was a man. I had sexual intercourse with a monster that was neither male nor female. So what should I do next if that monster happens to become pregnant with the royal family's seed? That in this way, arguments under the pretense of discussion broke out in places such as the cabinet meeting hall, the square in front of the imperial palace, and bars used by the common people. As various scandals about her crown prince spread, the scandal became more and more malicious, and now rumors were spreading that her crown prince was a pervert who engaged in homosexual orgy sex with his subordinates due to the choices made by the crown prince. So far, public opinion, which was initially unequivocal, gradually tilted towards princely as rumors spread. The secret room of the second prince's palace. Heinrich was raising a toast, surrounded by his subordinates. It's just as I thought. Yes, your highness. As you said, we have released windbreakers all over Adriatic Square, and we have participated in tea parties and social gatherings held by each high-ranking noble family, and we have had sexual intercourse with the emperor, unless he is a monster, neither a man nor a woman. They are spreading rumors that it cannot be done. I have been spreading rumors that the first prince is homosexual. Isn't this a rumor that spreads quickly anyway? If you spread just one rumor, and there are rumors spreading that Princess Syria has yet to sleep with Prince I since her first night. We didn't even spread this, but it seems to be true, seeing as it flows from the emperor's womb. Brother Prince, you were so flashy, right? I don't think I had to work hard to spread the rumor. No, by the way, why on earth would you have sex with such a monster, leaving normal girls behind? I really don't understand. At the feet of Heinrich, who was receiving reports from his subordinates, young-looking girls were fainting with foam at the mouth. When the saliva that flowed from the mouth of one of the fainting girls wetted his shoes, Heinrich casually got into her face. I wiped the saliva off my shoes. You are truly right. By the way, if His Highness Princely ascends to the throne, will that bitch Hyria also come to us? Well, you can do whatever you want with Hyria and Rachel. It doesn't matter if you eat them among yourselves. Those huge, vulgar breasts don't interest me at all. At Heinrich's words, his subordinates puffed out their lower legs with the thought of violating the noble crown princess and the emperor. However, if something goes wrong with the princessly, there will be problems with the secret agreement with Leon. Of course, I know what you said last time, HMPH. That's Leon. If I ascend to the throne, I will form an alliance with Tacito on the condition that he gives Treve back, and then I will destroy Leon first. And I will make that arrogant first princess my personal sex slave. In order to do that, we must keep Rachel alive until then. Yes, I'm going to cut off the limbs of that insolent bitch who was struggling while watching her own sister being gang raped by you guys, and make her my own, all alone. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Heinrich's maniacal laughter made the subordinates flinch for a moment. Could it be that that Rachel has noticed something. These days, she's been wandering around her room. Since she's still the princess, we can't go into the princess's room without permission, so we can't figure out what she's doing. I can't do it. Heinrich did not even have a first night together after marrying Rachel, and Rachel also had no interest in Heinrich, so they were only a couple in name, and did not share any schedule with each other. How much work does a bitch have to do? Don't pay too much attention to that idiot before your speech. Backquote, that is well prepared, right? Don't worry. It's being done under strict security. The emperor will soon. Good job. Wouldn't it be the best timing when brother Prince fell into the abyss? Let's proceed as planned. Come on. Then, let's have a drink. Heinrich and his men were toasting once again, and imagining the glorious days that would come to them in the future. The time when the Emperor Yi's palace was giving a toast. The Crown Prince's villa was entirely a mourning house. As public opinion became increasingly unfavorable to the Crown Prince, demands for Prince to abdicate became increasingly stronger. The only good thing was that it was impossible to dethrone the Crown Prince without a formal order from the Emperor. Since the fallen Emperor had not regained consciousness, the Crown Prince's subjects hastened to investigate the second prince, in order to turn public opinion around. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, we must do whatever it takes. If we continue like this, do you have any information about that guy Heinrich yet? I'm sorry, there hasn't been any additional reports from that side yet. As far as that goes, when Viscount Toys, Prince's subordinate and key staff member, spoke while looking at the third room in the back, Prince smiled bitterly. That's not possible. I would rather abdicate. I have already abandoned my faith with the Crown Princess. To abandon my faith again? I cannot accept that. But, Your Majesty, it is not too late. Now, I will not tell you to cut him down yourself. Just send him to the countryside somewhere, and announce that he has been hiding in this imperial palace all this time. The clothes you used to wear as women are also. If you do that, you can at least raise public opinion a little bit, because it's the clothes he used to wear. Didn't I say no? Go out, Your Majesty. This is the only way. Despite Prince's order to welcome guests, the loyal Viscount Toys bowed his head at Prince's feet and made a request. As Prince clenched his lips became increasingly stained with blood. Good. In the meantime, when the sound of the office door opening was heard, Prince and Baron Toys turned around. You are here, Your Highness. Viscount Toys, could you please leave for a moment? There, Crown Princess Syria and Eunice, Prince's lover, who shocked the entire Adriatic capital of the Balkan Empire, stood together. Okay, I'll see you again tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, Toys. If you happen to have information to counterattack Heinrich, you can proceed right away without my permission. Viscount Toys bowed deeply to Prince's order and withdrew from his office. After Toys left and the office door closed, Hiria and Eunice headed to Prince. The moonlight is really nice. Can we three have a cup of tea and talk for a moment? At Hiria's request, Prince simply nodded, and Hiria personally brewed her tea and headed to the terrace of the office, setting down her cup on the table. Come here. The night breeze is really cool. Eunice and Prince sat at the table with their arms linked. There was an awkward silence for a moment, but Prince opened his mouth first, and the conversation between his wife, the husband with whom he had an affair, and the affair woman began. First, I feel sorry for you. In fact, I chose you as the Crown Princess. Yes, I know. It was because my father and my family were from a weak family that couldn't function as maternal relatives, right? And the fact that I don't have a desire for power also played a part. That's right. And I was dating Eunice before I married you. I originally planned to make Eunice the Crown Princess, no matter what the opposition was, but that was impossible. Eunice didn't want it either. As Eunice nodded her head quietly, Hiria smiled bitterly. I'm truly sorry to Hiria. I know very well that it is a nuisance for her to stay by the Crown Prince's side like this, so I tried to end her feelings for the Crown Prince, but I just couldn't. Ugh, it's okay. I knew that you two were meeting. Of course, I didn't know that Eunice was like that. You knew. When Prince looked surprised, Hiria smiled. Yes, my husband goes somewhere and sleeps separately every night, so I didn't even know that. I went to see if he was sleeping in the office, but there was no one there. So I secretly waited and followed him, and I found him going into the third room. The door was usually locked, I also knew that it was only open to you. Ah, since when did you know? It's been a while. I knew about it 3 years ago. Well, I did. Furthermore, I'm really sorry. Hiria smiled brightly at Prince, who lowered her head pointy. It's okay. Just raise your head. Actually, I also have a guy in mind other than your highness. I know. You're right? Hiria widened her eyes in surprise at Prince's reaction. Ah. Did you know? Heh. Every time you see you make such a sad expression. How could I not know? Prince and Hiria. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess looked at each other and laughed out loud. Point ha 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 ha. The two people laughed for a while and then looked at each other again. We were married, but we had different people in mind. Yes. And this relationship should end soon. Yes, honey. I will divorce you. Yes. But please postpone announcing it to the public. And you can leave for no matter what happens to our brother. We'll be able to protect you until the end. Thank you, honey. This may be the last time I call you honey. Eunice. Please take good care of your highness. Huh. Yes. I'm not good enough, but I'll do my best. Hiria. The three enjoyed the night breeze and tilted the teacup with Hiria in it. Chapter 85. Balkan Civil War 3. Balkan Civil War 3. Udumtang, the Emperor's villa. The sound of a chair flying and Prince's startled voice filled his office from early in the morning. What? Is that true? Prince hurriedly got up after hearing the report from his subordinate belonging to his intelligence organization. Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm sure. 1 year ago, it is believed that the person who attacked His Highness the Third Prince's body change was His Highness the Second Prince. There was an incident in which the family that kept the Hellfire magic scroll as an heirloom lost it. He didn't report it, but when we questioned him, he confessed, and the head of the family there belonged to the faction that followed Heinrich. Although not the head of the family, it has been discovered that a member of the family is following His Highness Princely. Okay. Good job. Let's dig into Heinrich a little more. It looks like there's more than one plot he's plotting. I will follow your orders, Your Majesty. After the subordinate left the office, after completing the report, Prince sat down again and began discussing with Viscount Toys. How do you think we should use this? Circumstantial evidence is enough, but there is no actual evidence. But in order to change the public opinion even a little bit, we need to spread this fact. Of course, Your Majesty will not like this, because it will end up slandering each other. Normally, the Crown Prince would have tried to attack the situation head on without getting involved in public opinion battles, but he knew very well that there was nothing he could do, because of the situation. Moreover, Henry's actions to harm his blood relatives ignited the Crown Prince's anger. What can I do in this situation? Moreover, Heinrich tried to harm his brother Juno. I can understand that he tried to impeach me because he wanted the throne, so I cannot forgive that. In response to Prince's anger, Viscount Toys closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then opened his eyes, as if something occurred to him. Then let's do it like this. To the extent that they are spreading rumors, we will respond in the same way. What does that mean? Explain in detail. It is said that His Highness the Second Prince's attack on His Highness the Third Prince was something he secretly worked with Tacito to reduce the number of masters in his country. Since His Highness the Third Prince is close to His Highness the Crown Prince, this was an attempt to reduce His Royal Highness's power. It was a conspiracy on your part. Will that work? When the incident occurred, didn't His Majesty fabricate it and say it was Tacito's handiwork? Moreover, His Highness the Third Prince is the one who became a hero of the Empire through Streve's victory. As such, it will be a topic of provocative gossip, and public opinion will find this quite credible. I will accept it. Okay. Let's proceed. As soon as he received permission from the Crown Prince, Viscount Toys immediately explained the plan and gave instructions to his subordinates, who quickly carried out his instructions. Around noon that day, there were posters posted everywhere in Adria, the capital of the empire. Roaring roar. Why are people making such a fuss? Is there some scandal involving His Highness the Crown Prince? When a citizen passing by on the street asked, another citizen who was looking at the poster answered, no, there is evidence that His Highness was in secret with the Tacitan guys. He agreed to give back part of the Xenonplane when he became emperor and received a scroll of high-ranking magic to attack the 3-star palace. What? Is that true? He quickly ran over to check the poster on the wall, and his face turned red, and he burst out in anger. No. That's why you insisted that His Highness, the third prince, who occupied Streve Fortress, be given a territory in the corner of the Monster Mountains, and stuck him in a remote area? So now, His Highness, the third prince, was injured while exterminating the monsters threatening the people of the Empire, and has been recovering for about a year. This necessary state. Is this what a person would do? That's right. You're trying to kill His Highness the third prince, who worked hard and sweat for the Empire, so bad that you can't treat him well. Moreover, they say they refused the military support they wanted to send to His Highness the third prince, because they didn't have the budget. The Empire is going really well. No matter how much you think he won't take your side, he's your half-brother, but he's even communicating with the enemy country, to kill his country's master. That's the same as that damn saboteur. If we lose the productive capacity coming from the Xenon plane, shouldn't the people of the Empire go back to the old days, when they had to worry about getting 3 meals a day? The citizens vented their anger against Henry, and when someone shouted to go to the square in front of the Imperial Palace, they rushed to the square. Crowds of citizens had already gathered in the square, and several poles with cloths bearing the message to dethrone Henry from the title of prince had gone up. Your Majesty, the Emperor must dethrone Princely. That's right. In order for the Empire to proceed properly, Princely must be dethroned. As they were protesting in front of the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Guards and Knights of the Knights Guards approached them and threatened them to step down. But they said that this was their loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor, and began to sing the Balkan national anthem. Then, they found it difficult to suppress the protesters with force, and reported this to their superiors. But the size of the protesters was gradually increasing. It is a success, Your Royal Highness. The citizens of the capital are angry, and are rallying to bring out Princely. You use the wind catcher very well. I heard that some people incited you to go to the front of the palace. Viscount Toys was shocked for a moment by the Crown Prince's comment, but immediately puffed out his chest proudly. I will forgive my sins after this situation is over. But now I have to take advantage of it. No, I'm praising you for doing a good job. How many times have you raised your criticisms about my mistress, but how can I have the shame to punish you for continuously rejecting them? I know very well that now is not the time for me to choose between means and methods. Thank you, Your Highness. Hire more wind catchers, and investigate Enrich more thoroughly. What is there to worry about when protecting my family? The Crown Prince found out that the corpses of girls were sometimes found floating out of the palace, and found the parents of the children, and found out that they had sold the children to someone, or that some of the children were kidnapped children from the slums, and they used it to spread rumors about Enrich's pervert sexual desire by making it a topic of gossip, which became another basis for criticizing the princely side, and the protests intensified even more. In that way, the Crown Prince's counterattack seemed to be quite successful. However, Princely's side also used hired windbreakers to start a counter-protest, criticizing the Crown Prince's castle that enjoys being forcibly assaulted by beasts of unknown gender while dressed in women's clothing. And as time went by, not only in the Adriatic, but also in the Balkan Empire, as it spread throughout the region, the Balkan Empire was divided into 2 pieces, with nobles and commoners alike beginning to fight. Meanwhile, the Emperor's room is located deep inside the Imperial Palace. The lips of Carol III, who fell unconscious at the shocking truth about the Crown Prince, began to twitch little by little. Your Majesty, are you out of your mind? Secretary, Count Liechtenauer, the commander of the Knights of the Guard who was guarding Carol III, raised the Emperor and offered water to his mouth. The Emperor drank the water and gradually came to his senses. Ugh. Is that you, Liechtenauer? Yes, Your Majesty. God is here. So, how many days has it been since I collapsed? What's the situation now? Almost 2 months have passed. Your Majesty, I'm so glad you're awake now. Liechtenauer then explained to the Emperor the political strife between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince that was currently taking place in the Empire. These ugly guys. They're so stupid. Woe as the Emperor vented his anger at his 2 sons. He felt his backside throbbing again, and took a deep breath to calm himself. So, what is Yuno doing in this situation? If it were his personality, he would have already jumped out and helped the crown prince, right? Actually, the third prince says Leech Tenor explained the disappearance of the third prince. Although it was reported that he was still alive in the elf realm, the emperor cited the fact that he had been unable to move for a year. Please tell the secretary to bring paper and pen. Leech Tenor, huh? If it's paper, I will write a will. Actually, I knew that Heinrich hated Juno and wanted to kill her, and I also knew that Prince was hiding someone he loved. Of course, I didn't know that it was a bitch with a dick, your majesty. I think the emperor should be the Juno family. Of course, Heinrich will make a fuss about her, but I will have to quell that guy on the condition that she gives her territory on the trade route with Leon. If she refuses that too, I guess I'll have to give up my neck. Then what do you plan to do, your highness the crown prince? Wouldn't your highness also oppose the third prince's ascension to the throne? The emperor shook his head at Leech Tenor's words. No, that guy would probably give up the throne to Juno. He's been a softie to Juno since he was young. Also, if he was prime minister or head of the Ministry of Interior during Juno's reign, he would have the ability to fully perform his role. I have it. The emperor quenched his thirst with water brought by Leech Tenor and then spoke. So, after my death, you will be completely loyal to Juno. Please, Leech Tenor. He is capable enough as a master, but doesn't he care less about everyone? Can his highness, the third prince, lead the empire well? Of course, he has the ability, but the emperor, who guessed what Leech Tenor was worried about, smiled heartily. Clark. He may look like that on the outside, but he is a very thoughtful guy. Judging by the way he takes care of his wife, he is loyal, and as an emperor, he is a guy who can hold the center of the empire. His administrative skills are lacking. I don't have to worry too much as my subjects can assist me. If that's what your majesty thinks, I will just follow your majesty's will. Okay. For that to happen, I'll have to live at least another year. And I'll have to sort this situation out. Just in case, I'll write a will, so call the secretary. And then you go out and get Prince and Heinrich. Come. Yes, your majesty. I will follow your orders. Leech Tenor went outside and called his secretary, the Marquis Garcia, and as ordered by the emperor, he headed to the villa to pick up Prince and Henry. The two men asked what was going on, but Count Leech Tenor did not say anything, and only said that the emperor had found him. Hearing that the emperor had visited him, the crown prince and princely obediently followed him to the emperor's room. But when they arrived in front of the emperor's palace, the Marquis Garcia broke down in tears and informed them of the emperor's death, and Count Leech Tenor's knees buckled. Chapter 86, Balkan Civil War 4. Balkan Civil War 4. That can't be possible. How can his majesty, who was obviously having a normal conversation with me just a moment ago, Leech Tenor asked, but Marquis Garcia only shed tears with a sad expression. The leader came out, and as soon as I entered, he wrote a will, and then couldn't control his anger, and vomited blood upon hearing Marquis Garcia's report. The crown prince, princely, and even Leech Tenor hurried into the inner room. And all that was visible there was the body of King Carol III lying on the bed, vomiting blood, and the blood-stained will. Your majesty, your majesty. So suddenly. I'm sorry. I should have looked more carefully. As soon as he completed the will and stamped it, he vomited blood and collapsed. I called the doctor, and he said he was already dead. God, please punish me. When Secretary Marquis Garcia got down on his knees and asked for forgiveness, the crown prince took him by the hand and helped him up. Woo, it's not the secretary's fault. We should first publicize his majesty's death and hold a funeral first. Then the next emperor will be. As the Marquis Garcia began to cry, Heinrich suddenly intervened. Brother, shouldn't we check his majesty's will first? Even though you are still the crown prince, I don't know what it will say in the will. In principle, the emperor's will must be confirmed during the funeral, but I guess there's nothing we can do this time. Count Leech Tenor, please become a notary. Leech Tenor expressed his respect and agreed to the crown prince's request, and Marquis Garcia held the will and read its contents. Then, let me read your majesty's will. B. Carol III, Emperor of the Balkan Empire, informs you that Prince Heinrich is the rightful successor to the empire. It only says, jump up. As Marquis Garcia finished speaking, Prince's head dropped, and Heinrich's shoulders rose. And at the same time, rich tenor also jumped up. No. This is ridiculous. This is manipulation. Commander of the Knights of the Guard, do you have something to say? Hearing Heinrich's words, Leech Tenor glared at Marquis Garcia. However, Marquis Garcia looked the other way at Lich Tenor's eyes and kept wiping away his sweat. So Lich Tenor noticed that he had falsified his will. Holy shit. Because your majesty defeated everyone except me. No one heard the conversation between me and your majesty. If I insist on it alone, it will only lead to people saying that I'm falsifying the emperor's number, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. So he decided to take a step back and watch Prince's response. Haha, did you hear, brother? Your majesty, no, your late father, his majesty, recognized me as the heir to the empire. You are now just a subject to me. Well, I'm responsible for tarnishing the dignity of our royal family, but if you quietly pledge your loyalty and step down, I will let you spend the rest of your life with that monster bitch in a suitable territory. Haha, Prince and Leech Tenor frowned at Heinrich's attitude of laughing, even though his father had died. You bastard. Your father is dead, but you are laughing and saying you will become emperor. Someone like you will never sit on the throne. I do not recognize you. Despite Prince's shouting, Heinrich smiled calmly and showed a relaxed attitude. How then, what are you planning to do? Are you going to commit treason now? Commander of the Knights of the Guard, as the rightful heir to the throne of Balkan, I command you to do so. Cut off this man's head right now. Heinrich's command was stopped by Prince's remarks. No, you are not yet the heir to the throne. As the emperor of the empire, I request Rishka from you. What is that? Marquis Garcia, with a pale complexion, responded to Heinrich's statement that he did not understand the meaning. Rishka. Before the crown prince succeeds to the throne, a person who is dissatisfied with the succession raises an objection. It is certainly a legal procedure stipulated in imperial law, and private soldiers from noble families who support each other are gathered together to fight. It is a system that follows the winner's opinion. Instead, the empire's regular army or knights belonging to the country cannot participate in this battle. Well, I've never heard of such a system. How did it happen? Marquis Garcia. Heinrich was embarrassed and shouted at Garcia. Well, it's definitely a procedure specified in imperial law, but it's a system that's been around since the empire was still a small kingdom in the Monster Mountains, and the most recent one was about 800 years ago. In fact, you could say it's an unwritten law. But even if it has been made extinct, it is a strict imperial law. I contest your succession to the throne, and you will not be the emperor of the Balkans until you defeat me. HMPH. According to the Rishka system, one of you, and I must die. So, if you win, there is no need to save your life. The two brothers' eyes clashed fiercely in the air. Marquis Garcia. Postpone his majesty's funeral until half a year later. As you well know, Rishka is given half a year to gather forces. So preserve his majesty's body well until the winner of Rishka holds a funeral. Yes, I understand. Your Highness, I'll see you in half a year on the plain in front of the Adriatic Gate. Heinrich. From now on, you are no longer my brother. Who cares? Then I will cut your head off. Prince. The two people turned their heads at the same time and took steps towards their palace. When Prince and Heinrich disappeared, Rich Tenor whispered into the ear of the Marquis Garcia, who was constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead due to tension. Marquis Garcia. According to the system of Rishka or something, I, as the commander of the Knights of the Guard, cannot participate in this conflict. However, if His Highness the Crown Prince wins, I will personally kill your head in return for falsifying His Majesty's will. I'll blow it away. Leech Tenor returned to his office, leaving behind Marquis Garcia, who took the brunt of the master's attack and urinated on the floor. And obviously, when I saw His Majesty, he was fine. If you tried to kill His Majesty, it wouldn't end with his head being cut off. Marquis Garcia's death of Charles III, who had ruled the Balkans for the past 40 years, completely shook the empire. And when they heard that Prince and Henry were going to war for the throne, the entire noble family turned upside down and began to worry about who they would support. Heinrich's palace. Holy shit. You idiot. You idiot. Furthermore, you couldn't even tell us in advance whether such a system exists or not. Arg. All of his subordinates were terrified as Heinrich threw all the furniture he could get his hands on, shouted, and fought hard. The Marquis Garcia, who was involved, fell to the ground as he received Henry's anger. Isn't there some solution? Prince has already made a fearful announcement that he will implement that damn system. There is no one in all of Adria who doesn't know about it. When Henry, who had vented his anger on the Marquis Garcia, asked for a solution, his subordinates began to give their opinions one by one. If we fight head on, we will definitely lose. No matter how much of his authority has been diminished due to the scandal, Prince was the crown prince until this morning, and that means there will be a lot of nobles following him. At least a rumor has come out from the Daily Palace that Hyria divorced the crown prince. I will contact the Marquis of Deerwood. We will see how much we can raise military funds through the Adriatic Merchant Association. We will buy all the mercenaries that can be purchased with money, and we will also look for mercenaries in Alto and Mexican. Even though Alto and Mexican mercenaries are barbaric, their combat skills will be reliable, so I think it will be okay. Shin will try to form a mercenary group centered on retired soldiers. Heinrich smiled with satisfaction at the enthusiastic appearance of his subordinates. Since he was a descendant of lower class nobles who had been with him since he first sought the throne, their passion for success, regardless of ability, was believable. Count Dietrich, the leader of their group and former finance minister, shouted at Heinrich, who was drinking with satisfaction. The biggest problem is Duke Windridge. Even if the Kent guy lost a lot of his strength in the last battle of Streve, Windridge is the strongest family supporting the Eastern Front. If he gets involved with Prince, he has absolutely no chance of winning. No HMPH. The old lion is also a lion, so if you turn him into an enemy, he will definitely be tired. However, the Kingdom of Leon will stop him. After 15 days, the King of Leon will raise an army to put pressure on the Eastern Front, so the old lion will not be able to move. Brit: yes. I will trust only your majesty, as expected of you, your majesty. To prepare for something like this, you have arranged a marriage with King Leon in advance. When the subordinates called him your majesty, as if he had already been enthroned as emperor, the bridge of Henry's nose rose to the sky, and they toasted him, as if he had already won a battle. Unlike the busy palace of the second emperor, the night of the first emperor's palace was quiet. All of his subordinates departed for the capital and the provinces to persuade each noble family, and he was enjoying a drink while enjoying the skin of his beloved concubine Eunice. But that peace was shattered by an unexpected visitor. Oppa, what on earth have you done? Hey, you're giving up this division and enjoying a very noble hobby. The visitor who broke his peace was Princess Diane. So Prince, who was enjoying the feeling of being alone in this spacious villa for a long time, dressed as a woman and spending time with her mistress, blushed at her. What's wrong with my hobby? What do you think? You just look like a pervert. Hello, Eunice. How about the dick I made bigger with alchemy? Are you satisfied? Eunice blushed at Diane's harsh words, but nodded her head. The only thing on this wide continent that could satisfy the prince's strange taste was her body, but her small penis could not satisfy Prince, and it was Diane who solved their secret concerns. If she wanted to become a woman so much, I could make her breasts bigger too. It doesn't look good when she's wearing that pretty dress, and it's flat, noisy. How many times do I tell you that I don't want to be a woman, but that I like women's clothes? Well, anyway, that's it. So you said you're going to war with Heinrich? Is there a chance of winning? Prince hesitated for a moment in response to Diane's question, and then she answered, if Duke Windridge is on my side, I will definitely win. But Heinrich made a deal with Leon. It looks like he married Princess Rachel and made a contract with King Leon. Well, the king wouldn't have minded losing one of his brains while waging a political war with his daughters, especially if he had decided to receive some territory. Ugh, you stupid Heinrich. How on earth can someone who wants to become emperor make a deal to give territory to an enemy country? Diane let out a sigh as she watched Prince vent her anger and handed her brother a piece of paper she had taken out of her arms. What is this? It's a share of the Adriatic Alchemy Association. Given your personality, you wouldn't have created a slush fund somewhere. Don't you think you'll have enough money to raise military funds or mercenaries? If you use that as collateral, you'll be able to secure quite a bit of military funds. Prince was moved to tears by her unexpected help. I'm sorry Diane. I can't help her by being her brother, but I always get help from you. With this much, I can't help you more. Furthermore, I'll go to Yuno's territory with Iria. If you win, I'll come back. If Heinrich wins, I'll have to live there with Yuno. When it came to Yuno, Prince lightly laughed at her, recalling Diane's usual behavior of putting her in her arms and not being able to live. Okay, you can take care of that. I'm sorry, but I have 2 favors for you. If you're sorry, don't ask for a favor. What is it? I'll listen and decide whether to listen or not. Her thief was Diane, but Prince knew she would do herself a favor. First, Princess Rachel escaped from Heinrich's palace and asked for my protection. She is in a secret safe house in the capital. When you go to Juno's domain, take her with you. There is also Princess Eliza in Juno's domain, so it seems that they are sisters. Wouldn't it be better if we stayed together? Yuno will return in about a year, so there won't be any major problems. You know what? It's no big deal. All I have to do is temporarily alter your face with my alchemy, then disguise myself as my maid, and take her away. What's next? Prince handed a small vial to Diane, who asked for her next favor. What is this? Blood? Yes. I secretly took the blood that my father vomited when he passed away. Please check for any traces of poisoning. I could not find any traces of poison using the regular reagents in the Imperial Palace, but you can conduct a more detailed examination. That's right. But what if I'm poisoned? If it is not poisoning, if I lose in the round, I will recognize Heinrich's throne. However, if it is true that Heinrich poisoned my father, I will somehow make Juno the emperor of this empire. When he dies, he becomes a vengeful spirit. Even if it's just the willpower seen in Prince's appearance was enough to send a chill down Diane's spine. My brother, who is usually gentle, is acting like a man at times like this. Even though I can't even reach Yuno's toes. I miss Yuno. I understand. I'm done asking. Right, wait. One last time. What? 2 things. When Diane expressed her frustration, Heinrich walked up to her and patted her sister's head, which was slightly larger than his own. You grew up beautifully, Diane. Because your brother lacks ability, he hasn't been able to take care of you properly, and it seems like he will continue to do so in the future. No matter what happens to me, you will marry Yuno and live with her. Even though she is your older sister, she says she loves you, so what can you do? Haha. Diane's face turned bright red at Prince's words. What are you talking about? That Yuno is your younger brother. How can you marry Yuno? If you don't want to do it, just quit. I wrote a letter to Yuno asking her to accept you as her wife, but then I guess I'll have to burn this letter. Thump. Well, does that mean I have to burn it? Anyway, goodbye, brother. If possible, you will kill Heinrich. Fighting. Heinrich was also her older brother, but Diane did not hesitate to tell her to kill her own brother. Prince smiled bitterly at her sister's attitude, and after seeing Diane off, he went to her bed with Eunice. Illustration of Diane growing her own somewhere with drugs by Eunice. Chapter 87. Balkan Civil War 5. Balkan Civil War 5. A few days later. Heinrich's villa. Heinrich was listening with satisfaction to the reports coming to him. The Marquis of Deerwood swore an oath of loyalty to me. Yes, your majesty. It seems to be true that Hyria got divorced. Moreover, since there is a rumor that she suddenly disappeared from Villa 1, it could be that she went back to her parents' house and asked the Marquis of Deerwood to take revenge. Well, it's a bit of a pity that I won't be able to show you the insides of that bitch, but first, it's good news that the Marquis of Deerwood has become an ally. How many troops did you say you can send? It seems that the Windrage Duchy is located right above his territory, so he is said to be sending 2,500, which is half of the 5,000 private troops. Good. It's not that bad. Good job. Thank you, your majesty. From then on, all Heinrich heard were good reports. There followed reports of oaths of loyalty from various minor noble families and contracts with several mercenary groups from the kingdom of Alto, and Heinrich was already imagining himself beheading Prince and ascending his throne. Woo, there's only good news today. Still, most of the high-ranking nobles are still waiting for their liver, so please try a little harder. Of course, they are the ones who don't have any regrets, as long as they remain neutral, so give that guy Prince strength too. I don't think it will add anything, but wouldn't it be better if I turn it over to my side? I will follow your orders, your majesty. Then today's meeting ends here. Heinrich, who was finishing his meeting and was having a good time in his secret room, heard a disturbing sound. Your majesty, this is an urgent report. What? If it's not urgent, Princess Rachel has disappeared. She was surprised that no maid entered her room this morning and reported it to Shin. When Shin hurriedly went there was really no one there. A dang tang tang. At the report that made the back of his head tingle, Heinrich overturned his chair and stood up. What? What? Tell me in detail. I didn't eat the food that was brought to the room for the past few days, so I just went on a hunger strike. But this morning, I didn't eat the food that was brought to me, so I went in to see if the maid who was feeding me food might have died, and when I went in, I found that no one was in the room. Didn't you say they were locked in a secret room with no way to open it from the inside? Yes, it's clear. Don't you know that that room was originally used by His Majesty to punish women? Yes, I can't open the door from the inside without the magic key I have. Damn it. How on earth did I get out of there? Heinrich burst into anger, picked up the cup he was holding, and threw it away. Your Majesty, don't worry too much. What can that bitch do on her own? That's not true. If she goes back to Lian, the secret pact with the King of Lian will be broken. If Rachel joins, Fana will gain strength again, and the King of Lian will have enough troops to put pressure on the Eastern Front. The number will decrease. Maybe we won't be able to put pressure on them at all, but you can't go out of Adria anyway. Don't you know that the guards are thoroughly checking and searching the gates of Adria? If that bitch had tried to go out of the gates, a report would have come in long ago. Besides, if you want to use the space movement magic circle, you have to go outside the gates. You have to go out, and you also need your ID. Well, even if you try to get to the upper part, the land distance to the Kingdom of Lian would take almost 3 months. That's also the distance to the border, and if you wanted to get to the capital of Lian, wouldn't you have to take another month and a half? That journey is weak. Rachel, you can say that it is impossible to endure this. You're right. Still, just in case, strengthen the security checks at the castle gate. And find a place where that bitch could be hiding. Yes, your majesty, of course. Rachel had long since left for Juno's domain with Diane and Hyria, but Heinrich could not have known that point, since Diane usually lived a reclusive life. Nothing was revealed about how she was doing, and since she was Diane who moved through the Alchemist Association, after escaping from the Imperial Palace using a secret passage to bring in reagents, their traces suddenly disappeared. 4 months later. Prince's Villa Point. There were more forces supporting Prince than expected, and thanks to this, Prince was able to rally more soldiers than expected. Your Highness, this is a letter from Duke Windridge, HMM. Lord Windridge. Duke Windridge was the maternal grandfather of his beloved younger brother, Juno, and one of the few high-ranking nobles who had sworn an oath of loyalty to him, while most of the high-ranking nobles remained neutral, so Prince happily opened his letter. Holy shit. King Lian finally made his move. I guess he coveted Polygal Island. Duke Windridge's letter included an apology stating that he would not be able to move his private soldiers, one of the axes supporting the Eastern Front, due to the large-scale movement of the Kingdom of Lian's army. This is a difficult situation. If the Windrage army cannot join, 1/5 of our army will be lost. How about buying additional mercenaries? Lord Windrage says he will add more funds in exchange for his troops thanks to Diane's financial support. Prince had purchased a considerable amount of mercenaries, but it was difficult to beat Heinrich with financial power, so he had given up on hiring additional mercenaries. I will look into it, but all the mercenary groups near Adria will have already concluded contracts with either us or Prince Lee's side. I guess so. Woo, I'll look for additional numbers first. Yes, Your Highness. I will do my best. Of course, even without the Windridge army, the number of private soldiers gathered by Prince was approaching 40,000, but it was clear that Heinrich would have gathered a formidable army, so the departure of the elite Windridge army was painful. As Prince continued to worry, a guest came to visit him, and he greeted him on the terrace to cool off for a while. Welcome, Commander of the Knights of the Guard. It's been a long time. How have you been? Yes, Your Highness. You are quite thin. Are you sleeping well? The guest who came to Prinz was Count Leech Tenor. Prinz warmly welcomed this elderly swordsman who had faithfully served as Charles III's bodyguard for the past 40 years. Haha. Are you going to be able to sleep well? Moreover, the relationship with Lian seems to be going so well that Lian sent troops for Henry and started to put pressure on the Eastern Front. Phew, if that guy ascends to the throne, the Balkans will be devastated. It's obvious. With a bitter smile, Prince took a sip of his tea and continued, so, why did the commander of the guard come to see me? Actually, I've been constantly thinking about whether I should tell you this or not for the past 4 months. What do you mean? 4 months ago? I think you're talking about when my father passed away. As if Prince's words reminded him of that time, the veins appeared in Lichtenor's fists and his muscles gained strength. No matter how old he was, Lichtenor's body, which had undergone a body change, was as strong as that of a man in his 30s, and his hand smashed the cup he was holding. Wow. Whoa. Calm down. Commander of the Knights of the Guard. I'm sorry about this. This expensive cup, it's no big deal. So what happened when my father passed away that made him worry for 4 months? According to the Rishka system that you mentioned, I couldn't help you, so I couldn't say anything. In fact, the will that Prince Lee took over the throne was a fabrication. Well, I guessed that much. Even though I dressed up as a woman and my wife has a rather strange body, isn't this the kind of father who would shake up the empire by suddenly appointing Heinrich? Besides, the secretary, the Marquis Garcia, who was a young man, is making a fuss next to Heinrich, and I'm not so stupid that I can't guess that. Then why didn't you inform us of that fact? Why should I tell you now? Even if I say that the will was fabricated, Heinrich will counterattack by saying that I'm spreading a rumor, so it doesn't mean much. History will be on the winner's side anyway. If I win, it will become the truth. Brit, what you said is correct. And in fact, Your Majesty nominated Yuno as the next emperor. At Lichtenor's words, Prince jumped up from his seat. Is that true? What would I do if I told a lie here? Anyway, His Majesty's will has become meaningless by now. I just wanted His Highness the Crown Prince to know the truth, so I came here and told him. Phew, thank you for telling me the truth. If things were as they were, my father would have wanted Yuno to sit on the throne and me to lead the empire as prime minister. It is certainly the emperor's duty to produce a successor, and my father knew that better than anyone else. I mean, you are correct, Your Highness, but as the Lord said, it has now become difficult to place Yuno on the throne. Of course, since I heard the truth from the Lord, if I win, I will make Yuno the crown prince. Honestly, it is inevitable as it is impossible for Yunus to produce a successor. Haha, yes, Your Majesty. And as of today, I will step down as the commander of the Knights of the Guard and leave for Tesidanakana territory to serve His Highness Yuno as per His Majesty's will. Before he passed away, His Majesty left a message for me to serve His Highness Yuno as my lord. Phew, it's a pity, but, sir, I can't intervene in our brother's fight. I can't help it. Still, if Yuno recovers and returns and I win, Yuno will become the head of the imperial military led by me. Then, you will return to the imperial military, so please take care of my younger brother Yuno until then. Yes, Your Majesty. Personally, I will pray for Your Majesty to win. Thank you, Lord Lichtener. Like that, Lichtener left Adria, and Prince became even more angry at Heinrich, who even manipulated his will. I had a guess. But since it turns out to be true that even the will was falsified, Heinrich, you will never be forgiven. Chapter 88, Mountain Village Territory Development. 1. Development of Mountain Village Territory. 1. While Prince and Heinrich were preparing to fight, Diane and her party, who left Adria, reached Yuno's territory through a store run by the Alchemist Guild Association instead of using a space movement magic circle, which could reveal their movements. Brit, after passing through the gates of Chi's castle using disguised identity cards, they parted ways with the company they had been with so far, and headed to the Lord's residence. Here, Rachel, we've arrived, so wake up. It's been a long time coming on the carriage ride for 2 months. Phew, is this Yuno's territory? The castle is tiny, but the air is very clean, and nice. I'm sleepy, even though I slept like that. Sister Diane, you mean Ella's lives here, right? Now she and her husband have entered the Monster Mountains. Yes. They say collapsed and needs to be nursed, so she can't come out. Her life isn't in danger, but she can't move. I'm going to ask Yuno's agent for more details. Hiria and Rachel are waiting here. You don't want to get caught. Brit I understand. Since His Highness the Third Prince is not there anyway, I can use the official residence, right? I want to sleep a little longer, Rug Jamson. I'll ask you that too, by the way. Hiria no longer treats me like a princess and just calls me Diane and only calls the Third Prince. TSK, as Diane grumbled and got out of her carriage and headed towards the Lord's residence. Lee said that she was going to do it again. Anyway, why is he acting like that again? Rachel, you, Diane, do something about him, sister. How can I handle Diane? If she goes crazy and starts crying because she wants to see her little brother, it's only going to be hard for us. Kick, kick, kick. Despite the awkward combination of the first princess of the empire, Diane, her brother's ex-wife Hiria, and her sister-in-law Rachel, the 2 months of travel made the 3 women like sisters. That's why the girls, who had been cautious at first and called each other Your Highness and Princess, now called each other by their names instead of their titles and spoke informally to each other. And they became friendly friends who laughed while throwing playful criticism at each other. Diane grumbled, but headed to her residence with a smile on her face, and she asked the guard standing guard if she could meet the Lord's representative. Hey, go away. Our Baron is so busy. It's hard to meet him if we don't make an appointment. Then what should I do to make that appointment? What kind of country lady is that? If you want to meet the Baron, she puts her name here on the application form. And when she comes back tomorrow morning, she will let you know when she can meet you. The guard chased Diane down, only because of the clothes she was wearing, but as soon as he saw her beauty, his attitude changed to friendly, and she told him the procedures for meeting Baron Kimberly. Yes, I wrote down my name here, so I can come back tomorrow, right? Let's see, Diane. The purpose is to report moving in. If you're registering to move in, then you should definitely meet the Baron, since he's also doing the administrative work. Anyway, hey, Miss Diane, if this is your first time here, I'll show you a delicious restaurant. Dinner at later, Mr. Gardo. Hey, you're an old man. I'm still a bachelor in my 20s. Leaving behind the guard who was flirting with her, Diane returned to her carriage and informed her group that she would not be able to meet the magistrate until tomorrow. Well, if I reveal my identity, we can meet right away. That's impossible. We have to be prepared for anything. But can't Hiria and I just remove our facial camouflage like you did? This is really frustrating. After all, who will recognize our faces in this rural area? I guess that's true. I'm a bit frustrated too. I understand. Instead, just keep your clothes on. After agreeing to that, they headed to an inn and decided to stay for a day, then left the carriage and went to see the manor. However, the 3 women who were watching soon became angry and entered the only tea house in the castle. Wow, there's at least one tea shop in this crappy town. It's amazing. But why does the tea smell so bad? The people are really thin. The stores are not active. It seems like there are quite a lot of people who can't eat well. Looking at it, it looks like they depend more on hunting than dairy farming for food. There are still quite a few people at the butcher shop. No, even though this is the center of the territory, what level are the surrounding villages? Is this what the administrator is doing? That's right. I see a lot of room for improvement here and there. It's clear that the person appointed as his agent is not doing his job properly. If Baron Kimberly, who worked overtime every night because he had no civil servants to help him with his work, heard about it, it would have been enough to grab the princess and princess by the collar and shake them. But they could see many problems with the Tisidana Canner estate in their eyes, and my head was spinning, thinking of ways to improve this place. As the women discussed various options in the tea house, the sound of the tea house door opening was heard, and a pretty woman came in armed. Owner, please give me a cool cup of coffee here. Hey knight, I'll be colonizing you right away. Thinking that it was a voice she had heard somewhere, Diane raised her head to see who the voice was, and inadvertently called her name. Lord Cordelia, this, Her Royal Highness. As soon as Cordelia entered the tea house and saw Diane's face, she ran forward. As soon as she came in front of Diane, Cordelia saw the faces of Lee and Rachel, and bowed down in front of them. Cordelia, the senior knight of His Majesty the Third Prince. His Majesty the First Princess of the Three Houses. SHHH. Quiet, quiet. Diane covered Cordelia's mouth and carefully lifted her head to make sure no one was listening. Fortunately, the owner of the tea shop had gone into the kitchen to make the tea, and it was only after confirming that they were the only people in her shop that she covered Cordelia's mouth, released his hands. Ah, no. How on earth are these precious people here? It seems like the situation in the capital hasn't been communicated properly up to this point. I don't think there's anyone worth going back and forth here. They told us about what happened in the capital and their situation. Woo, that's what happened. It was also known here about a month ago that His Majesty King Carol III passed away. I also reported this to His Highness Yuno, who is recuperating in the Elf Realm. However, due to circumstances, His Highness will not be moving for another half a year. Because your body is helpless, I see. Just how injured is Yuno? I heard there's no harm to her body. Yes, his body is fine, but it's a mental problem, so he's only conscious for about 6 hours a day. But at first it was about 4 hours, but now it's increased to 6 hours, and I'm seeing improvement. Really? I wish I could see it. I also went into the Elf Realm to heal from the injuries I sustained during the last monster invasion, and thanks to that, I was able to get permission to enter. It would be difficult to just go in. Diane was nodding her head at Cordelia's words, and every time she turned her head down, she tilted her head to see a red light shining through Cordelia's armor. But Lord Cordelia, what is that on her lower abdomen? I think I see something red. Is it possible that her injuries haven't fully healed? In that case, I need to make a potion. Cordelia was surprised by Diane's question. Ah, no. Her Royal Highness. What is this? Ah, that's right. I'm here for a moment on my way to report to Baron Kimberly, so I'll just leave. Cordelia, who was flustered and gibbering, quickly got up and ran out of the tea house without even saying goodbye. Driver, you have to bring the coffee truck you ordered. The owner of the tea shop ran out, but Cordelia was nowhere to be seen, so he placed the coffee Cordelia had ordered on Diane's table, asking them to taste it. What car is this? When a black tea, which I had never seen before, was placed on the table, Hiria, who usually likes tea, showed interest. Ah, I guess you're a foreigner? This time, the driver brought coffee from the Elf Realm. If you grind it and drink it, the scent is perfect. Some people don't like it because it tastes bitter, and some people don't like it because it can make it hard for them to sleep at night depending on their constitution. There is also the owner strongly recommended her coffee, saying that it can be enjoyed warm or cold, and they each took a cup. Oh, really? It smells so good. It tastes a little bitter, though, so now I started cultivating it in my garden. It wasn't difficult to grow, and it soon bore fruit. Really? Is it possible to package just a few of these coffee fruits? Yes, it is possible. It is also a good idea to brew the tea yourself and find the consistency that suits you. Hiria's head was spinning as she thought about ways to make money from these fruits, and it led her to think that she should further punish the magistrate who was not able to utilize this specialty product point. After additionally touring the estate and assessing the situation, they returned to their lodgings and enjoyed a peaceful afternoon on the balcony. Enjoying the clean air of the Tishidana estate and the scent of coffee made by Hiria herself. Meanwhile, Baron Kimberly and Maya were bewildered after Cordelia reported that her party had arrived. Ah, why are they here? Shouldn't we start with His Majesty's funeral? That's Cordelia informed Diane of the current situation in the capital. But why didn't we get this news? Why would you come to this corner of the countryside to get some kind of military support? You probably thought it was just a waste of time. Moreover, Prince Lee Side probably did not want to create a reason for His Highness Yuno to participate in the war by informing Her Majesty Yuno of the current situation. Of course, even if she needs to recuperate for another half a year, she may overdo it and go to war. Now that I think about it, it seems that His Highness the Crown Prince did not want to place a burden on his younger brother, His Highness Yuno. That is why he sent his younger brothers and wife to His Highness Yuno to protect them. Then, there will be less room for His Highness Yuno to interfere unreasonably. Cordelia asked Kimberly and Mia, who were discussing various ideas, whether it would be better to first bring Diane into her group to hear the detailed story. Only then did they come to their senses, quickly pull the carriage at the residence and head to the women's lodgings. That Cordelia had identified illustration of the current state of the inside of Cordelia's armor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Development of Mountain Village Territory, 2. Development of Mountain Village Territory, 2. I hope you are well, Your Royal Highness. I say that I'm Baron Kimberly, who serves Your Highness the Third Prince. I'm in charge of administrative affairs on behalf of Your Highness. Nice to meet you. My name is Mayor, and I also work under His Highness the Third Prince. I'm responsible for the military authority within the territory and the security forces within the castle. Diane, Hyria, and Rachel smiled awkwardly after being greeted by Baron Kimberly and Mia. Phew, I guess Lord Cordelia told you that we were here. Haha. Well, that's true. But wouldn't it be better for you three to stay at the official residence that His Highness used, rather than at an inn like this? I even made an appointment to meet Baron Kimberly. Anyway, let's do that. By the way, did you say Maya? Yes. That's right. Only, it seemed like the guards at the official residence were not properly trained. They tried to cut off the meeting with the administrator just by looking at young G Minimum's outfit, and they even started belittling me. Do you know what I mean? At Diane's words, Maya's face turned red. I apologize. Since the last monster invasion, we have recruited a lot of new soldiers. So it seems that training was insufficient. We will provide more thorough training. I understand. I will keep an eye on you. I will often go out in secret, so I will see you again sometime. We will take measures to prevent something like this from happening again. We'll have to wait and see. The gate was opened right away when I presented my forged ID. It was really deplorable what the level of security was like from their first meeting. Baroness Kimberly looked at Maya with a repugnance as she watched him get angry with Diane. Giggles. Giggles. That guy. I've recognized him since he was always the same size as me. Oh, it's refreshing. The fatigue from working overtime yesterday is completely washed away. Let's stop here. Let's go to the official residence. Baroness Kimberly, yes. Her Royal Highness, please report the territory's budget status, usage details, current project status, future development direction, population composition and occupation status of villages within the territory, crop status, etc. By tomorrow morning. The smile disappeared from Baroness Kimberly's face at Diane's sudden command. Yes. Yes. Why are you suddenly saying that? Did you know that Princess Rachel here was the Minister of Finance in charge of the finances of the Kingdom of Lyon? How good of an opportunity is it that such a person would look at the financial status of the county of Tizidinakana and offer to help? Yes. Rachel continued speaking to Baron Kimberly, who was crying. Ho ho ho. If you've prepared well, it won't be a big deal. However, if a false report is discovered, it will never happen. Maybe is that so? Since Baroness Kimberly has integrity, there will be no hole in her finances. She wouldn't even register a false report just because she suddenly made one. Because if she did that, Diane would have her head blown off. Ho 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 ho. She even joined in, asking Hyria, who was still there, to report to her in detail the status of her crops, and Baron Kimberly's face became more and more rotten. I wasn't following this bastard. What kind of glory am I going to endure in this countryside where no one recognizes me? In the end, Baroness Kimberly worked all night long and was finally able to prepare a report for Diane, Rachel, and Hyria Point. But her ordeal did not end with her report point the next morning. In Juno's office, the three women read the report and began to argue with Baron Kimberly and Mayor like crazy. What? You hired a troll and agreed to give him 9 tons of food? Are you crazy? Baron, no, I didn't decide. This damn bastard. Mayor. As the three women's eyes turned to her, Kimberly was looking at her with a sweet smile, but then quickly turned her gaze to the side and looked the other way. Mayor Garrison Commander, please explain what happened. However, under pressure from Diane who asked directly, Mia had to explain in detail what happened. 20% of the mountain rangers and guards were killed, and the rate of injured exceeded 50%. So while I was recovering my troops, a troll at the level of master who could speak human language asked me to use him as a mercenary. So I had no choice but to leave him in charge of guarding the mountain range. Baron Kimberly, are you telling me to believe this? Woo, if you tell me honestly right now where those 9 tons of food went, and spit it out, I will spare you from being burned at the stake. I will hang you mercifully. So tell me honestly, when Diane and Rachel told her that they would kill her with ease if she coughed up the money, Mia shook her head and hands and shouted that what she said was true. Huh, Your Highness? What Captain Mayer said is true. It is true that many troops lost their lives in the large-scale invasion of monsters, and as in, a troll who reached the level of master saved my life. I know this is true. I swear on the honor of my master, His Highness then. I will believe you. It's what my brother's knight said, so it must be true. As Diane's frozen face relaxed, Maya and Baroness Kimberly sighed. Baron Kimberly, I understand that the former administrator, Boris, created a hole in your finances, and that you worked hard to make up for it. However, the Baron's financial management does not show how to develop this territory in the future. But Rachel's eyes lit up again, as if this wasn't the end, and this time her target was Baron Kimberly. Yes? I can't see the vision. As a lord leading a territory, you have a duty to try to provide a better life for the people of the territory, and you have an obligation to suggest that direction. But I don't see that in the way you do things. What I see in my eyes is that a public servant does his job, as long as there are no problems every day. It is, and you received a lot of additional budget during the last monster invasion, right? There must have been a long time left over to buy food for the troll mercenaries and rebuild the army. What on earth did you spend it on? We don't know what else will happen in the future, so use a preliminary budget. What the heck? If you have budget left over, you need to utilize it and invest more actively. And if you fail, whether you fail or succeed, if that's the way to help the territory move forward, then you should do it. There is no progress if you sit still and be satisfied with the present. A territory is like a small country. I heard you of His Highness Yuno's teacher in kingship. While working like this, I'm so worried about His Highness that he taught kingship. Baroness Kimberly seemed to be going out of her mind at Rachel's criticism pouring at her. No, I'm not a lord in the first place. Young Ju is stuck in that monster mountain range and can't come out, so what can I do? If I use this budget however I want, and His Majesty comes back and accuses me of running it carelessly, my head will be blown off, no matter what his thoughts were. Rachel's reprimands hit him like a wave, and he eventually lost consciousness and collapsed due to the fatigue of working all night, the stress of the reprimands, and the burden of his future work. Crad and Tang. Hey, Kimberly. Are you okay? Please get out of the way for a moment. Mia shook the body of Baron Kimberly, who had fallen as her colleague, but he could not get up. Diane came over and looked at him for a moment, then moved him to the corner of her office, saying that she had lost her mind for a moment. I have a rough understanding of how the territory has been run so far. However, now that we are here, it will be different from what we have been doing. Mayor, yes. Her Royal Highness, please report to me on future training plans for new recruits, discipline training for existing soldiers, and what to do with rangers who will retire due to injuries from the past incident. Please tell me the current status of weapons and equipment in the territory. I will allocate a new budget accordingly. I want to check the status of farmland in villages around my territory. Please prepare 2 or 3 soldiers and horses to escort me. Mia's complexion turned pale as he made Diane, Rachel, and even Hiria do all the work for him. Lord Mayor, I will take charge of the escort of Mama Hiria, and the status of weapons and equipment will be left to the knight under me, so please only worry about Her Highness Diane's business. Thank you, Cordelia. Thankful that Cordelia would take care of all but the biggest tasks. Mayor quickly escaped from the residence before further orders were given. Of course, it was a bonus that he was internally criticizing a lot. The matter has been somewhat taken care of. Lord Cordelia, what should I do to meet I'd like to go see once I've completed the maintenance of the territory to some extent. You have to get permission from the elf queen in the elf territory. Lord Cordelia, could you please give permission for me, Hyria, and Rachel to enter? Since she has already entered the elven realm, it would be possible for her to go back in and ask for permission. Right, that's true. But however, Cordelia was reluctant to enter her elf realm again and unconsciously stroked her lower abdomen point. There she had a tattoo of her womb, and her womb throbbed with excitement as she naturally remembered the hell of ecstatic pleasure she had experienced in her elven realm for 2 days and 1 night. Chapter 90. Cordelia will become the master sex toilet driver. 1. Cordelia will become the Lord Sex Toilet and Pussy Knight. 1. Cordelia recalled her 2 days and 1 night stay there for treatment of her injuries, following Diane's orders that she go to the Elven Realm and obtain permission for her entry. 2 days and 1 night at Elist was so ecstatic, thrilling, and difficult at the same time. It could be said to be a hell of pleasure. Cordelia's womb was already trembling, and love juice was already flowing out of her vagina, soaking her panties. I felt it. AHH. The master's cock. Once again, the pleasure given by the master's amazing cock. HMM. Father. Cordelia fell in love with the pleasure that the master gave. Cordelia really was the master's sex toilet pussy. I became a knight apostrophe. She felt guilty of moment as she remembered her former master, Count Led Elmo, who had loved her like her father. But that was soon erased by the thrilling anticipation of her womb, and only her master's lovely cock came to mind. Her Majesty, you knows Knight Cordelia. I will obey Her Majesty's orders. Yes. Please, Lord Cordelia. And this is a letter that Brother Prince told me to deliver to Juno, so I hope you deliver it well. Cordelia received Diane's letter sealed with her seal and headed to the knight's headquarters. As soon as Diane's order was received, Lord Cordelia, are you here? At the headquarters, the 2 knights under her command, Hans and Jact, were training the newly accepted servants like the knights owned by high-ranking nobles, such as the Knights of the Guard or the Windridge Knights. They were not in a position to organize each rider and conduct systematic training, and since the individual knights of the earldom were limited to 20 people anyway, they had squires like knights from ordinary small and medium-sized noble families. The current situation was that the knights were being organized in an accepting manner. Her body was screaming to run to her master's side immediately, but she had to do everything she said she would do, so she told her subordinates that she would be away for a while and to review what they had written, and told Mayor he gave instructions to help with the work. How long will you be away, Captain? HMM. It takes 3 days to reach the elf realm, and I'll probably have to rest there for a day, so it will take about a week. Of course, she didn't have to rest after being embraced by Juno and becoming a high-ranking knight, but she went all the way to Elist and didn't think she could bear it if she didn't spend a wonderful time with her lord. Yes, I understand. We will train the servants thoroughly for a week, so you can take your time, Captain. Please take your time. Cordelia sighed lightly, because it was obvious that, if she wasn't there, the 2 guys would be drinking together every night. Woo. You guys really came back, but I know that if you, as well as the squires, don't make any progress, you'll be destroyed. Yep. Don't worry. Leaving his men alone, Cordelia quickly rode her horse to the monster mountains. She quickly reached the border of the mountain range, and came into view of the ranger fort, which was undergoing restoration. And a face she hadn't seen in a long time also caught her eye. Ajin. It's been a while. Whoa. Is it Cordelia? Nice to meet you. Azin took the seriously injured Cordelia to El Rust for her healing, and when she went to Kies Castle again, Azin escorted her, so the 2 became close friends. When Azin smelled Cordelia's scent as she was leaving for Kies Castle, he realized that she had become Yuno's woman, and tried to treat her politely, but she asked him not to do that between her fellow warriors, so Azin was treating her as his own friend. Cordelia, if I see you heading this way, do you think it is towards Yuno-sama? Yes, that's right. My lord's sisters asked me to come to the estate and deliver a letter and some news. Then I will take you there. If you are in the forest, my legs are much faster than a horse. I can take you there in a day. If Ajin takes her, her travel time will be much shorter, and she will be able to enjoy her time with Yuno more. Cordelia's pussy spurts out love juice. Sniff. Pew ha ha ha. It looks like Cordelia is looking forward to mating with Yuno-sama. It smells like the pheromones of a female in heat. Cordelia's face turned bright red at Ajin's words. Ajin. Don't say that. It's true. I'm looking forward to it, but if Cordelia mates with Yuno and gives birth to her cub, a very strong cub will be born. As Cordelia's close friend, Ajin will train both cubs. As Ajin ran with her Cordelia on her shoulder, she pounded her chest, asking her to leave it to her unconditionally if the baby was born. A baby. As a knight serving my lord, there is no way I could become pregnant with his baby. Cordelia carefully stroked her lower abdomen while denying Ajin's words. I have my master's baby. My master's baby would be so lovely. I want to have sex. I want to be pregnant with your highness Yuno's baby. Master. I want to see it even for a second apostrophe. While she was immersed in sentiment, Ajin's feet moved quickly. The troll's feet, which are specialized in the forest, quickly traveled deep into the mountain range without sleeping, and arrived at the entrance to Elros the next morning, and dropped Cordelia off. Thank you, Ajin. Well, it's no big deal. Cordelia. If you're thankful for me taking you there, you should become pregnant with Yuno-sama's baby through today's mating. I'll pray for you. It's noisy. Let's go quickly. Ajin disappeared into the forest, leaving only her harsh laughter. After seeing off her Ajin, Cordelia took off the armor covering her body and showed off her bikini to the elf standing guard, showing her womb tattoo that proved she was Yuno's woman. Welcome. It's the injured knight I saw last time. It's a sign that she's the wife of Yuno, the benefactor of our elves. Our former queen, Kiramu, shows off it with such pride. Her guard looked at Cordelia's wound tattoo enviously, then let her into her elrest and guided her near her quarters in Juno. Our master's scent. I can feel it even at the door. The strong smell of cock. The smell of a male dominating a family. She stood in front of the door of Yuno's lodgings. Cordelia's nose was filled with the strong scent of her man and woman having sex. Her nipples, which had been hidden under her bikini armor, naturally rose up, and her clitoris also became firmly erect. Her pussy, covered by a thin bikini armor, fluttered open, anticipating her master's cock that would soon fill her stomach, and she vomited out her love juices, drenching Cordelia's thighs and even her boots. I barely gave up my regrets after being ordered to return to Chi's castle and wait. If this happens, Cordelia will truly become a sex slave who only knows her master's cock. As a knight, she will show loyalty to her master with her sword. It's not an offering. As a sex toilet driver, I become a pervert sex slave driver who screams out loud after being injected with pleasure by my master through my vagina. Looking forward to having sex with Yuno, Cordelia took off her bikini armor and threw it away as soon as she entered Yuno's house. Eventually, Cordelia, now completely naked, ran to Juno in her living room, holding only her sword in her hand, and bowed on her knees. New Cordelia. Meet your lord, Cordelia. It's been a while. Fortunately, her lord was able to maintain his sanity, but even in that situation, he was furiously thrusting his huge cock into the vagina of his sister and noble princess. When you're having sex with Mary, focus on Mary's pussy. Mary is hard at work squeezing her brother's dick. Harder Mary. Still, your brother's knight came to visit with business, so shouldn't you get a salute? KKKK my Mary. Just wait a minute. My brother will just take a salute and fill her lovely little sister's womb with cum. Do you understand? Sighed Juno, lightly kissed her sister's lips and looked at Cordelia. Cordelia, that wasn't the salute I taught you, right? Is it really okay for the leader of the knights, who is supposed to lead the knights in my territory, to not even be able to greet properly? Next to Juno and Mary, who were enjoying incestuous sex so happily, all kinds of noble women, including Empress Iria, Princess Isabella, and former elf Princess Miruko, were masturbating while watching them having sex. So instead of greeting them in front of them as instructed by Yuno, they did the same. It was Cordelia who offered her greetings, but her lord forced her to greet her in her own way, and Cordelia, while her body was shaking with shame and anticipation, immediately spread her legs wide and covered her face with the tattoo of her womb. Her pussy was exposed. Cordelia, the lewd sex toilet and pussy knight who faithfully supports the lord's cock, greets the lord. Cordelia's lewd cunt is a cock-specific sheath that comfortably stores the Lord's cock, and Cordelia's revealing the uterus is a storage container for the master's cum, so the master can use the master's exclusive sex toilet, Pussy Night Cordelia, at any time. Just by showing her pussy to Yuno, Cordelia went completely crazy, and squirted out her love juices when Yuno, who had seen Cordelia climax, stretched out her hand and lustfully stimulated her pussy. Cordelia moaned out loud at the pleasant touch of her loving lord, feeling so ecstatic about herself. I started to recall my first experience. Salute her from Pussy Night Cordelia chapter 91. Cordelia will become the master sex toilet driver. 2. Cordelia will become the master sex toilet driver. 2. Cordelia, who had lost consciousness after suffering serious injuries from an attack by an ogre and a cyclops, came to her senses while being held by her Ajin. Where are we? Are you a troll, crumbling human girl? Have you come to your senses? Then come to your senses as much as possible. It's dangerous if you lose your mind. Now, you want to talk for a moment? Troll. When Ajin responded to her inadvertently thrown words, Cordelia struggled with her body, surprised that the troll spoke to her. Krung. If I see you struggling, I don't think you'll die. I can rest assured a little. Every time she struggled, blood was flowing out of Cordelia's body, and every time Ajin saw herbs around her, she covered her injured area and helped her stop the bleeding, quickly traversing the mountain range. Britug. Where are you taking me? Why are you treating me? She didn't answer her question, and Ajin just continued deeper into the mountain range. Cordelia, who became anxious and did not know where the troll was taking her, tried to resist, but when she realized that she could not do anything due to the troll's excessively strong ghost power, she lamented her own weak strength. Damn. If only I was a little stronger, considering that he was treating her own wounds. It didn't seem like he was taking her to eat, so Cordelia questioned the purpose of her visit. Why are you taking me with you anyway? So, are you really planning to use it as a female seed collector? Goblin. I heard that some subhuman monsters, including goblins, capture human women and use them for breeding when they run out of females. But perhaps trolls too. Cordelia was horrified when that thought entered her mind. As she was being held in the troll's hand, she looked to the side and saw his lower body, the silhouette of a large penis hidden beneath a piece of cloth. Shit. If you die, you're dead. It can't be like that. Rather than being used as a breeding female for monsters, somehow kill this guy and escape. If you fail, you must kill yourself cleanly here and protect your honor as a knight and the honor of your master. Cordelia twisted her body and placed her dagger, which was hidden at her waist, in her hand. However, her arms were attached to her torso and unable to move due to the strong grip of her Ajin, so she gathered her mana little by little, waiting for just one moment to be able to move her arms. Wait. If you wait calmly, you will definitely see a gap, and the moment Ajin found her herb again and stretched out her hand, the strength of Ajin's grip loosened for a moment and Cordelia did not miss the opportunity. Cordelia regained her freedom by cutting off the troll's hand that was holding her body, and then she quickly struck with her deadly will to his throat. Die. Troll. It was an attack that drained all of her mana left in her mana scepter, and her eyes were full of confidence as the troll's throat, where her dagger was aimed, was completely open. Chin. However, the troll very leisurely grabbed the dagger with his cut hand and easily broke Cordelia's dagger. Crrrr. It was a good attack, but you don't have enough discipline to kill me. Holy shit. Kill me, you monster. When her attack was blocked with all her might, her face was filled with despair. Why should I kill you? Holy shit. It looks like they really want to use me as their seed. Now that it's come to this. Quad Duke. Cordelia bit her own tongue with every last bit of strength she had left in her own body. Fresh blood poured from her mouth, and Cordelia fell to the ground, her vision blurring as she watched the troll's expression turn into confusion. TSK. As a knight, I can't become the seed of monster. I'm sorry, my lord. I wanted to help my lord my whole life. But it seems that's the end of Cordelia. Human bitch. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Ajin suddenly attacked herself, and she looked at Cordelia in bewilderment as she bit her tongue and collapsed alone. She stuffed as much of the herb that has a hemostatic effect as possible into her mouth, and walked towards her at a much faster pace than before. I ran towards Rust Point. Only the face of her Lord Juno appeared in her unconscious mind. Count led Elmo, whom she followed like her father, committed suicide and left her behind. So Cordelia ended up serving her enemy as her second lord. So she only pretended to follow her on the outside, but before she knew it, Juno had revealed to her true identity. He was approaching as a main army point for the past half decade. Juno has always treated her kindly, giving her advice on her martial arts, and threatening her to reveal Tacito's secrets like a prisoner. Moreover, because Juno was so handsome, she could not possibly hate Juno, her enemy and Lord Point. On the contrary, her heart fluttered every time she saw her lord's handsome face, and her heart tingled every time she saw him spending sweet time with her lover Eliza. So she felt that this was tormenting her. I was wondering what it felt like, but I guess I won't have to feel that way anymore. I was in love with you. I wanted to see your face one last time. I wanted to at least confess to you before I die. Although she couldn't see her face before she died, she smiled because she could see Juno's face through her blurred vision. Cordelia, come to your senses. I must really die like this. I can even hear my master's voice. Is this God's help telling me to confess even in the afterlife? No matter what she thought, Juno's voice in her ears grew louder. Master, I'm sorry. Cordelia couldn't repay the favor you showed me, and she died like this. I adore you, Master. I'm grateful to you for accepting the loyalty of a knight from the military, and secretly thanked you. Please forgive Cordelia. The disloyal knight who loved Juno and her companions gaped as they watched Cordelia make her sudden confession. Hey, Cordelia, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Can't you hear me? Mom, can't you use that healing power that the world tree gave you one more time? No, that's it. Mom isn't used to this yet. Lord Cordelia's injuries were so severe that she used up everything, sir. In that case, try using your cock. This also contains the energy of the world tree, so if you put it in this child's vagina, the wound will heal in an instant. It just so happens that this child also loves you, so I'll use this cock. If you give it to me, they will be so happy. So wouldn't it be like killing two birds with one stone? What kind of bullshit are you talking about in advance? I'm sure she will come to her senses soon after her mother heals all of her trauma. But Ajin, why did she even bite her tongue? What did you do? No. I saved Juno's knight and healed his wounds with the herbs I saw on the way here to Elist. Then, suddenly, he stabbed me in the neck with a hidden dagger. Hey Ajin, didn't you explain that I sent you to help? Krung. I did it, Sama. To the two men who clearly looked like the leaders of the humans. Only then did Ajin remember what she had not explained to Cordelia, and only then did she understand why she was hostile to him. Oh my. I made a big mistake. Oh, you idiot. You have this as your subordinate too. Sir? Shall I bring an ogre who is much stronger than this troll as my subordinate? When Mary clung to Juno and tried to show off her charms, Arjun knelt down in front of her and prayed for her to show her mercy. And when Juno gestured, as if she was okay, Mary seemed to be unable to do anything and told Arjun to go away. Thank you, Arjun, for saving my knight. Krung. It's no big deal, In fact, I'd like to thank you for teaching my tribe how to fly stably this dry season. When Ajin brought Cordelia with her, she said she would go back to her tribe, and gave her permission, as if it were natural, and came to the door of her mansion to see him off. Meanwhile, her Cordelia came to her senses and explained her general situation to Uriah, who was taking care of her, and came out of her room with her face dyed bright red. So could not help but laugh. Lord Cordelia, thank you for confessing to me, but are you serious? Or are you just talking nonsense? Because I've lost too much of her blood. Cordelia couldn't answer Juno's question and just twitched her fingers, turning her face even redder seeing her like that. Eliza, who was next to Juno, lost her temper and said that she had increased her number of women, and the same was true for Isabella and Mary. Anyway, you better take it easy today. Her mom helped her recover, but she lost a lot of blood. Yes, my lord. Thank you. But do you have any clothes I can wear? Cordelia's clothes were covered in blood and had been removed for treatment, so Cordelia, who was now covering herself with a blanket, looked for something to wear. Oh, Lord Cordelia, I'm sorry. This is the only clothes I can wear here. Because these are traditional elf clothes. The clothes Eliza held out, saying she was sorry, was a bikini with a tiny area. How can I wear such vulgar clothes? Such a shame. Only then did Cordelia look around her and notice that all the women here were wearing those vulgar bikinis. Yuno was also wearing panties that clearly revealed the silhouette of her dick. So Cordelia took Eliza's bikini and went into the room where she was guided and laid down her body. I confessed. I told my lord that I adore him. Cordelia, you are disqualified as a knight. I can't believe I have such feelings for my lord. Cordelia thought she was dead and thought about what she had confessed to Juno. She tossed and turned in her blanket and then fell asleep. And that night, Cordelia opened her eyes when she heard a strange sound coming from somewhere. What are you talking about? Well, I guess it's no big deal. Anyway, the room is hot and I'm sweating, so I feel really uncomfortable. I don't know where I can shower. As Cordelia came out of her room and was looking for a place to wash, the words "a bathhouse" caught her eye. Ah, there is a bathhouse here. My lord and his family are probably sleeping too. I should take a bath at this time. When Cordelia opened the door, she saw an open-air hot spring filled with warm steam and a bright night sky. Woo, it looks like the elves are making sure to treat their lord well. I can't believe they are providing such a nice place as a lodging. As she soaked her body in the warm spring water, Cordelia felt the remaining fatigue in her body melt away. And at the same time, as that ecstatic feeling, an extremely obscene voice pierced her ears. How you know? Fuck my mom's pussy with that big dick. It's mom's incestuous pussy. That makes my son's dick feel good. Punch it harder and spray out some nice cum. Please fill my mother's womb with my son's cum. You know, don't just shove your mom's pussy. Sister too, you know how much your sister's pussy loves her brother's cock. Brother's chewy younger sister's pussy, which is exclusive to her brother, is waiting only for her brother's cock. Mary's younger sister's pussy, who has become addicted to incestuous sex with her brother, is straddling her brother's magnificent cock. Those lewd yet vulgar voices were familiar, so she carefully turned her head to check. Then what caught Cordelia's eyes was her own mother and empress of the empire, Uria, inserting her cock into her pussy and shaking her waist, her older sister, the second princess, Isabella, and her younger sister, the third princess, Mary. It was Yuno sticking her finger into her pussy. Crung. Yuno screamed and violated Uria without saying a word, and Cordelia began to spy on her master's sex while holding her breath. How could he do something like that with his family? Oh my god. Look at the size of that dick. It seems much bigger than the troll I saw earlier. If something like that got inside me. Gulp. At first, Cordelia was so disappointed by her own family and her incestuous lord, but it was only when she remembered what she had heard from Uria earlier that Yuno loses her temper about 20 hours a day that Cordelia understood. So, that's why you couldn't return to the territory. My lord couldn't control his sexual desires during the time when he was away from Ryasena. Yuno poured out semen into Uria's pussy and immediately inserted his dick into her older sister Isabella's pussy and shook her waist. Then Isabella moaned, as if she was happy, and it looked so beautiful in Cordelia's eyes. Her Majesty Isabella. It looks so good. Sama. Master. Please give Cordelia your master's cock. She loved you, master. Please give that magnificent cock to Cordelia's pussy, who is disqualified as a knight in the end. Cordelia, unable to resist her desire, unconsciously went to her pussy, and she watched in fascination as her master had incestuous sex, pouring out her love juices from her pussy. Orderly Macro Bikini Peak Illustration Chapter 92. Cordelia will become the master's pussy knight. 3. Cordelia will become the Lord's sex toilet and pussy knight. 3. Lord Cordelia. What are you looking at so mesmerized? Yo, look at that girl. Her pussy is so flooded. Cordelia was startled by the women's voices behind her and looked behind her, unable to take her fingers off from masturbating. Princess Eliza and Master Aragorn. There, Eliza and Catherine were naked, revealing the obscene uterine tattoo shining on their lower abdomen, and Cordelia was astonished. Yes, Lord Cordelia. I'm glad to see you enjoying the hot springs like this, and it seems like you've fully recovered. Thank you. My mana hole is still empty, but thanks to Empress Mama, I think I will be able to recover quickly with a little recuperation. Hey, why are you saying this when there is a much better way? Catherine placed her hand on Cordelia's shoulder and made her stare at the sex between Juno and his female princesses. See? That's it. After having sex with Juno, you feel like your body is full. This is a secret, but Elisa also had sex with Juno and became a master. Oh my, even though I asked you not to talk about that. Ha ha ho. If you look at him anyway, it looks like he will soon become part of our family. Why are you reacting so sensitively? Elisa and Catherine lightly bickered and then came back to Cordelia's side. How do you feel? Lord Cordelia? It feels perfect, right? I really don't think anything when I get fucked by that cock. I just become Juno's property, his female who dedicates her pussy only to Juno. Elisa continued as she stroked the tattoo of her uterus on her lower abdomen. It's pretty, right? It's proof that I'm Juno's female. As long as this tattoo exists, I'm Juno's wife and female. She can fawn over Juno's dick and spread her pussy anytime, anywhere. I'm Juno's sex slave wife. Cordelia looked at the tattoo on her uterus with blank eyes, and before she knew it, Isabella and her Mary had passed out, and her eyes were fixed on Juno and his still fully erect cock. Giggle. Really, he's my husband, but he's so sinful. What should I do with that massive male dick that makes females follow him in droves? As Juno came closer, Cordelia felt a thick, cummy, fragrant smell enter her nose and her womb trembled with excitement. Looking at her like that, Juno seemed to have instinctively sensed that a new female had appeared, and even with her irrational eyes, she approached Cordelia first and began to slowly caress her skin and breasts. Lord Master, if you do this, Cordelia is, Lord, a knight of your army. Harwang back quote no. This is ridiculous. My whole body is shaking, as if static electricity is flowing. I'm just being touched by my lord. But something is coming out from inside me. Flinch pashashashushoot. Oh my, Lord Cordelia. I can't believe I can feel it, just by being touched by Juno. If that's already the case, how are you going to handle it from now on? It really is a lewd body. Wouldn't Lord Cordelia be better suited as a courtesan, rather than a knight? How about she becomes Juno's only courtesan from now on? Chap 4. Please. Don't insult the driver. Cordelia, who had been angry at Elisa's teasing, went away, squirting as soon as Juno suddenly placed his fingers on her pussy. Back quote why? Why is my body like this? My master is just touching me. It feels so good. Like Elisa said, I feel like I have become a prostitute. Krung Juno, who had lost her senses, reacted to Cordelia's climax and squirted out her female scent, making her cock erect even more and rubbing it against Cordelia's vagina and her thighs. Lord, HMM back quote my lord is coveting my pussy. He is looking at me, who until now only knew about swords and tactics, as a woman. He is trying to make me his female. Cordelia's pussy was continuously flowing with her love juices as it was being rubbed by Juno's cock, but Juno, lacking reason, was still unable to delve into her tightly closed pussy. However, the sexual manner that was naturally used in Juno's cock made Cordelia more and more horny, and she wanted Juno more and more. Back quote ugh, I can't take it anymore. Maybe it's because I saw the naked body of my master I adore. I can feel my pussy dying to have a cock. Ah, my lord, what a wonderful body you have. In the end, Cordelia spread her legs and begged Juno to have sex with her. Master, please have sex with me. Cordelia also wants to become your woman. As a female knight loyal to you, I will offer myself as well. However, for some reason, Juno just continued to rub the head of Cordelia's vagina in front of her, but did not penetrate her. Lord, you don't like Cordelia's body. When Juno did not insert her, Cordelia asked Juno in a trembling voice. However, there was no way that Juno could answer that question, so Cordelia got up and tried to get out of the hot spring due to her shame and despair at being rejected by the lord she loved. Lord Cordelia, do you think Juno will react to that level of temptation? Elisa, well, then what should I do? Cordelia, who was trying to get up, was laid down on the hot spring floor again by Eliza Point, and Catherine brought a water mat for hot spring 6 that Kiramu and Miruku had made with spirits and placed it under Cordelia's body before she fell. This is this. No matter what, it's the first night and it's okay to do it on the floor. But is it okay to give her virginity to who has no reason? Yes. If you had reason, my master would not hug me. So I would rather be your woman now. But my master does not see me as a woman. Cordelia looked at Juno sullenly. That's because Lord Cordelia doesn't know how to seduce yet. Is there a way that she wouldn't consider herself a woman with such big breasts? She loves Juno's breasts so much. Cordelia hated her large breasts, which were a hindrance to her training. But when Juno told her that she liked them, she felt very fortunate. Well, then what should I do? What should I do? As Eliza whispered in her ear. Cordelia's face gradually turned red as she listened, until the tips of her ears became completely red, and she finally screamed. How can you say something like that? As a knight, I can't say such words. So, you don't want to have sex with Don't you want that big cock? A true male cock that turns a woman into a female. In response to Eliza's temptation, Cordelia looked at Juno's cock and swallowed her saliva. I want Lord Cordelia to get out. I want to be fucked by that cock right now. I want to feel that big cock licking her cunt, pounding her womb. But I'm a knight. Master's cock. He's getting even more erect looking at me. He's lusting after my vulgar breasts and shameful pussy giggles. Why would a bitch called a knight spill such sticky pussy juice after seeing her master's cock? Admit it, Cordelia. Just like Eliza said, you are no longer Juno's knight. Cordelia's heart sank as Catherine approached her and stroked her pussy with her fingers. Yes, Cordelia Lid Elmo, will stop being a knight serving my lord and become a vagina knight who will serve my lord's cock through sex. Now, as a vagina knight serving my lord using my vagina, not my sword, I will offer the virgin I have kept to my lord. Please put your dick into Cordelia's virgin pussy, which is dripping with pussy juice every time she sees your master's cock. Please appoint me as your master's pussy knight. I told you. I told myself I was not a knight. Dad, I'm sorry. You made me a knight and taught me hard. But Cordelia ended up becoming her master's pussy knight. Apologizing to Count Led Elmo in her heart, Cordelia opened her pussy wide, exposing her pink flesh and hymen. Oh my lord, Cordelia's hymen was pretty far in front. Oh my god. So you've never masturbated before, eh? A knight does such a mean thing. Huoxukuang. Even though she had just said that she was quitting her knighthood, Cordelia, who reflexively called herself a knight, let out a moan from the intense pleasure as soon as Juno's cock penetrated her. I'm in. The master's cock is inside me. I have become the master's female. Although her hymen was there, it must have been quite worn down from her training, so she barely felt any pain. So Cordelia just felt her powerful pleasure hitting her brain and instinctively used her legs to grab Juno's waist. Squishy. I love this. Master's cock is getting stronger as Juno's piston vagina shook her waist with the force of penetrating her own body. Cordelia let out a moan that was almost like a scream, enjoying the pleasure that Juno's cock gave her. She had a piston vagina that had no finesses. It was irrational, but due to its size and the vagina flowing from her cock, Cordelia was able to feel extremely strong pleasure, and it exploded every time Juno's cock scraped against her vaginal walls. The moaning that came out was enough to make her feel embarrassed. Did I have such a sexy body? I can't believe I'm feeling this much, even though it's my master's cock for the first time. It's rarely. Moreover, Miruku, who had already entered the hot springs, used the water spirit to create a mirror and showed Juno having sex, so she ended up admitting it. Chuguan, I love you. That Cordelia is your master's pussy knight, so please make her stronger. I love sex. I love big cocks. Juno's pistoning became stronger and stronger at Cordelia's teaching, and her teaching also became louder. Each time Juno's cock pounded against her womb, Cordelia felt her own womb respond, reaching for her cock and rubbing against her glands. Oh, my uterus is acting cute on my master's cock. My master's cock is improving. I don't need knights anymore. Pussy, I want to have sex with my master's cock as a pussy knight. Cordelia is my master's pussy. It's an article. It's a lewd female pussy article that reveals, having sex with the master, her cervix and glands were rubbing. Yuno's cock was stroking the deepest part of her pussy, the top of her gland scraping the top of her uterus, the part she felt most. There it is. I love it. And my master's cock, it is HMM. Cordelia felt like she was going completely crazy from her continued orgasms every time Yuno's cock thrust into her stomach. A feeling of pleasure far more pleasant than any sensation she had ever felt in her life enveloped her womb and brain, and she erupted in a surge of orgasm that came with every movement of Yuno's cock. Giggle Lord Cordelia, why don't you quit being a knight and become a pussy knight? Don't you think you'll regret it? When I feel this, a woman can't help it. It's destroying the uterus. The master's cock is destroying Cordelia's virgin womb. Just like that Streve, we captured Cordelia's virgin womb, which had never allowed the enemy to invade her cervix, opened little by little and wrapped around Yuno's cock. And that gave Cordelia a new sense of pleasure again, and she clenched down on Yuno's cock, feeling an orgasm once more. Point as Cordelia's pussy clenched, Yuno's cock swelled more and more, giving her anticipation. HMM. Master's cock is growing inside me, growing even bigger in my pussy. Now even though she was a virgin, she instinctively sensed that Yuno was about to ejaculate, so she strongly hugged Yuno's waist with her legs and wrapped her arms around his neck. Boo hoo hot, the master's semen is coming in. It's coming into Cordelia's virgin womb. Lord Cordelia, it's not semen, it's jizz. Yuno likes to talk vulgarly, so you should know that. Yes, master's cum has taken over my womb. Cordelia's virgin womb has been completely taken over by my master's cock and cum. Cordelia was filled with pleasure as she felt her own womb fill with her semen. When Yuno finished her ejaculation and pulled out her cock, Cordelia quickly raised her body and kissed Yuno's cock. Side back quote. I had my first kiss. My first kiss, precious as a woman. I dedicated it to my master's cock with her ultimate happiness welling up in her heart. Cordelia spreads her pussy before Yuno's eyes, making a V with her fingers and showing him her gushing semen and the tattoo of her uterus on her lower abdomen. He swore again of his own will, pussy knight Cordelia. I swear allegiance to my lord's cock. Pussy knight Cordelia will open her pussy anytime and anywhere at the command of my lord. Cordelia will serve her lord as her pussy for the rest of her life and become a female pussy knight who receives his cum. I would like to ask you to allow me to do so. To her incredibly lustful knightly oath, Yuno reacted despite her lack of reason, hitting Cordelia on the top of her head and both shoulders with her own cock, and once again ordained her as his knight. It's happened. I've officially become my master's pussy knight. Now I can have pleasant sex with my master's cock for the rest of my life. Feeling her great happiness, she fainted, and Yuno began having sex with Eliza and Catherine, who were laughing while watching Cordelia's investiture ceremony. Illustration of Cordelia's ordination ceremony as a pussy knight. Chapter 93. Cordelia will become the master's pussy knight. 4. Cordelia will become the lord's sex toilet driver. 4. Cordelia lost consciousness and woke up a moment later as she felt Yuno's semen filling her stomach. The master's cock feels so good. Miruku, having sex with my master is the best in the world. Haha, I love you, my master. When I turned my gaze to the place where I heard the loud voice, I saw Catherine and Eliza passed out with semen dripping from her vagina and an elf woman squirting from above Yuno and milk pouring out from her huge breasts. Even the elf is his woman. After all, my lord, you are amazing. You are gushing out breast milk from breast to breast. Then, is your master's baby in your stomach? You look so happy. I too. My master's baby's same red uterus tattoo as hers was engraved on her lower abdomen, and warm semen still remained in her uterus, so Cordelia felt like she wanted to be held by Yuno again, and her uterus was tingling, and at the same time, the semen mixed love juice flowed down. Ugh. But, the lord's sex is not over, so let's endure it. You are a knight, Cordelia. No matter how good the lord is, she needs to control her sexual desire. Thinking that, she turned to go back into the hot spring to cool off her cold body and saw Isabella and Mary smiling inside the hot spring and Yuria sighing. The thought of showing herself having sex with a member of the noble royal family in front of them made Cordelia want to go down that hole. Lord Cordelia, what is that tattoo on her stomach? Really? There's no way a solemn knight would get such a vulgar tattoo. It doesn't matter, because we are shallow princesses who love incestuous sex with you-know-what so much. But Lord Cordelia, Mom. Why are you hitting me? Slurp, clang me. Why me? Mary started first. Isabella and Mary, who continued to tease Cordelia, silenced her only after Uriah hit her on the back, and Cordelia sent her thanks to Uriah. Thank you, Empress Mama. And what happened to Her Highness? You know it's okay, Lord Cordelia. Is it possible for a person's mind to be that way? Just like me and my daughters had sex with Juno. As Uriah said that, a dark uterine tattoo was engraved on her lower abdomen, making Cordelia blush even more pointy. Why are you so embarrassed? Wasn't it Sir Cordelia who proudly said earlier that she would become Yuno's female and pussy knight and receive Yuno's cum for the rest of her life? Whoa, Empress. That is what about that? For a moment, Cordelia tried to make an excuse that she did it because Princess Eliza told her to, but she had already admitted her feelings, and her sex with Juno was such a pleasant and happy experience that Cordelia stopped her words. It's nothing. Just like I said while having sex with you. From now on, as your pussy knight, I will always serve your cocky. That's right. What's it like for a female knight to sacrifice herself out of love for her lord? Besides, Yuno's dick is an ordinary dick. How do you feel? Did my son's dick feel good? Uriah's words reminded Cordelia of the sex she had just had with Yuno. Yes, Empress. My lord's cock was so pleasant and yet rough. It felt like a female being conquered by a male called me. It's embarrassing, but I felt it every time I was thrust into the cock. It was an ecstatic experience that made me squirt out my love juices. That's right. He's really my son, but sometimes I think he goes too far. Really? I wonder how much he's trying to increase the number of females he has. Haha. Anyway, then Lord Cordelia is just an older sister now? She's a mother, right? What's so important about female nicknames like ho ho ho? Call me whatever you want, Cordelia. You can just talk to us easily. Of course, it's a bit weird to talk to her mom, but Cordelia was 1 year older than Isabella, so when Mary came to her and called her older sister, she was extremely embarrassed and bowed down. How dare I make it easy for the noble princesses? Please take my orders away. Ugh, sister. Didn't you hear what mom said earlier? We are part of the same Yuno family now, right? So it's okay when we are alone. Do you understand? Lord Cordelia. No, Cordelia, it's okay. Can you see the elf having sex with Yuno over there? That child was an elf princess. But now, she volunteered to be Yuno's sexual maid and is having sex with Yuno every day. For your information, Miruku's mother, the former Queen Kuremu, also became Yuno's sexual processing maid along with Miruku. Giggling, I'm currently off to plant the world tree with Miruku, so I'll be able to see you tomorrow. You're planting a world tree. So does that mean the world tree eventually died? Only then did Uriah and her princesses realize that Cordelia did not know the outcome of the last battle over the world tree, and told them the whole story in detail. 3. Oh my goodness. Then, are you saying that the Lord even subjugated the legendary dragon and made her his woman? Oh, sister. I just told you to speak comfortably. Once you get used to it, you'll figure it out. Yes. Anyway, that's right. That's why I soaked the last fruit left by the world tree in my brother's cum. Speaking of being full of the energy of life, my brother's cum. There's nothing like it, right? Mary giggled and continued her explanation. I soaked it in my brother's cum for a few days and it sprouted. My mother blessed it and poured her energy into it, and it instantly grew into a small tree. So I went to plant it where the original world tree was. Limu went with me, I see. But if you have sex with Her Highness Yuno, will you get a tattoo like this? And Miruku-sama is even breastfeeding. Is she pregnant? I will explain from there. Sir Cordelia, when Yuno, who had finally come to her senses, entered the hot spring and sat down next to her, Cordelia was startled. Lord, Master, are you okay? Yes, I have come to my senses now. By the way, Lord Cordelia was in a good mood earlier. I didn't know that our Lord Cordelia was so lewd. Seer, are you sure you remember everything? TSK TSK TSK. Since yesterday, I've only lost my reason, but my memory hasn't disappeared. That's why I vividly remember that our Lord Cordelia said she would be my pussy knight. Cordelia's face continued to turn bright red as Yuno explained her own constitution and the physical characteristics of Kiramu and Miruku, and continued massaging her breasts with her arm, draped over her own shoulders. I had to blush. I'm sorry. I went on a rampage all by myself. My lord may not like my body. Is it possible that I don't like Cordelia's body? Our Cordelia's pussy is so tight. Moreover, I hate such a pretty woman who has been so lewd since her first 6 and said she will serve me as a pussy knight for the rest of her life. Do you want to do it? Yuno continued to knead Cordelia's breasts and confessed that whenever they practiced together, she was scolded for suppressing her lust. By looking at these breasts I suffered for a while because Cordelia stimulated Yuno's sexual desire like that. When I was in her imperial palace, she had to handle Yuno's strong sexual desire by myself. Whoa. Empress. I apologize. Even when Mary and Isabella asked her to treat them comfortably in private, Cordelia's attitude did not change at all. I can't believe that mommy suffered because of that damn pussy night. As a son, she can't forgive me. I'm going to have to scold Cordelia in front of her mom. With my dick, of course. Lord. Master. Cordelia was surprised by Yuno's hand suddenly stroking the inside of her pussy and moaned. But when Yuno naturally grabbed her head and pushed it into her cock, she smelled Yuno's cock. She felt her body getting hot again. Higher. The smell of my master's cock. The smell of my master's cock who made me a female. A lewd pussy night harangue in the end. Cordelia, who became completely horny while sucking Yuno's cock, hugged Yuno while screaming lewd sex in front of everyone, and as she learned all kinds of positions, she learned how to make Yuno happy. Whoa. How do you like the riding position of Cordelia, the pussy knight? This is the riding position of Cordelia, who was recognized as an excellent cavalry captain in the testo. Harder. Cordelia climbed on top of Juno's waist, bouncing her large breasts and rocking her hips up and down as if she were riding her horse wildly pointy. As expected, Cordelia is best suited to riding a horse. Cordelia. From now on, I will appoint you as a pussy knight and captain of the cavalry I will create. Yes, thank you. My master's cock feels good. I will forever be loyal to this cock as your lord's pussy knight just as you ordered. The cavalry will look great. So please fuck Cordelia's pussy harder. As Cordelia requested, Yuno vigorously lifted her waist upwards, giving her the ultimate pleasure, and I love it. I love sex with my lord. Cordelia is my lord's lewd pussy knight, lighting up my lord's cock. Not to mention the lustful fucking of Cordelia, who will do anything to receive my lord's cum. Please fuck me hard. Please fill me with hot, thick cum. Oot cuck. Okay. It's Cordelia's order. As of tomorrow, return to the territory, create a cavalry corps, and recruit knights. However 77. But I'm sorry I can't have sex with you for a while. But I'll follow your orders. Master. In return, I will pour a lot of my thick semen into Cordelia's womb. And if you feel too lonely, you can come visit me sometimes. Understood. AHH. You are so considerate. You are Cordelia's master after all. Master. I'm going away. Lewd pussy knight Cordelia. I'm going with your cock. Ooh. And Cordelia reached her climax by kissing Yuno's lips deeply, and Yuno also poured her semen, so that Cordelia's womb swelled. Hi. Master's cum is so good. My womb is filled with cum. I love you, master. Cordelia is your eternal pussy knight. In the end, that day, Cordelia received Yuno's semen until her uterus exploded and was instilled with the manners of a pussy knight that he wanted. Originally, Cordelia would have died and would not have made such vulgar movements or words, but the pleasure that Yuno's cock gave her was so intense, and her love for Yuno grew in proportion to it, so just before Yuno's reason was lost, Yuno was able to become a satisfactory pussy knight. I'll take care of Cordelia's territory. As I said before, if you feel too lonely, you can come visit me at any time. And congratulations on becoming a senior knight, like Eliza, who became a master after receiving Yuno's semen. Cordelia also broke through the barrier to becoming a senior knight, and she was happy once again to become Yuno's pussy knight. And when Yuno presented her with traditional elf clothing and said that she would become the conqueror of the knights, Her pussy was already itching. "Thank you, master." Then, Cordelia, your loyal sex slave, and a pussy knight who boasts of pleasant fucking. I will depart under your command. C.G. However, she decided to endure it in anticipation of having sex with her master in the future, and Cordelia proudly raised her salute and departed, and Yuno saw her off, and prepared for her in case of an unexpected situation. I asked Miri to attach Ajin as her escort point. It was Cordelia's first ecstatic experience and the anniversary of her appointment as Pussy Knight. "What are you doing, Cordelia?" "As Cordelia, a Pussy Knight and cavalry captain in my army, shouldn't you show your prowess?" Cordelia, who was dazedly recalling her first experience, came to her senses when she heard Yuno's voice, and she swallowed her drool as she looked at Yuno's huge erect cock in front of her. "Yes. For master. I'm going now." The delightful pussy of my master's lewd sex slave, Pussy Knight Cordelia. "I'll take it now." Pussy, her Yuno, who had been waiting for her, climbed on her waist and saw Cordelia saluting her. Her Yuno looked at her lovingly and raised her waist, and Cordelia also looked at her beloved master. She enjoyed sex with her master for the first time in half a year. Pussy Knight Cordelia. Pussy Knight's Conquest ILLUSTRATION asterisk ILLUSTRATION of Cordelia in a disheveled Pussy Knight's uniform, after having a facial. Chapter 94, Balkan Civil War 6. Balkan Civil War 6. While Yuno was enjoying a happy life in Elist, and Ian and the others were fighting Baron Mayer and Kimberly to further secure and develop Yuno's territory budget, the time for the decisive battle between Prinz and Heinrich was getting closer. Prinz's villa. "How are the armament preparations of our troops going?" Since most of his troops were private soldiers of nobles, many of them were slightly less well armed than the regular army, so Prinz gave orders to give priority to the provision of weapons to them. Currently, the classification by type has been completed, and we are preparing with the cooperation of the Blacksmith Guild through the Alchemist Guild. It can be completed within the next week. A week is too late. There are 10 days left until the decisive battle with Heinrich. Shouldn't we give the soldiers some time to get used to the new weapons? Let's somehow finish it within 5 days. "Yes, your majesty." As the subordinate in charge of armament left, Viscount Toys approached holding a piece of paper containing the information he had received. "Your majesty, I think our troops will be slightly lacking compared to Princely's side." "What do you mean? Didn't you say that we have a lot more private soldiers sent by the nobles? Isn't it reality that, if you combine the private armies of 20 nobles of the rank of baron, it would be the size of a private army of only one count? Also, isn't it true that the number of private soldiers under the count's command, the viscounts and barons will have no choice but to take our side? It seems that the high-ranking nobles who made up the core of the state council often did not think well of Heinrich's attitude. There were more cases where it was attached to Prince." "Yes, that is correct. But it turns out that there are quite a few small noble families who even withdrew their vassalship contracts with marquis and counts, and attached only their private troops to princely's side." "Huh? You mean it's a gamble, where you risk even your own territory? If Heinrich wins, you'll think that the territory isn't that big of a deal." "Yes. Moreover, it appears that there are more mercenaries sent from the Kingdom of Alto than we thought. We also tried to contact them, but they had already concluded a contract with Princely, so the only mercenaries we were able to successfully contract with were a few mercenary groups from Mexico." Although Toys was not in charge of the mercenary contract, he was in charge of Prince's staff, so he bowed his head in apology. "No. Still, the number of troops is not very different, is it?" "That is correct. According to intelligence, Princely's side has approximately 60,000 troops, and we have 52,000 troops, so it is not a difference that cannot be overcome, and we will have the upper hand in terms of the knight's strength." "Right, that is certain. It is a quantity, but the level of knighthood of high-ranking nobles and mid-sized nobles is on a completely different level. Unfortunately, the master, Count Liechtenauer, has retired, and Viscount Spear is unable to intervene as he is a knight of the Royal Guard, and other masters. It's unfortunate that they expressed neutrality in this battle, but since they also don't have a master, we clearly have the upper hand in terms of the knight's power. It's such a pity that Yuno got injured in the elf territory at a time like this. If she were Yuno, she would definitely have stood by my side. Prince was very disappointed that, if Juno had been on his side, Eliza and Catherine Aragorn would have been on his side as well. Haha, if you think about it that way, the territory boasting the greatest power in Borkun right now is the Teshadanakin territory. Isn't it a territory with 3 masters? Huh? Is that so? No, Lord Leech Tenor retired and said he would remain loyal to Juno, so there must be 4. It's a territory that holds half of the Empire's masters. If I lose this battle, I guess I'll have to run away from Juno. Haha, when Toys was startled by Prince's words and asked if he was already thinking about losing, Prince grumbled that he couldn't even joke and continued the strategy meeting with Toys in front of the Adriatic plain. After at a point finally, Prince's army and Henry's army began to face off. Prince's army boasted shiny new weapons and built a 5-layer straight square, a typical Imperial army position, with archers and knights waiting inside to dig into the center of the Emperor's army and charge. At the moment an opening appeared, the formation was formed. By the way, Viscount Toys, isn't the enemy's position a bit strange? No matter how ignorant Princely is of military affairs, if he were to camp with the Spirit Lake behind him and be defeated, he would be fully aware that his entire army would have been annihilated. Among the nobles who support the Crown Prince, Count Xian, a key warlord in the southwestern part of the Empire, expressed his curiosity about Princely's position. If you lose this battle, you'll lose your head. So doesn't that mean that troops aren't that important? Well, Princely can do that. Considering what he did to my daughter, I will definitely rip off his head this time. Count Xian gritted his teeth as he thought of Heinrich. 3 years ago, Count Xian's daughter, who had just turned 12 and had just made her social debut, was holding a party at a mansion in the capital. She fell for Heinrich, who approached her and said she was going on a date with him, so she went out at night. Count Xian also turned a blind eye to their date because it brought him into contact with the imperial family, but his daughter did not return. He went to Heinrich's palace to look for her daughter, but Heinrich only repeated that he had let her in a carriage last night, so he had to search all over the capital to find her daughter. 2 days later, Count Xian's daughter returned to her mansion with her clothes in disarray, disappeared into her room in a daze, and ended her short life by suicide. A year later, given the circumstances at the time, Count Xian had an intuition that his daughter had been humiliated by Heinrich, but since there was no evidence or witnesses to challenge the second prince, Heinrich, and his daughter was also suffering from autism and could not say anything. He held his daughter's cold body in his arms. I had no choice but to shed tears of blood while holding him. Because he was Count Xian, he supported Prince as soon as this incident occurred and led all the troops in his territory to the capital. Even now, he stood up and went on a rampage. And the Crown Prince made Count Xian sit down and calmed him down, saying that if he won the round tomorrow, he would let him cut off Heinrich's head. The door of the tent, where the place was being calmed down again, and the positions were being organized, opened, and a messenger came running in. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is an urgent letter from the Alchemist Guild. What? Can't you see that they are planning a military strategy? Get back. How isn't this really urgent? Give it to me. The messenger handed over the letter to the Crown Prince, expressed his respect, and withdrew, and the Crown Prince broke the seal on the letter from the Alchemist Guild sent to him. Diane, did Her Highness the Emperor send you? Well, the Alchemist Guild follows Her Highness Diane. I can't tell you how fortunate I'm that thanks to Her Highness Diane, I no longer have to worry about weapons and supplies. Anyway, what did you send me for? It would be great if at least a new weapon was released. When the Crown Prince did not answer when Viscount Toys praised Diane and asked what was going on, all the nobles looked at the Crown Prince. Gritting his teeth, Prince dropped the letter on the floor, his whole body trembling and his handsome face twisting, making all the nobles curious about the contents of the letter. What on earth is going on? Your Highness, why are you suddenly acting like this? Wow. Viscount Toys, who was next to the Crown Prince, carefully picked up the letter and froze in shock as soon as he saw the contents. The nobles became even more curious about the contents of the letter, and finally the Crown Prince spoke. Count Xian, it seems difficult to give up Heinrich's head. What is that? The Crown Prince instructed Viscount Toys to read the letter, and Viscount Toys read Diane's letter in a trembling voice. Results of the blood test of His Majesty Carol III. The cause of death is determined to be caused by parasites. Since it is not poisonous, it is thought to have not reacted to the reagent. The parasite does not grow naturally near Adria, but is a species that grows near Polygal Island and is not normally used. It is not harmful to humans, but when it reacts with certain drugs, it goes crazy and melts the stomach. Quang. If it's near Polygal Island, isn't it near Count Dietrich? It is clear that Prince Lee poisoned His Majesty. Now you must subdue the weightlifter, not the civil war. Viscount Toys calmed down Prince's entourage who were causing an uproar. Calm down. That's just circumstantial evidence. There's no direct evidence, proof. The proof is that Heinrich is alive. Your Majesty, you must mobilize the Imperial Army immediately. Prince was also shaking with anger, but realistically he thought that Viscount Toys was right. Let's win this battle first. After we win the battle, I will punish Heinrich for treason, and punish him with all his senses. Yes, Your Majesty. The gods will do their best. Diane's letter served as an opportunity for Prince's associates to unite once again, and a civil war that would determine the fate of the empire was about to begin. Chapter 95. Balkan Civil War 7. Balkan Civil War 7. Like Prince, a military strategy conference was being held in Heinrich's camp. It looks like you were quite prepared. Even from afar, the soldiers over there are equipped in pretty good condition. I spent so many years as the Crown Prince that, if I wasn't prepared for that, it would have been rather disappointing. Cuck, that's right. Are you prepared well? Yes, Your Majesty. The preparations have been completed without any error. We both responded that we will begin immediately as soon as we give the signal. Henry, who smiled with satisfaction at Count Dietrich's answer, called a messenger and gave him a letter, telling him to send it to Prince's camp. Your Majesty, is that, well, shouldn't we at least formally advise surrender before the battle? We both agreed to meet in the middle for a moment without escort troops, as expected. You are merciful, Your Majesty. Eventually, Prince's side also responded that he accepted, so Heinrich got on his horse and went alone. When Prince also saw Heinrich coming, he also got on his horse, left the camp, and headed forward. The two cast a detection spell with a magic tool to see if there were any weapons hidden between them, and started talking with their heads facing each other. Haha, it's been so long, bro. How did you eat? Heinrich, you bastard. How dare you murder my father? You will never be forgiven. Even though he received the brunt of Prince's anger, who shouted at him as soon as they met, Heinrich smiled leisurely. Haha. Have you finally noticed it? Well, it's meaningless now. Your life is short anyway. Wouldn't it have been better to let you go in peace? I guess you could say I've done my duty. Why on earth did you do this? Even if you hadn't done this, I could have given you the position of Prime Minister or Duke. How could you commit such an immoral act? HMPH. That means there is an older brother above me. I will rise to the highest position. Ha. Is that an immoral thing? My older brother got stabbed in the back by me because I was caught up in things like that. I'm a simpler person than you think. My father. My older brother too. I tried to get rid of it because it was an obstacle on the way to my ambition. Yes. It's a little late, but I will eliminate you. I will eliminate you and return this empire to its original state. Haha, if possible. Well, still, as a blood relative, I will ask you one last question, brother. If you surrender now, the nobles in your brother's formation will not be held responsible, and you will spend the rest of your life quietly in the territory next to Yuno. I will do it for you. Heinrich's overflowing confidence made Prince feel slightly uneasy, but he couldn't show it now. Tomorrow morning, let's start the battle at dawn. And tomorrow evening, your head will be hung on the Adriatic Gate, as the traitor who murdered your father. Oh, you're so scared. I'm not going to kill you, though. Isn't that too much? Haha, instead, I'll make you watch that monster bitch get fucked by countless men in front of you. She's the bitch who threw the empire into chaos, so she deserves that kind of compensation, you bastard. Leaving behind the angry prince, Heinrich turned his horse towards his own camp. Ah, but would there be a man who would stand up to that monster bitch? Well, if you feed the prisoners a stimulant and then release them, they'll take care of themselves, right? Haha, he wanted to kill his younger brother who was mocking his wife, but Prince gritted his teeth and injured it and rode back to his camp point. After returning to the camp, Prince relayed the story he shared with Henry to his staff. As expected, Heinrich was the culprit. When we were alone, he proudly admitted that he killed his father. I was shocked. I will inform the soldiers widely about this. If we say that we are suppressing the traitor who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor, the morale of the soldiers will increase considerably. Yes please. And I would like to ask once again each of the high-ranking nobles here. The commander-in-chief of tomorrow's battle will be Viscount Toys. I know very well that he is inferior in age and title to the people here, but he has repeatedly been provoked by Tito on the Western Front. He is a great commander who prevented it, and he is also an outstanding military leader. So in order to unify command authority, I ask that you follow Viscount Toy's command for at least tomorrow. Your Majesty, don't worry. If I want to get revenge on that bastard Heinrich, I can take command from even a single beggar you appointed. Haha, good. Viscount Toys. No, Commander-in-Chief. Please take care of me tomorrow. I don't know how helpful this old tool will be, but let's follow the commander's instructions and destroy the enemies. When Count Xian, who brought the largest number of troops, and Marquis Seidlitz, the former Minister of Military Affairs, recognized Viscount Toys as the commander-in-chief, all other high-ranking nobles swore to follow Viscount Toys' orders. Good. I will work with you to make tomorrow a historic day to redress the balance of the empire. Each noble, please prepare your soldiers well. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Victory to His Majesty the Crown Prince. Victory. Each noble turned to his private soldiers, pledging victory, and Viscount Prince and Toys once again pledged victory point the next morning. Even before the sun rose, the soldiers on both sides were busy moving point. Soldiers carrying swords, spears, and shields headed forward, followed by archers. The knights and cavalry checked the saddles and armament of the horses, and each commander urged the soldiers to quickly prepare point. And as the sun began to rise, all the soldiers were ready, gulping their saliva from tension, and glaring at the enemy lines, while the commanders waited for the commander's order. Prince Jinayang, His Royal Highness. All preparations are complete. Okay. Commander Toys. Upon Toys' report, Prince advanced to the front of his men. As everyone has heard, the Emperor of the Empire, Carol III, lost his life at the hands of the wicked Henry. He was a great emperor who expanded the empire by leading it to victory in the Great Battle of the Zenon Plain during his time as Crown Prince, and ruled the empire stably for over 40 years. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Do you understand that the emperor was brutally murdered by his son Henry? Where has the justice of this empire gone? Although Carol III had some problems in his private life, the people of the empire were not dissatisfied with the emperor because he led the empire without any flaws, and as such, the soldiers assassinated the emperor so that his second son could take the throne. I was angry at the commander's words. Revenge. Avenge His Majesty. The soldiers cried out for revenge, and Prince raised his voice even more as he looked at the soldiers. That's right. Gentlemen. This is not only my personal revenge against my father, but it is also revenge depended on by the will of all the people of the empire. This battle that takes place today is a battle to correct the justice of the empire. The soldiers cheered at the Crown Prince's speech, and their morale continued to rise. Gentlemen, today, we will bring justice to the empire. It will not be done by me or the nobles, but by the soldiers here. Advance. Exterminate all of those traitors. With the Crown Prince's command, Viscount Toy's hand lowered, and the horn announcing the advance and the flag symbolizing the Crown Prince rose. Maintain the line. Never advance alone. Maintain your distance from your colleagues. Shield bearers, keep your shields connected. Thump 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 as the 50,000 strong army slowly advanced, and the sound of their footsteps shook the earth. It put tremendous pressure on Henry's army, which consisted mostly of mercenaries. If you take even one step back, my sword will cut off your neck. All soldiers raise their spears and shields. Don't be scared. We have more numbers. If you win today, you will receive a huge reward. Even if you die here, the reward will be delivered to your surviving family, so don't spare your life. Still, Heinrich's army regained its morale thanks to the shouts of knights dispatched to every corner as independent warriors and the promises of rewards from commanders, and the archers of Heinrich's army began firing arrows. However, the prince's army, boasting armament comparable to that of a regular army, advanced through the arrows without significant damage, and an all-out war between the two armies began. Push forward. Connect the shields. There should be no gaps. The swordsmen with shields and swords first pressed Heinrich's army, and as the spearmen behind them stabbed them, Heinrich's army began to suffer casualties and gradually began to be pushed back. If you run, you will die. Raise your spears. You are ahead in personal combat power. Alto mercenaries, advance. Demonstrate your special skills. However, when the dictators cut off the heads of some of the fleeing soldiers, and went directly to cut down several of the prince's soldiers, Henry's army also regained its courage, and began to fight back. In particular, several barbarian mercenaries from the kingdom of Alto infiltrated the enemy's camp, by flying their large bodies, throwing daggers among the soldiers, and swinging large weapons. And gaps began to appear in the prince's camp. The prince's armor's shield soldiers began to retreat in panic, and the seasoned mercenaries did not miss the opportunity. The space has opened. Dig in. Don't miss the opportunity when they panic. The skills of the mercenaries were displayed in accordance with the instructions of the commanders of Heinrich's army. Ugh, I can't see. What is that strange axe? It has suddenly increased in size. Be careful. The mercenaries harassed the prince's army in a variety of ways. Haha. How about it? It tastes like poison sand that I made myself. Haha. Offer up your heads in front of the special halberd that this old man modified himself. That's 1 gold coin for each of your heads. Sand was sprinkled. Weapons and strange weapons were rampant, and the prince's army began to gradually fall back. However, the prince's army's counterattack was also formidable. Arrowers, load your arrows. First, hit those strange barbarians who had dug in. Start firing. When the Alto mercenaries who had invaded the camp and ran amok were suppressed by the arrows fired by the archers, the commanders regained their composure and began leading again. Shield soldiers, don't back down. Trust your comrades behind you. Spear soldiers too, be strong. You must overcome, so your comrades can survive. Most of the members of the prince's army were private soldiers of the nobility, and their combat power was lower than that of the regular army. However, many of the members of each unit were soldiers who had been with them from their hometowns, and when the commanders pointed this out, they came to their senses again, and began a counterattack. Damn it. Let's connect the shields again. If we get pushed back, we'll get hit. As soon as one unit's battle order was completed, several units similarly joined forces to form a battle line, and the mercenaries of Heinrich's army who were rampaging were suppressed by the archers. Then the battle unfolded evenly again and continued in the form of a power struggle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Balkan Civil War, Conclusion. Balkan Civil War, finish. In a battle of infantry that was fought between Strength and Strength, Prince's army, which boasted excellent unity, gained the upper hand, and Henry's imperial army began to gradually fall back. Viscount Toys, who was watching the battle unfold from the watchtower, ran to Prince. Your Majesty, the war is going very smoothly. We will deploy the knights and cavalry here to ensure a clear conclusion. You are the commander-in-chief. There is no need to report to me. You can move his troops as you see fit. I will definitely offer victory to your majesty. Viscount Toys, thrilled by the crown prince's trust, ran back to the watchtower and gave his orders. Give the order to the knights to march. Divide the cavalry into two and attack the left and right sides. The enemy's formation must be broken. As soon as Viscount Toy's order was given, the horn of march sounded, and knights on horseback and 4,000 cavalry began to stir the battlefield. Knights, break through the enemy and head towards the enemy's main camp. The title of Count and territory will be given to whoever captures the enemy's leader. Heinrich, in response to the huge reward offered by the commander-in-chief, the knights drove their horses harshly and attacked Prince Li's army. The moment the knights rushed in at breakneck speed and were about to hit Heinrich's army, Thousands of arrows flew out and attacked the charging knights. However, the plate armor the knights wore bounced off the arrows, and although some horses fell, and knights who were hit by arrows through gaps in their armor fell off their horses, the knights did not stop charging. Charge! For His Majesty the Crown Prince. For the Balkans, Heinrich's army also resisted the knights with long spears, but the rush of barded horses and plate-armored knights could not be stopped with long spears. Quang! A huge shock occurred, and the soldiers hit by Prince's knights flew into the sky, and the battle line collapsed with a single charge point, and as the knights continued to penetrate through the gap and the battle line became disorganized, the infantry of Prince's army also dug into the gap and began to massacre. Keep pushing. Don't give them time to recover. Don't miss the opportunity. Shield soldiers dig into the enemy and build a new battle line. Spear soldiers look for an opening so the shield soldiers can dig in. Due to the infantry's struggle, several dozen knights finally broke through the enemy lines without much damage and took a moment to catch their horses' breath in order to storm into Heinrich's army's main camp point. The cavalry that dug into the left and right sides of Heinrich's army also achieved similar results. So in the end, Heinrich's army was pushed back and was driven to the brink of being drowned in the lake of the spirits. Prince Jinayang Haha Toy's master. Good job. Isn't it going perfectly according to your plan? With the battle going so smoothly, Prince came out to the watchtower where Toys was, looked at the battle, and praised his gun barrel. It's strange. It's so smooth. However, despite the Crown Prince's praise, Viscount Toys just watched the battlefield in a daze. Didn't it go according to your plan? Aren't our troops making an overwhelming push? If we continue like this, we'll be able to capture Heinrich in no time, right? The enemy allowed the breakthrough much easier than expected. And most of the visible enemies are mercenaries, and the enemy's knights and cavalry are not visible. The reason I sent out the knights was to figure out how the enemy's cavalry would respond. But this haha, don't worry too much. Heinrich seems to be conserving too much of his strength. He's a bad guy when it comes to military strategy, so he doesn't know how to use the cards he has. Then that's okay. But Viscount Toys continued to watch the war situation with unknown anxiety, but the Prince's army pushed back Heinrich's army more and more fiercely, and relief began to form in his heart. Heinrich camp. Heinrich, Count Dietrich, and a woman deeply robed were watching the battle unfold. Even as he watched his soldiers being completely pushed back, Henry was drinking very leisurely, and so was Count Dietrich. Wow, the taste of alcohol is nice. I think it's about time. Right, yes, Your Majesty. We will begin a counterattack now. Haha, it must be so sad that I can't see your brother's embarrassed expression. He must be excited right now and thinking about what to do with me. Haha. As Heinrich burst into laughter, Count Dietrich bowed deeply to the robed woman. Then please, Jennifer. I'm fully prepared. Good. Instead, I will keep what I promised. I will double the support budget for the magic tower, and I will assign 100 good-looking young children under the age of 15 to be my servants. Don't worry, Jennifer. The Emperor makes sure to reward those who help him. The identity of the woman wearing the robe was Imperial Tower Lord Jennifer, and she took off her robe and began to recite her spell while looking at the battlefield. Then, the magic power in the air fluctuated. Magic circles appeared here and there on the plain, and a huge fire began to rise from there. Send the knights to war. Send a message to the Marquis of Deerwood, who was in charge of the cavalry, to go to war. At the main camp, we must draw water from the lake and send it to the front lines. When Count Dietrich's order was given, Henry's army quickly prepared a counterattack according to his order. Hey, how are you going to respond to my older brother? The smile on Heinrich's lips grew deeper and deeper as he could see that the Emperor in front of him was embarrassed. It's a painter. Request a wizard from the main base. The fire won't go out. Help me. The fire caused by Jennifer created a huge flame in the parched grassland and attacked the Emperor's army point. Although it was only a short period of training, the Emperor's army, which showed a majesty comparable to that of the Empire's regular army, collapsed helplessly in front of the fire. In addition, the Emperor's army, which had the lake behind its back, attacked them with the supplied water, so the first prince's army suffered the double hardship of fire and the attack of the Emperor's army, and its battle line collapsed. Naturally, Prince's command center, which was watching the war situation, was in an uproar. Holy shit. It's a fire attack. And that fire, that our magicians can't even respond to. The only person who can implement that level of magic is Magic Tower Lord Jennifer. The Magic Tower Lord doesn't have the authority to get involved in this battle, right? I was confirmed for that directly. Damn it. Heinrich. How did you trick the Magic Tower Lord while appeasing the enraged prince? Viscount Toys thought of a counterattack. No matter how much Jennifer may be, she won't be able to keep up that level of fire once the military is bitten, if they counterattack again. But Prince's ordeal was not over. As soon as the fire died down, Heinrich's knights appeared and attacked Prince's knights, who had suffered extensive damage from the fire. In addition, cavalry carrying the flag of Prince Li's army appeared from the rear and began to run towards Prince's main camp. So the word "defeat" came to Viscount Toy's mind. All armies, charge quickly. Cut off the head of the enemy's leader. Prince, "How dare you leave my daughter and play with that monster bitch? I will not forgive you." Prince, the Marquis of Deerwood, was regarded as a nobleman who had achieved success by marrying off his daughters without much ability, but his father-in-law's anger towards his unfaithful son-in-law was terrifying. Contrary to his carefree personality, the Marquis of Deerwood, who rode his horse roughly and stood at the forefront, personally held the standard and commanded the cavalry to attack the main headquarters of the Prince army. Looking at the completely collapsed army, Viscount Prince and Toys looked at the battlefield map with empty eyes. Our main force is on the verge of destruction due to the enemy's counterattack. Please give us instructions. The enemy cavalry has dug into the main camp. Your Majesty, God will lead his soldiers to stop you, so take refuge. Your Majesty must not fall here. Your Majesty, you must evacuate quickly. Evacuate here with the Crown Princess. The cavalry will soon arrive here. Viscount Toys, who came to his senses after seeing the Marquis seedlets leading Prince's personal guards toward the battlefield, asked Prince to evacuate. Where on earth would a defeated leader take refuge? Where does a son who can't even avenge his father end up in the Empire? Seeing Prince's blank-eyed appearance, as if he had given up on everything, Toys gritted his teeth and hit Prince's cheek with his fist. POW. Now, you. What is this? Give me your clothes. Why? Why are you doing this? Prince's weak strength could not stand up to Toys, and all of his outer clothes were taken off by Toys. Toys then put on Prince's clothes and dressed him in soldier's clothes. Your Majesty, you trusted God and gave me the position of Commander-in-Chief, but now that things have come to this, I think God has no choice but to repay you with his life. Count Xian, I ask for your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. I will have my trustworthy subordinates escort His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Count Xian, haha, what will a father do while still alive who could not avenge his daughter? I will burn her last life here. I'm sorry, Count Xian, what are you two doing? Let go of this, Your Majesty the Crown Prince. We have prepared for you to go to the space-shifting magic circle. Go to Duke Windridge. That usurper must never be recognized as emperor. Please bring justice to this empire. Prince was taken away by Count Xian's men, where Eunice, also dressed as an ordinary soldier, was riding a horse. Eunice okay. If I die like this, Eunice, I have to live. I'll have to take revenge on that guy. Heinrich somehow will appeared again in Prince's eyes. I'm sorry. Toys. Xian. Prince shouted loudly and left the battlefield with Eunice and headed to the space movement magic circle on the outskirts of the capital point to prevent it from being noticed that Prince had run away. Several soldiers began escaping here and there to confuse Heinrich's army, so Heinrich's army did not particularly pay attention to the ordinary soldiers who were running away. Once it was confirmed that the Crown Prince had escaped safely, Toys and Xian, wearing the prince's clothes instead, led the last troops and began the final charge point. Even though countless arrows flew, troops fell and were stabbed and cut by spears and swords, Toys' charge did not stop. The main base has been breached. Your Majesty, avoid. Although only a dozen days remained, Viscount Toys and Count Xian eventually succeeded in breaking through and reached Heinrich's command post. That's it. Prince, the Emperor's head is mine. Even as they looked at the enemy soldiers rushing toward them, Prince's sword did not stop. However, the difference in numbers was unavoidable, so all the soldiers were killed, and only Viscount Toys and Count Xian remained, gasping for breath. It's over. Your Majesty, woo, is your brother that good at inaction? That's unexpected. Heinrich, who had almost run away from the command center, breathed a sigh of relief and approached the two, who were barely out of breath. Count Zion, who saw Princely approaching, used his last strength to throw Toys, and Toys also swung his sword at Heinrich with the last strength left in his body. Die. Heinrich, Chang. However, Toy's last blow only cut off Heinrich's forehead and was blocked by Count Dietrich's sword, and he was quickly stabbed and subdued by the swords of the guards who came running. That guy is not my brother. Take off his helmet. At Heinrich's command, Toy's helmet was removed, and their expressions hardened when it was revealed that the enemy they had thought was Prince was someone else. It was Viscount Toys. Where is your brother? The fact that you are wearing your clothes means that your brother ran away somewhere. What kind of mouth are you teasing 4P Ryan, who killed her father and coveted her brother's status? I won't open my mouth so easily. By torturing that guy, I will somehow find out my brother's location. Squeak. Before Heinrich could finish speaking, the sword thrown by Count Zion pierced Toy's neck, and Count Zion also committed suicide with the sword he had hidden in his arms. Prince, since Henry knew full well that, unless he killed Prince, there was a possibility that a rebellion could break out somewhere in the empire, and that he could not be fully recognized as emperor, his anger reached the sky. Chapter 97. Yuno's Return to Territory. 1. Yuno's Return to Territory. 1. Prince Henry, who won the Battle of the Adriatic Plain, held a grand coronation ceremony, and was crowned as Emperor Henry II. However, Prince, who had taken refuge under the Order of Windridge, spread the word that Henry had poisoned Charles III, and advised the lords not to be loyal to Henry, and Diane, recognized as the best alchemist in the empire, sent a letter confirming that Charles III had been poisoned. Since he also presented it, the lords had a lot of trust in Prince. Of course, there were many lords who thought it was an ugly resistance for him to run away and continue to rebel after being defeated in the Ligaca system proposed by Prince, but more lords than expected came under the command of Prince and the Duke of Windridge. Since Count Zion, one of the largest warlords in the western part of the empire, led all his forces and died in the battle of the Adriatic Plain, the lords in the western part of the empire were relatively amenable to Heinrich, but the lords in the eastern part, where Duke Windridge's name was so high, were quite numerous in favor of Prince. Because of his loyalty, the empire was split into two parts, the west, which was loyal to Henry, and the east, which followed Prince. Of course, since it was Henry who was crowned emperor who controlled the imperial palace in the capital Adriatic, legitimacy rested with him, and since 70% of the empire's food production came from the western Xenoplain, Henry's power was much greater. So the gap was widening. After stabilizing the capital, Emperor Henry was holding a cabinet meeting to mobilize the imperial army to wipe out the Prince forces and unite the empire again. But a troubling problem arose for him. Your Majesty, the Prince of Kent, who disappeared in the last Battle of Streve, has rallied the western military lords and started a revolt. Baron Legasota, who was previously in charge of the intelligence department, joined Prince's forces, so he fled to Prince's camp as soon as Henry ascended the throne, and Viscount Skimmer, who was in charge of the intelligence department, opened his eyes wide when he heard the telegram that came into the State Council. Immediately posted a report. What? How on earth did he create an army after the Lord died and no successor was appointed? He occupied the territory of Xian, declared himself the Lord of Xian, and gradually increased the number of soldiers based there. The lords who were dissatisfied with him were gradually joining him. It is said that about 20,000 rebels have already gathered under his command. Send the 1.4.5 Corps in charge of the western border. The answer to that was given by another subject who rushed to the royal palace and presented him with a new headache. This is an urgent report. Currently, Tacito has raised a large army and is attacking Streve. The 5th Corps is putting all its effort into Mercury, and the 1st and 4th armies are on their way to relieve Streb, so I can't get bitten. What? How dare they attack Balkan? The subjects smiled bitterly at Heinrich's question. They thought that, even if they're working Tacito, it would be a shame to miss out on the confusion caused by a civil war in the enemy country. Emergency reports continued to come in from the western part of the empire, and the situation became more and more serious. Your Majesty, Streve has requested the dispatch of Count Spear, commander of the Guard Knights. It has been confirmed that the enemy includes a master, and he is pounding on the castle gate with a sword. Although he is barely able to block it with the protective magic circle engraved on the gate, a response is needed. They say it, no Count Spear. Order Count Kreese on the central front to go to war. Henry, who did not want to let the Guard Knights leave the Imperial Palace because he was anxious about a possible surprise attack by Prince, gave an order to go to Count Kreese, one of the masters of the Imperial military, but it turned out to be the worst result. Unlike Count Spear, who was able to go to war immediately through the capital magic circle, Count Kreese needed a lot of time to go to war. It took a day for the messenger who received Heinrich's message to travel through space to the Count of Kreese and give him an order, and for Count Kreese, who received the sudden order to go on a campaign, to appoint his representative and go out in a magic circle. It wasn't. In the meantime, Streve fell, and when Count Kreese arrived at Streve using a space moving magic circle, waiting for him was the smiling Duke of Tyrone with his sword flashing, and his knights aiming all kinds of long distance weapons. It was brought in points due to the nature of space movement magic. Count Kreese moved with only about 10 of his subordinates, so despite facing miserable resistance, he was unable to avoid death. And news of the fall of Streve and Count Kreese's head were delivered to the Adir Imperial Palace. Heinrich exploded with anger when he heard that he had lost one of the only 4 masters left, excluding Juno, Lichtenauer, and Catherine, who were obviously not going to be loyal to him, and that Streve had also fallen. Your Majesty, a letter has been delivered from the enemy commander of Tacito, who captured Streve. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marquis Bullet, rushed to Henry, who was furious, and throwing away his household items in the State Council Hall, and offered a letter. Read it. That the Marquis of Bullet skimmed through the contents of the letter, and was reluctant to read it aloud, but when he saw Henry's frowning and angry expression, he read the letter with a trembling voice. Balkan Kingdom Expeditionary Force, Duke Tyrone, Commander-in-Chief of the Tacito Empire, delivers this message to the former King of Balkan, requesting the return of the Zenon plain that has been illegally occupied. Return within half a year. If you don't, I will march to Abria and cut King Heinrich's head with my own hands, so I hope you make a wise decision. Of course, I personally recommend washing your head and waiting. After reading the letter, the Marquis Bullo carefully looked at Heinrich's thoughts. It was the ultimate provocation to downgrade the Balkans, which had been called an empire, to a kingdom, and to call Tacito an empire, and the letter threatening to blow off the emperor's head was emphasizing that. Heinrich, who had thought he was going to have a complete fit, actually laughed cheerfully, and the nobles in the State Council tilted their heads. Prime Minister, when Henry, who had stopped laughing, called him Marquis Dietrich, who was recently appointed Chancellor and even received a victory, swallowed his saliva. Yes, Your Majesty, if we concentrate all the Empire's budget on the military, will we be able to destroy Prince's forces within 3 months, and then rip out the jaws of that insolent Tacito hillbilly? Of course, it's all about the Kent bastard who insolently rebelled. I guess I should winter that when Marquis Dietrich hesitated at Henry's order, Count Radden, newly appointed Minister of Defense, expressed his opinion. Your Majesty, I apologize, but the order is wrong. The traitor prince is also in a hurry, but the most important priority is to restore the 1st, 4th, and 5th armies, and repel the Tacito invasion force. Heinrich lost his temper in anger at Count Radden's advice, and his head became cold. The minister is right. Now that those Tacito bastards have reoccupied Streve, they may attack the Zenon plains at any moment. I will give the minister the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army, so please bring the head of that Tacito bastard who was talking nonsense. I'll give you Viscount Amin from the Eastern Front and Count Cashew, who is finishing his recuperation in the capital. I will definitely carry out Your Majesty's orders. Now, please wait a moment. If Viscount Amin is gone on the Eastern Front, wouldn't Prince be able to come down? Count Radden responded to Marquis Dietrich's objection. Prince will still have a long way to go before he can recover his military power. And don't you know that Duke Windridge's troops won't be able to move easily? That's true. But Marquis Dietrich felt a chill running down his spine from an inexplicable feeling of anxiety. However, unless he could come up with a better strategy under the current circumstances, the Emperor's decision was absolute, and with a confident expression, Count Ratten received Henry's orders and began preparing to attack the invading army of Tacito Point. Meanwhile, in the deep mountain valley of Yuno's territory, preparations for the festival were proceeding peacefully, as if the chaotic situation of the Empire had nothing to do with it. The Count is returning. Write the welcome message bigger. The Count is said to have suffered serious injuries after defeating 30 ogres alone and then killing a dragon. Bring more alcohol and food. Yuno sent a notification from Cordelia, who visited last time, that he would return in 2 months. The road to the Monster Mountain range is too rough for Diane and her group, who have grown up so beautifully, and Yuno, who has sex 24 hours a day, has calculated that she will be able to get rid of most of her masturbation in about 2 months. So Diane and her group come to Elist. Rather, he announced that he would return point naturally. The welcoming event for Yuno, who was portrayed as a hero in the previous monster invasion, was held at a festival level, and Diane and Hiria, who are in charge of administration and farmland management, actively supported it. So Yuno's welcoming event was prepared so grandly that it looked like an imperial palace event. It was becoming point. Juno, who reached the entrance to the mountain range with his companions, was amazed when he saw the gorgeous carriage that William and the rangers had prepared for him. Point. Of course, the rangers also opened their mouths when they saw Yuno's beautiful group, which even included elves, but William opened his eyes and noticed them, so they barely maintained their discipline and led Yuno's group to the carriage in an orderly manner. Wow. What is this? This is the carriage we prepared for the Empress and Her Majesty. Come on in. Well, how long does it take? This much. Everyone get on board. I'll go on horseback and check out the territory as I go. Anyway, thank you, William. I'll be grateful for the carriage. As the carriage departed with the entire group on board, Juno and William inspected the restored mountain ranger headquarters. As soon as McMoran, who was on guard at that time, saw Yuno, he ran over and greeted her. Oh, aren't you a lord? You were very rude last time. I thought you were just a civil servant kid who came to visit. You look so cute. McMoran. Can't you just shut up? Hey William. It's okay. I heard McMoran did a great job last time he fought the basilisk. William. Can I take this guy with me? Huh? Me. I like hanging out and eating here. This kind of crazy guy is for your majesty. If you need it, you can use it as much as you want. His fighting sense is good, but he's so uneducated. What are you planning to use him for? The last time we spoke, I thought he was a great talent. Once I bring him in, I will have something to use him for. Of course, I would like William to join me too. But you don't plan on doing that, do you? William politely declined Juno's offer because he had a greater desire to live as a vigilante for his hometown. Haha. Did you hear, Captain? His Royal Highness said that I was a great talent. I heard that people of higher rank have different perspectives. You crazy guy. Take care of His Highness the Prince. You should also learn some manners. Yes, I will keep that in mind. When Yuno tried to leave with McMoran, Ajin ran out of the forest. Crrrr. Yuno-sama. Can I join you too? I want to see the human world too. What can't be done? Instead, the people of the territory might be scared, so you have to keep your weapons stored on your back. I will keep this in mind. Okay, then let's go. So Yuno set off for the territory with Ajin and McMoran, and his real journey began. Chapter 98. Yuno's Return to Territory 2. Yuno's Return to Territory 2. Yuno, Your Highness. Yuno, Diane and Hiria, who had been waiting anxiously for Yuno to arrive in front of the gates of Chi's castle, ran quickly in their dresses. When they saw Yuno, sister-in-law Yuno also got off his horse and greeted them, and Diane and Hiria were not able to meet Yuno until almost half a year after leaving the capital. Next to Yuno, Eliza was holding hands with Rachel, whom she had not seen in a long time, and headed to the welcome venue that Diane had prepared. Point at the welcome party that Diane held at the Cheese Castle Square. Village officials and residents of Cheese Castle gathered in the territory to welcome but fell in fear when they saw the huge troll behind Troll 3. Oh my god, look at that big guy. Master Mayor? What is that troll? That troll is a master troll who has sworn allegiance to his majesty. If we attack him, we won't be able to beat him, so tell the guards to be careful. That troll is the monster that cut down 5 basilisks and 2 ogres with 1 axe. But what about your majesty, who subdued such a monster anyway? Don't think about those trolls or your highness, and they are monsters that we can't do anything about. Let's enjoy the food prepared by Her Highness the Princess. The new recruits we recruited this time must have had a hard time going through training these days, so tell them all to come and eat. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, the residents were scared at first when they saw Arjun, but they sighed when they saw him sitting still while gave a speech praising his hard work. In particular, even though curious children were jumping on Arjun's arms and legs and playing with him, they took a sigh of relief. As I watched them play, I completely relaxed. Point in this way, Arjun blended in with the residents and enjoyed the festival happily, surprising them with his incredible appetite. Who was a little worried about Arjun, also looked at him with a smile of relief. Point. After progressing a bit with his schedule, took a quick look around Cheese Castle and gave some consolation money to the village officials. He then took the time to listen to public opinion to see if they wanted anything from him. Finally, after briefly chatting with Diane and Hiria, as the time for him to lose his senses approached, he headed to his bedroom with Catherine, Miri, Kiramu, and Miruku under the pretext of needing quick treatment. Diane and Hiria were disappointed, but when used treatment as an excuse, and Hiria, Isabella, and Mary said that they wanted to hear the story in detail, they spent the night chatting with them, thinking that they could see at any time in the future. The next morning, Juno received the overdue work reports from Mayor and Baron Kimberly and was about to begin reviewing them. Your Highness, before you receive your work report, here is your resignation letter. Now that your Highness Mary has grown up, I will now quit my job as a teacher. Juno accepted the resignation letter presented by Baron Kimberly and accepted it without saying a word. Mayor looked at Juno in confusion and tried to stop him, but Juno held up his hand and stopped him. Yes, Baron Kimberly, you have worked hard. How difficult must it have been to come down to this country as mayor's governess and work as an administrator? I prepared this with severance, pay and consolation money, so please accept it. When Juno held out a large bag of gold coins, the corners of Baron Kimberly's mouth rose to the top of his ear. Ugh, why so much? Haha, I didn't ask to receive this. Haha. Baroness Kimberly, who took the bag of gold coins given by Juno while stroking his hands, bowed deeply and tried to leave his office. By the way, Baron Kimberly, is there somewhere else to go? I heard that Adria is in turmoil these days. I heard that the magic circle connecting our territory and the capital has also been sealed off. Yeah, well, so I'm thinking of starting a business here. I will introduce you to a good job. I will appoint you as the official administrator of my territory. How do you like it? Please note, you do not have the right to veto. I just submitted my resignation and your majesty accepted it. Doesn't that mean you quit being mayor's tutor? So, you are now an official administrator of the territory of Tisadunikana. Haha. Your salary will be double what it was when you were a tutor, so don't worry. Sister Diane will be very happy. Baron Kimberly's mouth opened so wide that it could no longer grow, and he fainted. This guy. He's so good that he faints. Mayor, please put Baron Kimberly down on the sofa. Maya looked at the stunned Baron Kimberly with her pitiful eyes, clicked her tongue, moved him to the sofa, and returned to Juno. Anyway, Mayor, I heard you gathered 500 new soldiers? Aren't there too many soldiers? It's a county in name, so shouldn't there be 2,000 soldiers? The original 500 mountain rangers and 500 guards are not enough. We need to make up for the number of fallen garrison members. So, it's a county in name, but is this honestly a county? The population is less than 50,000, but isn't the situation a situation? Not long ago, in a battle near the capital, His Majesty the First Prince was defeated by the Second Prince, and the Second Prince ascended the throne as Emperor. And His Highness the First Prince took refuge in the Duchy of Windridge. Yeah, I heard a lot of that on the way there. And yes, the current Emperor, Heinrich, does not have a good relationship with your Highness. They say that it was Heinrich who used magic attacks on your Highness when you were undergoing a body change in the past. Sniff. I had a rough guess, but brother, no, I guess I can call him brother now. Also, there's a rumor that it was Heinrich who killed his father. Yes, Her Royal Highness Diane has proven it. It is said to be a parasite that grows wild on the estate of Count Dietrich, the prince's descendant, and it is presumed that it was Secretary Marquis Garcia who administered it. Although Juno did not have much affection for her father, Carol III, she still felt bitter about the tragic fact that her father's half-brother had assassinated her. Wow. Heinrich, that bastard really caused a big accident. So is brother Prince expanding his power little by little in his maternal grandfather's domain. In response to Yuno's question, Maya took out a map of the empire and began explaining the situation. Yes, your majesty. It is said that upon hearing the news that His Majesty was assassinated, the neutral lords in the east gathered their strength and subjugated the county of Dietrich and the Marquis of Deerwood, which were empty of military power, and the nearby feudal lords of the imperial loyalist faction, and presented them to His Highness Prince. If you look at the forces, they seem to be equal, but they are not yet strong enough to resist Henry. In any case, the Imperial army will remain loyal to the current emperor, Henry. Yes. Moreover, since the masters are all part of the military, it is difficult to maintain a balance of power. According to the magic communication received the day before yesterday, Tacito invaded the Zenon plain and recaptured Streve. That's why Henry can't move. If he takes out the plane of Zeno, he will never be able to maintain the empire. That's right. Moreover, Prince Kent has revolted in the west, so he must be completely confused. I can roughly guess the situation. If Streve was able to fall in such a short period of time, a master would probably have come from Tacito as well. It must be him, yes. That guy. Yuno smiled as he remembered the swordsman of Tacito who struck an impressive blow at the castle gate after capturing Streve. There is such a person. He was a much stronger master than me in the past. Probably stronger than my teacher. But I'm not sure now. I definitely want to meet him once, who had received the power of the world tree, and had also absorbed Mira's negative energy, and had 2 mana holes, felt her body becoming hot due to her fighting spirit, and raised her mana. Whoa, calm down. We'll solve that later, by sparring with Eliza and Catherine. Let's get a report on the current status of the troops first. I'm sorry. Please keep reporting. Of the 500 recruits recruited first, Lord Cordelia took 100. It is said that those with experience riding horses and those with talent for bows are selected and trained. You will have to see the results for yourself later. And the remaining 300 are being trained as shield soldiers. Last time the monsters went on a rampage, it was disappointing that there were not enough people to properly use shields. So I hope they can at least handle shields properly. Train all soldiers, except for the cavalry led by Cordelia, according to the Imperial Army's manual. If you do that, tell them to put away their weapons and build up their physical strength first. As for physical strength, it's already sufficient, since these soldiers were born and raised in the mountains. The basis of all training is physical strength. I will demonstrate it myself. Take me to the training ground. The fact that Henry became emperor caused a sense of crisis in Juno, and he made Juno think that he should also develop military power. Who went to the boot camp under the guidance of Maya, called all the troops, except the guards who were carrying out his duties to the training camp, and began to train his physical strength again in his own way. Map of current Imperial Civil War factions: Red Prince Windridge, Force Blue Heinrich Loyalist Rebels of Black and Green Tacito Occupation Purple Force Chapter 99 Development of a Mountain Village Territory 3 Development of Mountain Village Territory 3 The soldiers who had been summoned by Maya quickly gathered together in anticipation of the Lord, waiting for them unexpectedly, hoping to give a speech or give them a snack point. Asked Maya to check if the number was correct, and when Maya nodded that she had the correct number, she moved forward to her soldiers. Starting today, I'm Who will be in charge of your physical training? As you know, I'm the Prince of the Empire and the Count of the Tishin and Ikana territory. However, during the time I spent training with you, I'm neither the Prince nor the Count. The instructor who will train you. It's just work. The soldiers heard that this gentleman was slightly injured, so did they feel dizzy? I looked at Yuno with an expression like that, but Yuno continued talking. The moment you complete my training, you will become human weapons. As one person in the Imperial Army, as an elite soldier, where one person does the work of two people, you will be able to fulfill your duties. But until then, you will be the best in the world. You are lowly creatures. You are not even human. Furthermore, you are nothing but dirty and useless pieces of shit. The soldiers' faces frowned at Yuno's harsh remarks. I will be tough, and you will hate me, but I promise to treat you fairly. There will be no discrimination here, based on status or wealth. I don't care whether you are the son of a noble family, a beggar, or the son of a rich family. Because you all look like idiots to me, I will fry you all to make you into a glorious Imperial army. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Look at your voice. So, are you going to have rice cake with your wife at night? Yes, I understand. In response to Yuno's harsh words that put them in a bad mood, the soldiers cursed and vowed to show that lord the power they had grown at the foot of the monster mountains. But their resolve did not last long. Run. Those who fall behind will keep running until tonight. Gasp. Gasp. If I keep doing this, I'm going to die. Gaff. Gasp. I've never seen anyone die while running. Can you protect the people of the Empire with something like this? Run faster. The soldiers were running energetically at first, but when Yuno started running with them, yelling at them from the side, their breathing became increasingly difficult, and at some point, they had to grit their teeth and run. Yuno cheered on the soldiers, and ran about 10 kilometers around the training ground, to check their physical condition, before returning to the official residence. The soldiers thought to themselves, I wonder if the Lord had a change of heart today and is making us suffer like this. He said he was a hero, but isn't he just a crazy person? I had to soothe my tired body by swearing. However, Yuno's physical training was repeated every morning and evening from that day on, and they began to experience hell every day. What are you doing? Why do my steps stop? I'm running. So why are your steps stopping? Are you exhausted from this? If there were prostitutes in front of me with their pussies spread open, they would have run right away. Don't hold your butt down. Get up and run right now. By the time idiots like you arrive, the battle will already be over, and your comrades will all be left behind. Run quickly. The 10 people who arrive last will undergo additional physical training for an hour. I thought it was a joke, but Yuno really ordered the last 10 people to arrive in full military uniform every day, and then ran around Kii's castle, so the soldiers had to do everything they could to avoid being among the last 10. Diane and Rachel made the estate's finances more efficient by harassing Baron Kimberly, who was officially appointed as administrator, and made Hyria cultivate efficient farming using slash and burn methods and new farming tools used in the Zenon Plain. The company's finances soon became stronger, and Yuno invested all of his remaining finances into his army's salaries, raising the soldiers' salaries, and recruiting new soldiers. Every morning, young people from the territory lined up in front of Mayor's office wanting to enlist. Of course, as soon as they enlisted, they had to shed tears of regret at Yuno's growing physical training, and his seniors' growing welcome ceremony. Welcome your voluntary enlistment into His Highness Yuno's army. Aseri. Additional training staff were added today. New soldiers take off their clothes and practice comradeship. What are you doing? Recruits. Can't you hear what your seniors are saying? At some point, the existing soldiers, who were addicted to Yuno's physical training, could not tolerate the weakness of the new recruits, and under Yuno's connivance, the new soldiers were rolled around on the parade ground by the old soldiers every night, and the new soldiers became assimilated into the existing soldiers. In this way, the soldiers of Yuno's territory were reborn as more than Borkin's elite heavy infantry in terms of physical strength, and among them was a man named McMoran who regretted following Yuno 1,000 times over. Of course, the soldiers not only became physically stronger, 1st Division, 2nd Division, raise your shields. From now on, we will conduct a mock battle between the 1st and 2nd Divisions. Those who win will be provided with a special meal developed by Hiria, and those who lose will not be able to go home tonight. Know it. The 1st and 2nd divisions of Yuno's unit, each equipped with heavy infantry equipment, and consisting of 100 men, glared at each other with fighting spirit, as if the Imperial Army had been made small. Division 1. You all know that the moment you lose, you will all die by my hands. Yes. Captain McMoran. Beep. With the sound of a whistle, each unit armed with full swords and spears with their blades, ran toward each other as if to kill, and conducted a mock battle using perfect formation point, and looking at those soldiers, Yuno and Maya were smiling happily. What do you think, Maya? I'm right. You have to have physical strength to be good at using weapons, right? I may not completely agree, but it's definitely not a bad thing, since I have good physical strength as you said. HMM. What do you say? The shield soldiers who couldn't even line up their shields at first are now moving precisely according to their captain's orders. Tadadadak Cordelia came to Yuno, who was watching the soldiers training and wondering how he could manage them more efficiently. Cordelia. What's going on? Is cavalry training going well? Yes, Your Majesty. Even while driving a horse, you can boast of a fixed target within 100 meters. Wow, that's amazing. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of making archers, since there was no type of archer cavalry in the Empire until now? Cordelia whispered in response to Yuno's question. This is a type of unit that was secretly trained in Tacito. My father was also ordered to create one, but my father, who was skilled in defensive warfare, decided that it was unnecessary for him, so he did not create one. HMM. Anyway, if you teach me well, it will definitely be helpful. I tested the Knight's seeds yesterday, and they improved a lot, right? I talked to Kuramu, and asked him to get some mana grass from the Elf Realm, so please make him able to handle mana little by little. Due to the nature of the countryside, most of those who came as Knight's squires were unable to awaken mana, so Yuno took that into account, and taught them personally from time to time. Yes, Your Highness. By the way, Your Highness, Diane and Hiria are looking for you. Diane and my sister-in-law? What's going on? I have to watch their training for now, so tell them I'll be there later, around dinner time. By the way, can I call the pussy technician Cordelia during the table cleaning time tonight? Yuno quietly asked Maya without him hearing, but Cordelia's face was bright red. However, just like Cordelia, the pussy knight whom Yuno despises, she secretly opened her armor and spread her dainty lower lips, showing her pussy that was already soaking with anticipation. Bo. Gee. Pussy knight Cordelia. I will drench my lewd pussy with cum while waiting for my master's magnificent cock. Cordelia, who whispered lewdly, gave a formal salute again, with her love juices dripping down her thighs. What's going on? Ah, your sister and sister-in-law are looking for you. Maya, can I leave you with the physical training this evening? Well, even if you don't leave it to me, these guys have been running around looking for new recruits. Well, especially that 1st Division Captain, McMoran. He's not usually that vicious. Maya shook her head as she watched McMoran blabbering about the mistakes his men made despite winning the mock battle. That guy has been showing his skills since he was a ranger. Do you think I brought him here for no reason? Anyway, then I'll ask you to do the rest of the training. Hey, let's go in. After watching the mock battles of other battalions, Yuno moved to the official residence point. Since Yuno had trusted Diane, Hiria, and Rachel to handle the affairs of the estate, Yuno opened the door to the office and entered, wondering what his sister and sister-in-law had called him for, and his body stiffened at the sight he saw inside. Welcome. You worked hard today, Yuno. Your sister waited for you for a really long time. Come and hug her. Young master, thank you for your hard work. Do you want to eat? Or take a bath? Or maybe us? He in Yuno's eyes, he saw Diane and Hiria coquettishly wearing only black and white underwear in the office, and Yuno's lower body instantly began to swell. Asterisk DIANE apostrophe S sisters temptation ILLUSTRATION asterisk DIANE underwear illustration service Verta chapter 101. Count Leech Tenor visits Juno asterisk ILLUSTRATED by Diana sir. Count Leech Tenor came to visit Juno next day. Morning. Diane and Lee tricked Baron Kimberly into creating an office for Rachel, moved all of her tax documents into it, and gave it to her as a gift. Oh my god. Sisters. How much tax work do you have to say to this? I have to share an office with you, so I can finish the work quickly and help you. No, it's okay. We are finishing all the projects we've been working on, so there's nothing major going on. You can hang out with Eliza after work. You've been busy lately, so you haven't even talked to her much. Rachel was moved to tears by Diane and Hiria's consideration for her. Thank you, Diane. You put a lot of effort into the leather factory, and it looks like it's already completed. Hiria, it looks like the work she was doing to spread improved farming methods is now being put to rest. What happened to the coffee? While Diane was thinking about increasing the estate's tax revenue, she saw hunters supplying leather, which is abundant in the Monster Mountains, to merchants in their raw form. She taught them how to easily tan with the reagents she created, allowing them to process leather in large quantities. A factory equipped with the necessary equipment was being built inside Chi's Castle Point. Hiria was also carrying out a project to develop the territory by using the knowledge he had studied to improve tea leaves, improving grain seeds suited to the soil, and farming with better farming methods. Of course, they were pursuing other projects as well, but since the two representative projects were being completed, they had plenty of free time, which soon led to them being able to do dirty things in the office with Yuno, so they were excited while receiving Rachel's gratitude. He kept twisting it. As for coffee, since the political situation within the empire is a bit chaotic, I thought it would be better to proceed with the business once things stabilized a bit. Well, then, how about exports? Prince's side faces the Lian border, and he can use a trade route toward Polygal Island, so wouldn't it be okay? That makes sense. How do I send goods from this mountainous area to there? I have to send them through spatial transport, and then I have to send a lot, so it's 1 ton at a time. Besides, I can't ask Isabella every time, they probably won't know that it's a coffee truck anyway, so I just send samples to the merchant do it and ask them to hold a tasting event in that area and in Lian. I think of it as an investment. Okay, it's Rachel after all. She was born a princess for no reason. If only she hadn't been married off to that damn Heinrich bastard. She was the prime minister of a country. Anyway, Heinrich, you ran away, and you're not looking for me. Is that crazy lolican interested in me? If I hadn't run away, I would have been turned around by that crazy guy's minions by now. As those rotten guys pass by, whenever they see me, they give me evil looks and laugh heartily. Ugh. Rachel shook her body, as if she was truly horrified. Anyway, sisters, thank you for always caring what we are like real sisters now. It's almost like we're divorced from Heinrich, so if there's a guy you're interested in, let me know. Hey, what am I? Rachel blushed, as if she was embarrassed, and Diane and Hiria made fun of her, saying that her blushing was suspicious. When it was time to start work, they sent Rachel away and headed to Yuno's office, holding her pounding heart point, and when Yuno entered the office and began to review her documents, Hiria first began to explain the current agricultural situation and progress in the territory, as well as the benefits that could be obtained in the future. Okay, that's it. Is there anything you want to ask, No, you are being very good to me, sister-in-law. But, ugh, I'm coming. Yuno's face darkened as he listened to the report, and the office was filled with a fishy yet manly smell, and Hiria's face turned red as he smelled it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Paha, as expected, my brother's semen is really so good. I didn't even eat breakfast to drink this. Ha ha ho ugh. Somehow my sister wasn't at breakfast. No, but then your sister-in-law too. Ha ha ho. Isn't it obvious? From now on, Diane and I's breakfast will be the thick semen that you give us. Please cheer up. Diane came up from under her desk, proudly rubbing the semen on her face and her breasts with her hands and licking it with her tongue. Hiria also took off her dress and went under the desk where Diane came out. I bit on Yuno's dick. Diana savoring Yuno's semen back. It's delicious. But today it smells a little more sour than yesterday. What? Anyway, Yuno's dick is so good, so it's okay. Hidian couldn't feel it, but since she loved her tea so much, she could smell the scent of Yuno's love juices left over from having sex with her own women last night. However, Hiria, who had almost no experience with sex, could not tell what the smell was, so she just passed it by and sucked Yuno's cock. swallowing the spray of semen to her heart's content and happily receiving it with her breasts and face. Thank you, you know I have to give it to you again later this afternoon. Spray this before you go out. It's a semen remover I researched and made last night. It completely eliminates the smell, so don't worry, there won't be a trace. Woo, I want to suck up all that's left, me too, but we are short on time. Why not just ask Yuno to come one more time in the afternoon? The sight of her older sister and sister-in-law, who seemed to treat her like food, gave Yuno the creeps, but she didn't completely hate herself either, and after talking to her mother one day, she started to like them too. Well, when will we do that? Shall we go to the knight's order today? The training of the cavalry and knights was left to Cordelia, but she needed to show her face occasionally, so Juno headed to her knight's office, where she was able to meet a familiar face. Wow, what's going on? Leader. No, Count Lichtenauer. What's going on in this country? I heard he retired from his position as leader, your highness Juno. How are you? I hope you forgive me for not seeing you for a long time. What I met at the knighthood was Count Lichtenauer, and he was checking Cordelia and Eliza's skills as they crossed swords. How are the skills of the student I met after a long time? Master. Eliza threw her sword at Lichtenauer, who was paying homage to Juno, but Lichtenauer lightly caught her sword without even bothering her body. You've improved quite a bit, but you still have a long way to go. Eliza. Shite. That's not all you did, right? How about this? Your Majesty, please understand that I cannot properly bow. No, that doesn't matter. There is no need to be so polite to me from now on. When Yuno motioned for him to bow out, Lichtenauer stood up and began to deal with Eliza and Cordelia in earnest. Even though he was dealing with a master and a high-ranking knight at the same time, Lichtenauer's sword did not waver at all. Lord Cordelia, you have improved a lot. Eliza, you can only use the sword because it is so simple after you have reached master level. Don't rely too much on the sword. Lichtenauer emphasized that he could easily defeat an enemy by relying solely on his sword skills, but could easily be defeated if he encountered a master higher than him. He showed off his strange sword skills and immediately defeated Eliza and Cordelia. Ugh, I lost. Master, thank you for the teachings. Count Lichtenauer Juno was lost in her thoughts as she watched Lichtenauer's movements. HMM. The teacher said that the basics of all martial arts are to move quickly and strongly to strike the enemy, and that I should just need the basics. But seeing swordsmanship like that makes me want to learn some Technoquest adage. Rather than watching the soldiers' physical training in the afternoon, Yuno thought that she should spar with Catherine for the first time in a while, and send Cordelia off, informing her that she would inspect her knights again after lunch, and sending her off. Took her Lichtenauer and Eliza to the drawing room of Count Lichtenauer. I asked you this before, but you're retired, but shouldn't you be spending quality time at home with your wife, Magic Tower owner Jennifer? What's going on in this country? Lichtenauer took a sip of the coffee tea that Yuno had given him as a specialty product, and was briefly impressed by the unique scent. Then, he smiled bitterly. This is true. I've been married to my wife for 15 years, and I can't say that we've ever slept together. And that's what you see. As soon as you enter the house, of course, it was Jennifer, who he did not usually see face to face with, and was suspected of interfering in the Civil War while holding the official title of Lord of the Imperial Tower. But she was his wife anyway, so after submitting his resignation letter, Lichtenauer went to the house to announce the fact. I came back first. However, as soon as he entered the house, what he heard and saw was his wife's moans coming from the master bedroom and handsome boys passed out naked in the living room. So Lichtenauer spat once and left the mansion, leaving only a letter asking for a divorce and following the emperor's will. It was headed to Yuno's territory to protect it. Before Heinrich assassinated his majesty, he ordered me to be loyal to him. And he designated His Highness Juno as the next emperor of the empire. At Lichtenauer's words, Juno's eyes grew so big that they could no longer grow. Seeing that, Lichtenauer stood up, knelt down in front of Juno, pulled out his sword, offered it to Juno, and swore, from now on, this Lichtenauer sword will belong only to your Highness Juno, and I swear to God that I will use your Highness Juno's sword to cut down your enemies and protect your Highness from threats. I swear this oath until my life ends or your highness's life ends. It will remain in effect until it runs out, so I hope you will accept this old knight's loyalty. Oh, no. Count Liechtenauer. Isn't this too sudden? By the way, his father named me Emperor. I swear by my name as a knight and my manner that it is true. Juno's eyes were shaken again by Liechtenauer's oath of truth, but he soon came to his senses and grabbed the sword that Liechtenauer had offered to him. Count Liechtenauer, your sword will be mine, and my shield will be yours. With my sword you will destroy my enemies, and with your shield I will protect you from any threat. This oath will be made until one of us dies. It will remain in effect until then, and from this moment on, I will accept you as my knight. The knight's oath was completed when Juno struck Liechtenauer's head and shoulders with the sword he was holding point at the same time. A strange memory arose in Liechtenauer's mind, and he fell to the floor, clutching his head and convulsing, feeling a huge headache. Uhuax. My headship. Count, Master. Suddenly, as soon as the master servant ritual was completed, Liechtenauer collapsed, and Juno grabbed him and shook him, and Eliza, as if she was worried about her teacher, also grabbed his other arm and shook it wildly. After a while, the convulsions stopped, and Liechtenauer looked at Juno with blank eyes, and blurted out a word. Ju, are you Junho? You are, teacher. The two, who had just completed the master servant ceremony, looked at each other with confused eyes, and Eliza looked at her husband and her teacher alternately, as if they did not understand her. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.